A game played by billions of people. Paraselene. The false moon. A mistake that cannot be undone. A shocking conspiracy aimed at destroying humanity. How could all of this be connected? A young man stands against the backdrop of a skyscraper, holding an old photograph. The protagonist, Lu Li, gave up his annual salary of tens of millions of dollars and left the world's largest gaming company. The young man had only one goal: to find his brother who had gone missing in the game. However, this game was different from the rest. The system reported, "It has been detected that the character has died." However, characters in this area cannot be attacked. This is a system error. Restarting is not possible. The young man's body falls into the abyss. The remnants of consciousness in Luli's mind had not yet completely faded. The man did not understand what had happened to him. It was decided to start with a small skeleton. This skeleton is trying to survive amidst an endless number of errors. Players were constantly chasing the skeleton. Each of them considered it their duty to take care of this character. In that case, his name is now Asura. This time the skeleton successfully dealt with its pursuers and declared that it would carve a bloody path for itself. The eastern suburbs, the Forest of Giants. Heavy rainfall has contributed to the growth of giant trees here. Timber and enormous fruits are the main source of income for the locals. But in addition to this, some strange activity is being observed deep within the forest. A massive giant chases the hunter and asks indignantly how he dared to challenge him to a fight. The hunter replies that he has nothing to fear. The giant may attack. The young man was nearly exhausted and had staked everything on this. His opponents were King Lu Zhen and the elite boss, One-Armed Amon. The elite boss swung his weapon at his opponent and said he would destroy him. The young man braced for the boss's signature move. Lu Zhen activated his teleportation skill, and his speed increased by a third. He dodged his opponent's attack. Lu Zhen counterattacked the giant and struck him with his blade. The young man managed to jump back and dodge the boss's attack in a split second. He used smoke to close in on his opponent and took advantage of a combination of quick movement and a slashing sword technique. The system congratulated the player. He had defeated the elite boss, One-Armed Amon. As a reward, he received Amon's sword. It is intended for swordsmen of level 15 or higher. Lu Zhen raised the sword above his head and noted that it was a high-level item that reduced the equipment requirement by 5 levels. The young man considered himself lucky to have obtained such a weapon on the very first day the server opened. With this weapon, he would top all the rankings in combat power lists. The elf congratulated her master and said he had obtained a powerful weapon. Lu Zhen asked the elf assistant if there was any news. The elf reminded the master that the quest was time-limited and asked if he would participate. The time-limited quest began. The player found himself in the Forest of Giants, the habitat of the elite boss, the Bloody Wanderer. Defeating it would yield a rare weapon and rich combat experience. Gripping his sword tighter, the young man said he would get whatever he wanted, a boss that must be defeated within a certain time limit. It would likely be difficult, but this was a chance to test his new sword. The elf told the young man that a huge number of players were heading toward the boss. They needed to hurry so that others wouldn't beat them to it. Lu Zhen said he wanted to hurry too, but there were so many trees here that his head was already spinning. A bright flash appeared ahead. The young man said it was a purple glow. Could a purple weapon have exploded? Lu Zhen said that even if this purple weapon wasn't for swordsmen, he'd make thousands of coins by selling it. They had to hurry so the purple weapon would belong to him. Lu Zhen ran out of the forest and stopped at the edge of a huge clearing. There were a great many objects in the clearing. They were all kinds of weapons. Lu Zhen was delighted and said he would become rich. Now all of this would belong to him. Behind the young man, someone was sitting on a tree branch. Lu Zhen realized this was a scenario fit for a true protagonist. However, the skeleton behind him attacked and struck the young man. The boy was surprised. Why had he been destroyed? After all, that was impossible. The skeleton, which had delivered the decisive blow with its blade, walked away and paid no further attention to the man. The skeleton was a participant in the time-limited quest, the Bloody Wanderer. It had 418 victims to its name. A group of hunters was running through the forest in search of the boss. They stumbled upon a clearing littered with all kinds of weapons. Suddenly, a skeleton with blades in its hands appeared before the group of hunters. One of the hunters activated his steel fists and said he was going to destroy this boss right then and there. The elf girl said that this boss was quite strong. They should join forces. Squad leader shouted that they needed to attack together. There were many of them, and this boss wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack. The skeleton lunged at his opponents and activated the skill, Hunter's Blade against enemies. The first hunter stopped in fear. His colleagues asked why he was standing there. Didn't he want the reward for the boss? Wasn't he the one who had just shouted that he would fight the boss? The hunter got scared and said he was leaving. It wasn't his business. He was just passing by anyway. The other hunters said they had to run away, or they risked losing everything, their gear and experience. The skeleton said this would be the 444th and swung his blades. The skeleton added that, in any case, there still weren't enough bodies destroyed. The elf assistant told the master not to despair. In the future, even more experience and rare gear awaited them. The Blood Traveler mission was in full swing. Game Encyclopedia. The elf assistant said that in the game False Moon, there are weapons of various colors. The game also features legendary, elite, and mythical weapons. 3 days earlier, the boss had said he was disappointed in Lu Li. The boss added that with his abilities, the young man could have become a shareholder in Destiny. His future was limitless, but he insisted on investigating the disappearance, thereby damaging the company's interest and reputation. The board of directors voted, and Lu Li was fired. The boss asked if the young man wanted to say anything about it. The answer was no. The young man said there was nothing to be done now and went to fill out the paperwork for his dismissal. The boss was sorry to see such a great talent go. He told Secretary Wang to find a replacement for the young man. Secretary Wang thought that when she had chosen this job, she had simply wanted to see Lu Li every day. As soon as this young man resigned, she would have to resign as well. It was at that very moment that Lu Li was standing at the foot of the building with an old photograph in his hand. The young man thought that he finally had the key to solving the mystery of his older brother's disappearance. Lu Li was certain he would find him. Lu Li looked around. He couldn't remember where he lived. He was a workaholic who had been home only once in 2 years. Lu Li suffered from a lack of spatial awareness and couldn't tell south from east. The girl was outraged and said that Faye was the worst scoundrel of all. He said she was his one and only treasure. But if that were the case, why did he have 68 contacts on WeChat labeled treasure? Faye replied that he would explain everything right now. It wasn't what she thought. The girl declared that she wasn't even going to listen because Faye always lies. They're breaking up and she doesn't want to see him anymore. Just then, Lu Li walked into the house. Faye shouted after her, begging Azzy not to leave. Everything he says is the absolute truth. Faye added that they were all dear to him. Each of them held a special place in his heart. Faye was surprised to see his brother standing before him. Lu Li suggested that perhaps he had come at the wrong time. Faye said he always has time for his brother. Don't worry about Azzy. Everything will be fine in 2 days. Faye asked if his brother wanted a drink and what he should pour him. Lu Li picked up a piece of women's underwear from the couch and reminded his brother that he needed to practice better hygiene. He should be more discreet about his personal life. Faye tossed the women's underwear aside and said he knew everything. Lu Li reminded him that Faye was still leaving things lying around. Faye pointed out that this time his brother had to stay with him for 2 more days. After all, he used to be constantly rushing off somewhere. Lu Li declared that he held the key to solving the mystery of his older brother's disappearance. Faye grew serious and said that the equipment Lu Li had ordered to be prepared was already ready. Destiny's False Moon would officially launch at midnight tonight. Lu Li added that the reason for his older brother's disappearance must be related to this game. Exactly at midnight, the identity verification process began. Identity was confirmed, and the system asked if the player was sure they wanted to start the game. The answer was yes, and the system welcomed the player to the world of False Moon. The elf assistant said she was ready to answer any questions. She could be called SS. The game was about to begin, and she wished him a happy journey in this fantastical reality. The loading process is underway. Neurons are connected, the sensory system is active, and vision is being adjusted. Data loading is complete. Character creation begins. The system reported that the player had entered the newbie village in Maudlin. In the game, Lu Li was a novice adventurer. The young man realized that the neural connection was well optimized. The temperature and humidity in the game were very similar to real life. Faye waved to his brother and said he was nearby. Moreover, Faye wasn't alone. He was with a girl. He introduced her as his new acquaintance, Amy. He suggested they team up and go on missions together. Lu Li told his brother that they should go first. Faye was surprised. Was his brother really not going? After all, the missions for newbies were the same. Luli said that their paths were different. Faye should set out and improve his skills. Luli told SS to unlock a special redemption code. SS asked the host what these system notifications were. She couldn't identify them. Luli admitted that it was a program he had created. Faye asked the host to stop using plugins. Otherwise, the account might get banned. Luli said that these items are hidden in the game's base code, and the system won't be able to find them. It would take at least 6 months to detect them manually. One of the items was a bracelet of omniscience. Whenever the item's quality improves, one of the owner's professional skills can be obtained at random. Luli asked Essis to help hide this item. The fairy remarked that the bracelet was very beautiful. Why hide it? The young man replied that the bracelet was too flashy, but he preferred a more understated look. The next item was the Book of Random Achievements. Every 10th level randomly generates an achievement task based on the character's events. Luli said that he had only entered the instructions for the powerful prop. The rest of the items are randomly generated by artificial intelligence. The fairy said that this was a very interesting prop. The third item was the invitation letter from Asura. This was the most important item. After 2 years at Destiny, the young man had finally managed to obtain it. During the closed beta test, his brother had received this letter. Luli thought that this item must be the reason for his brother's disappearance. If anything happened to him, the key would be lost. His younger brother must not face such difficulties again. The letter contained a message: "Fear nothing. Follow your heart. Anyone who gets in the way will be destroyed. Anyone who opposes him will be destroyed. No one will be able to stop him." The young man decided to change his profession to Asura. In that case, a new storyline will be triggered. The young man's heart began to pound intensely. Luli clutched his chest and said his heart was aching terribly. Asura, blade in hand, recited a spell in an incomprehensible language. The player felt a sharp blade pierce his chest. Luli didn't understand what was happening. He didn't recognize this storyline. The pain felt realistic. The system detected that the character had been destroyed. However, this was an error, as characters in this area cannot be attacked. A restart is occurring to avoid a system error. The restart failed. Luli thought it was dark around him, and he couldn't see anything. The player wanted to log out, but the system reported an error. The data source code was not found. It is impossible to log out. Luli found himself back in the skeleton's body. The young man didn't know if the system had been restored. It was Luli, a broken skeleton warrior. The protagonist wondered how he had become a skeleton. Wasn't this Asura? Luli looked around and didn't understand what kind of place this was. Someone was standing before our hero. He told his servant to awaken. It was the epic boss Kai Yin, the summoner of the undead. He said that the summoning seemed to have been successful. Luli realized that he was facing an NPC and decided to talk to him. The protagonist asked where he was right now. Kai Yin was surprised. Why was this skeleton talking? Had he really summoned a rare-level skeleton? Luli realized that this NPC wasn't talking to him, so he'd have to find someone else. Kai Yin was surprised. Why hadn't this skeleton knelt down? Could it be disobedient? The epic boss activated his abilities and decided to show who was in charge here. Kai Yin decided to punish this rebellious one. Luli was surprised by what this boss was doing. Kai Yin declared that he was teaching this skeleton to be an obedient dog. The protagonist decided that he was facing some kind of new boss. Luli said indignantly that he was only at the first level. He didn't even have any skills. Who even came up with this plot? Under the influence of external forces, the skeleton flew far to the side, breaking its chains in the process. The young man was surprised again. What was going on here? A giant appeared at this location, the Great Saru. Luli thought this character was incredibly huge. The protagonist was baffled. Had he really picked the wrong map? How was he supposed to play here? The helper fairy appeared and remarked that the master had a very unique outfit. Luli asked the fairy what kind of place this was. She replied that he was currently in the lands of utter darkness. This is the home of all the high-level bosses in the game False Moon. It is the area with the highest danger level. Luli asked how he should play here. Was there really no quest he could complete? The fairy said she would check everything right away. SS reported that the request had been successfully fulfilled. 100 kilometers from here, there was a location where he could complete a quest. She was ready to show him the way. Climbing the mountain, Luli asked, Was there really no normal path? SS replied that this was the shortest route. The detour was 4 times longer. While traveling across the water, our hero had to flee from a huge monster fish. He angrily asked what kind of path the ferry had chosen. SS wished him luck and offered to play some background music. SS told the host that they needed to hurry. Another monster was chasing them. Luli ran as fast as he could and said that her chatter wasn't making him feel any better. After a while, the ferry told the host that they had reached their destination. Luli felt terrible. His legs were shaking and he was completely exhausted. The protagonist admitted that they had finally arrived. Luli asked his assistant, "Do they really have to wait in this line to get inside?" S noted that it would take about 2 hours. The skeleton said there was an entrance there, but no one was rushing to use it. SS admitted that this was an unplanned route. Luli decided to take a different route and said that the entrance didn't matter. After all, the main thing was to get into the city. The ferry's route turned out to be too grueling. At the entrance, the enormous monster guards asked the skeleton what he was doing there. Luli replied that he was in a great hurry. Could they let him through? One of the guards agreed and let him in, provided he was truly in a hurry. Luli thought that this turned out to be much easier than he had expected. The guards told the skeleton to hurry up and not to thank them. The young man left, and the monsters laughed. They decided to go in too and watch the skeleton meet his end. A voice announced that registration for the Fengyuan platform had ended. Luli walked down a long corridor, at the end of which was an exit. The protagonist thought that he had finally arrived. A bright light hit his face. A voice announced that he had finally exited. The show host said that the last participant had appeared. The host suggested taking a look at the player's basic information. Rabbit said in surprise that this character, a broken skeleton warrior, was only at level 1. This is an absolutely fearless skeleton. The audience said he definitely hadn't come to fight. He could be crushed with a single pinky finger. He's just cannon fodder. The host said that throughout the battle, the audience would be joined by their favorite commentator, Quick Rabbit. A turtle was also standing next to him. Quick Rabbit explained the tournament rules. The protagonist thought he should have listened to the ferry assistant. Luli realized he had made a huge mistake. However, there was no turning back now. The system asked the player to choose a class. Luli assessed the situation and fell into thought. When he played video games, people always told him he was cut out to be an assassin. Our hero chose the assassin class. The system announced that the player had been assigned level 10 assassin class. Quick Rabbit asked whether the contestants would adapt to their level. Time waits for no one. Weapons would be distributed shortly. The players received temporary weapons, sharp daggers. Luli thought they looked pretty good. He needed to test them in battle. Our hero decided if he couldn't win, then he would simply admit defeat. There shouldn't be any problems. Quick Rabbit said that this year's program had a special highlight. He invited everyone to welcome the guest of honor, the Sword Masters. Those who perform well in this competition could become their disciples. The host introduced a celebrity, Master Zhuang Hui. He was the master of the Northern Blood Moon Hall. He is in charge of the Blood Moon's external battles. Quick Rabbit also introduced the beauty of the Blood Moon, Master Wu Yue. This master is in charge of the Blood Moon's resource allocation. Luli heard his brother's name. Finally, a clue had appeared. Our hero thought that this woman must know something. He needed to get closer to her somehow. We caught the skeleton's gaze and thought indignantly, how dare this lowly peasant look at her? Has he grown tired of living? She decided to see how he would perform in a duel. But what could he possibly show with his skills? Why not just get rid of him? Quick Rabbit said he was wrapping up the show. The suspense remained. Who would get the prize? The turtle also wanted to say something to the audience. The first contestant named was a promising player from the Blood Lion clan, Blood Claw. This is a legendary family of wild lions, superior to other clans. He is a new representative of the Blood Lion generation. His sharp claws are unbreakable and extremely dangerous. He is a recognized starter. The second promising contestant from the Great Sword Society is Zombie Swordsman, Bei Lei. He is a representative of a recently emerged clan from the southern region. This player is the vice president of the Great Swords Gang. He is quite famous in his homeland. The third contestant has appeared, the two-bladed devil, Grr. He came from a remote backwater, but he should not be underestimated. Fourth place goes to the contestant. Quick Rabbit didn't finish his sentence. He was surprised that cannon fodder could do that. Our hero's opponent, bleeding profusely, sank to his knees. The show's host didn't understand how it happened. Quick Rabbit announced that the second round would be even more exciting. In the next round, Cannon Fodder faces off against the devil with two blades, Gyro. The opponent told our hero that this guy should give up without a fight. Gyro added that he wouldn't bother destroying such a weakling. The skeleton isn't strong enough to fight him. The skeleton said nothing in response. However, his appearance and posture made it clear that he had no intention of surrendering. The fireball skill was activated, and the opponent was engulfed in flames. The girls said that Faye was amazing. They had destroyed all the goblins in the area. There were so many of them, yet Faye had dealt with them all. The girls asked if Faye could teach them to fight like that. The companion said that Faye was indeed very strong. The young man noted that his brother was even stronger. He was ready to show them. Faye added that when the girls saw his brother, they would understand just how strong he was. Game Encyclopedia. SS explained, the city of the Blood Moon is divided into 4 regions. Each zone is guarded by a master. Hall Master is the highest rank. Quick Rabbit said that Cannon Fodder is a very cold-blooded participant. He has no intention of accepting his opponent's kindness. Gear said that the opponent still doesn't understand the whole situation. He missed his only chance to survive. However, the skeleton has nothing to worry about. His death will be painless. Quick Rabbit noticed that this player's technique is very fast. It's simply impossible to keep up with his movements. Gear was surprised. Did the Cannon Fodder really dodge his blow? It must be a fluke. Gear shouted for his opponent to stop dodging and face his blows like a man. The Mighty Strike skill was activated. Quick Rabbit was baffled. Had the skeleton dodged the blow again? How on earth does he do that? The enemy's arm length is 80 centimeters. The blade of the enemy's weapon is 1 meter. The length of the hilt is 20 centimeters. The maximum strike range should be 2 meters. He needs to keep a distance of more than 2 meters. The protagonist calculated the battle parameters and the maximum permissible distance from his opponent in his head. Now that our hero was at a safe distance, the opponent's next strike could be an instant strike. This is a direct strike in which time seems to stand still. If he seizes the opportunity, he can win. The spectators were puzzled as to why Gur still couldn't win. So he wasn't that strong after all? He should be ashamed of himself. Gear was furious and believed that this guy had simply been lucky up until now. Now he had to cut this scoundrel in half with a single blow. Gur activated his instant strike skill and attacked our hero. Luli calculated the maximum safe distance from his opponent in his head and decided it was time to activate his abilities. Gear took a devastating blow and was surprised. How was this possible? Gear couldn't fathom how he could have lost without becoming the ruler. The broken skeleton silently left the battlefield. Quick Rabbit announced that the battle was over. Cannon Fodder had won. It was hard to believe his eyes. The newcomer was pretending to be an innocent lamb. What was he really hiding? Quick Rabbit suggested giving the winner a round of applause. He would eagerly await Cannon Fodder's next appearance. Zhuang Hui told his colleague that this was an interesting character. What did she think about it? Wei Yue said she didn't find it surprising at all. This guy was just using his brain. Wu Yue added that thanks to this fight, things here weren't quite so boring anymore. She was glad that the skeleton was still alive. Zhuang Hui remarked that he was still at the lowest level. Nothing but trash. Quick Rabbit said that the most exciting match is about to begin. This time, you could say it's a championship battle. The Bloody Lion, Bloody Claw versus Zombie Swordsman Belay. Blood Claw told his opponent that Zombie Swordsman is no match for him. He should understand that himself. Belay admitted that he isn't as good as his opponent. However, as long as he has a sword in his hands, he'll charge headlong. Nothing will stop him. The water technique and instant strike skills have been activated. Quick Rabbit noticed that Belay had used a combo strike. This move was at least 5 times faster than Jira's. He was about to cut off Blood Claw's head. Belay declared that this was the price his opponent would pay for underestimating him. Blood Claw withstood his opponent's strike and reminded him that he was from the Blood Lion clan. Blood Claw grabbed his opponent's weapon with his teeth and bit it in half. Belay said that was impossible. Blood Claw activated the powerful Claw's skill. His opponent was mercilessly attacked. As a result of this attack, Belay fell to the arena and did not get back up. Blood Claw said he thought his opponent was a little stronger. However, in reality, he turned out to be trash. Quick Rabbit admitted that Blood Claw was very strong. Belay, on whom he had pinned his hopes, fell after the very first blow. The champion of this tournament was almost certain. The spectators chanted the winner's name. Bloodclaw savored his victory. Zhonghui said that this lion wasn't bad. His pedigree was clean, and he had a solid foundation. Wei Yue replied that she didn't want to hear anything about his pedigree. It was just ridiculous. The protagonist, looking at this player, was surprised. What just happened? After all, this lion had literally crushed his opponent's weapon with his teeth. The weapon was custom-made, so it wasn't that easy to destroy. Even though his level has been reduced to 10, his base stats are far above average. Bloodclaw turned around, looked at our hero, and called him a freak of nature. The lion asked if the skeleton dared to go against him. He added that he wasn't done playing yet. Bloodclaw said that his opponent could refuse to give up if he had the courage. Luli thought he should have analyzed everything earlier. Now he realizes he has no chance of winning. Luli looked at Wu Yue and thought there was a way to get closer to her. However, to do that, he absolutely had to win. Wu Yu thought, if the skeleton doesn't come out on stage now, it will be a total letdown. But he shouldn't be that boring. Luli thought, how could he hope to find his older brother if he gave up at the slightest sign of trouble? In this whole world, his brothers were the only family he had left. They were more important than his own life, and no difficulties should stop him. The next battle would pit Bloodclaw against cannon fodder. The lion laughed and said that lesser beings were rather foolish. The skeleton would be better off choosing an opponent more suited to his level. Bloodclaw said he would think of his opponent as a dessert before victory. The skeleton must use his despair and remorse to give him pleasure. Luli asked why this lion was talking so much. Was he even going to fight? Luli lunged at his opponent. Bloodclaw said this guy was too slow. His speed wasn't what it used to be. However, the skeleton unexpectedly closed in on his opponent quickly and landed a blow. Lev got angry. It turned out the skeleton's speed was just fine. One mustn't forget that he was a professional killer. It seemed he had just been pretending before. Bloodclaw shouted that his opponent wasn't even fit to lick his boots. After the attack, Luli stepped aside and concentrated. The guy realized his opponent was strong and that he couldn't win using speed alone. The lion's skills were clearly far superior. Bloodclaw noticed his opponent's attack too late. It was already too late to do anything. How could this skeleton have hit him with his weapon? Lev said he wanted cannon fodder to meet the most shameful end. Quick Rabbit said it was simply unbelievable. Cannon fodder could fight Bloodclaw, and it no longer seemed like fantasy. Wu Yu thought this was very strange, since this skeleton's rank and lineage were at the very lowest level. However, the further it went, the more interesting it became. Bloodclaw is now truly enraged. He's going to fight with full force. The lion roared that he would be the first to show what true speed means. Bloodclaw quickly closed in on his opponent and attacked him immediately. Luli noted that the lion was indeed very strong. After this attack, the protagonist lost his balance and began to back away. The lion activated the powerful claws skill and said he wanted to see how his opponent would dodge this strike. Lev remarked that trash will always remain trash. Luli replied that the Bloodclaw turned out to be very easy to catch. The skeleton added that the lion's strike was very dangerous, but only for the first half second. The backstab skill was activated. The skeleton teleported behind the enemy to launch a surprise attack. The skeleton also noted that the lion wouldn't be able to turn around until the effect of this technique wore off. Lev replied that it wasn't bad for a player of that level, but it was all useless. Bloodclaw activated the lion's blood rage technique. The skeleton felt he couldn't move. What had Bloodclaw done to him? Quick Rabbit said that they would finally see the exclusive skill, Lion's Blood Rage. Its activation paralyzes all enemies within a 5-meter radius for 1.5 seconds. Zhonghui noted that the player was very young, yet already possessed such a skill. That wasn't bad. A player like that would come in handy. Wu Yu said that her colleague was taking on too much. Zhonghui laughed and replied that Wu Yu wasn't going to take on any more apprentices anyway. The woman thought that someone in this battle had piqued her interest after all. Bloodclaw said that he had demonstrated absolute power, and now his opponent must surrender. Once again, the skeleton was attacked and suffered significant damage. His arm and leg were injured. Quick Rabbit said that the cannon fodder had injured his arm and leg. What would he do now? After all, his only strength lay in his speed. The outcome was a foregone conclusion. The lion said there was no need to give up now. Even if the contest ended, he still wouldn't let his opponent go. He would keep playing with him until he died. The skeleton was surprised. What was this lion talking about? The protagonist thought that everything could change very quickly. The fish is about to take the bait. Encyclopedia of Games. The bloody technique exclusive lineage mark. It depends on the level and is related to how pure the lineage is. Lev asked his wounded opponent what they should play now. He could break the skeleton's bones one by one, though that was too cliché, but it would hurt either way. The skeleton noted that there were 3 steps left. The lion asked his opponent not to stay silent and to say something. There was no need to spoil the mood with his silence. The skeleton noted that there were 2 moves left. When the time came, the skeleton leaped up and attacked the lion. The skeleton's severed arm, with a blade clenched in its fist, also sprang into action. Lev was ready for his opponent's attack, but he hadn't expected a blow from a severed arm coming from behind. Lev blocked the blade thrown by the skeleton and said that at least he was amused by the fact that his opponent was putting up a fight. The skeleton's hand plunged the blade into Lev's back. Bloodclaw screamed loudly in pain and surprise. Blood spurted in all directions. Lev collapsed face down. The skeleton stood triumphantly in the arena. The great masters and showmen, along with all the spectators in the stands, stared in amazement at the arena. For a moment, complete silence reigned. The turtle snatched the microphone from the rabbit and shouted that it had been amazing. He hadn't seen such a mind-blowing fight in a long time. The turtle declared that he would now present the audience with an analysis of everything they had seen. It was a fight entirely orchestrated by Cannon Fodder. Cannon Fodder demonstrated his speed advantage and, from the very beginning, provoked Bloodclaw to make him lose his composure and control. By constantly feigning weakness, he forced Bloodclaw to play his last trump card. The most interesting thing is that his arm and leg were seriously injured. However, this was a strategic move. In a hopeless situation, when everyone thought the skeleton was doomed, he used a unique feature of his body. Since severed bones remained connected to their owner's spirit for a while, it was a battle in which the weak defeated the strong. The turtle said that this concluded his analysis of the match. Then he introduced a new player. Standing before the spectators in the stands was Zhang Yue. The lion screamed for help. After all, he couldn't die in a fight like this. He had cut down all the roots after all. Zhonghai decided he had to do something. Using his unique abilities, the great warrior approached the bloody claw lying in the stands. Zhuanghui struck the skeleton with the fist of rage. Our hero took a crushing blow and was sent flying far backward. At the same time, his bones began to shatter. The skull detached from the body and flew off on its own. Wei Yue held out her hand to catch the skull. The woman grabbed the skeleton's skull and prevented its complete destruction. The heavenly barrier skill was activated. Zhuanghui was outraged and asked if Wu Yue had really decided to harm him. The Grand Master's hand, with which he had struck the skeleton, was injured. Wu said that things weren't that simple. At that moment, the woman turned her attention to the skeleton and tried to at least partially restore it. Wu Yu turned to the skeleton and said that from that moment on, it was her property. Game Encyclopedia, Heavenly Barrier. Wei Yue can deal damage to the enemy, ignoring the opponent's magical defenses. The enemy cannot heal for 1 minute. Wu Yu directed her inner energy toward the skeleton and said that this should help it recover. The skeleton's body did indeed return to its former shape. Luli noticed that his bones had not only healed but had become stronger than before. Wu Yu asked where the rabbit and the turtle had gone. If they didn't announce the result immediately, she would certainly tear their limbs off right then and there. The rabbit demanded that the turtle announce the result of this contest immediately. The turtle said, "The outcast hero dared to devour the sun. We have witnessed the birth of a new rising star." Luli, the broken skeleton warrior, reached level 15 as an assassin. A new skill was learned, Dark Step. As a reward, he was given a level 15 dagger, blood-dripping spiked blade. Turtle said that this item was already very good on its own. It was perfect for attrition battles. Rabbit noted that combat endurance would come in very handy in upcoming battles. Yu called the skeleton a little one and added that the injuries had healed and the reward had been received. It was time to start the Fengyun Jie. Quick Rabbit noted that Zhang Yi was participating for the first time, so he might not know everything. Fengyun is divided into 2 parts. The first is a battle in the ring. After that, the champion is admitted to the second part, Fengyun Ji. Now, to survive, you need to hunt down as many players as possible and destroy them. Zhuanghui said that this isn't the end yet. Wei Yue openly attacked the Lord. Does she really want to declare war? She's wasting resources aimlessly, and her excessive ambition could be her downfall. Zhuanghui said they want to get rid of him because he seeks to gather all resources into his own hands. The woman replied that it's high time for her colleague to retire. Wei Yur added that Zhuang Hui could be punished for interrupting the tournament. Does he really want to save someone? He shouldn't cling to that lion. After this stunt, his salary will be cut, and they might not issue him a weapon when he goes to war. The skeleton thought that these two shouldn't start fighting. The rabbit noted that if the masters started arguing, half the residents might suffer. Wu Yui told the skeleton not to let her down. He must not return unless he can eliminate at least 1,000 victims. The Book of Random Achievements item has been activated. A random quest is generated for the player. Teleportation was successful. The countdown begins. Operation Codename, Blood Traveler. The Bloody Wanderer encountered a gang of bald men with knives on his way. Using the Bracelet of Omniscience, a character level up was detected. His skills have improved. Current equipment quality is average. Skills will be randomly assigned each time equipment is updated. A new skill can be acquired. Our hero engaged in battle with the gang of bald men with knives. During the fight, random skills were assigned. The skill Enemy Hunter's Blade was acquired. Now, damage from a strike increases depending on the number of attacks. Now it is necessary to reduce the enemy's health and then use this technique over and over again. In this way, it is theoretically possible to create a perpetual motion machine. Luli asked SS's if other players could see his location. The elf replied that the system would broadcast his location in real time to all players on the server. The Bloody Wanderer thought that in that case, everything would be much easier. The skeleton sat down on a tree branch and decided to take a break. He had dealt with almost everyone in this area. Players were becoming increasingly rare on the path. It was time to head to another location. The skeleton regretted that there was no way to take the weapons with him. They would go to waste here. The hunter suddenly appeared on the lawn with the weapons and said he would get rich, since now all of this belonged to him. Luli looked at the guy in surprise. The young man, looking around, said that this was a scenario fit for a true hero. Luli rose from his seat. The young man was attacked by a skeleton and began to bleed out. The young man shouted that this was impossible. Why was he being attacked? After all, he was the hero and the strongest. There must have been some kind of system glitch. Luli thought this player was too talkative. Other players were approaching the lawn with weapons. They were looking for the boss. The players were attacked by the skeleton. After that, the skeleton racked up a string of victims. However, our hero felt that this still wasn't enough for victory. After a while, Fei, our hero's younger brother, appeared on the same lawn. He was surprised to see so many weapons. Game Encyclopedia, there is no difference between good and bad. The most important thing is to listen to yourself. Enjoying the game with a like-minded person is the true goal of the game. The system congratulated the player on successfully defeating a level 15 monster, the giant warrior Qui-Gong. Luna, the Knight of Moonlight, received a level 15 bracelet as a reward. The bracelet was called the Heart of Resistance. It was suitable for all classes. The skeleton, watching Luna from a tree branch, thought that the players might be able to outpace an epic-level boss. He had never seen anything like it before. The fairy said that the Moonlight Knight possessed a hidden class of swordsman and combined physical and magical attack power. Luna sensed that someone was watching her. Could there really be someone nearby? Strangers appeared in the clearing. One of them noticed an epic-level item on the girl. The leader of the strangers said he wanted to take a closer look at the item. He had never seen anything like it before. Luna asked if they wanted to fight her. The man said that wasn't the case. They just wanted to be friends with her. Maybe they'd rent her weapon for a few days, but they promised to return it. If she didn't believe him, she could add him on WeChat. Luli, watching the scene, thought, when cats fight, mice have a field day. Luna said that these guys could take her bracelet and weapon if they could manage it. The man noticed that the girl had no intention of giving it up willingly. Then his younger brothers would help her make up her mind. The two men did indeed begin to approach the Moonlight Knight. The girl attacked her opponents and scattered them in different directions, activating the Star Strike skill. The older brother realized that things weren't going to be so simple after all. He said he was the leader of Jijong's team. Luna didn't listen to this guy. She simply walked up and cut off his head. Luna turned her head toward the forest and said that now the stranger could come out, since he'd seen enough. Luli jumped down from the tree and stood before the girl. Luna thought that the boss of this location was standing before her. The skeleton noticed that this girl had managed to spot him. The cost of destruction might be too high, though it's worth it. Luna thought that the boss wanted to fight her here. However, the gang might return soon to seek revenge. It's clear that this boss is very warlike. The battle began, and the opponents rushed at each other. Bandits with reinforcements appeared in the clearing. They saw the girl who had taken down their older brother. The bandits noticed that the boss of this area was also in the clearing. Lu Li decided that a new wave had arrived. Luna and Lu Li exchanged glances and understood each other without words. The skeleton took a huge leap toward the forest. The bandits decided to leave him alone for now, since they had come here to avenge their brother. The players who had come to attack the boss thought the girl had joined forces with them. Now they were a professional team. The bandits and players shouted in unison that they couldn't let their targets escape. The bandits and the players rushed toward each other. In the clearing, a clash between the groups was inevitable. The skeleton and the Moonlight Knight appeared in the clearing once more. The hunters and bandits shouted that the two had returned. They must be attacked. The leader of the hunters said that after the clash between their groups, their numbers had been significantly reduced. The group attack had been a mistake. As a result, Lu Li and Luna found themselves face-to-face in the clearing once more. However, at that moment, the system reported that the mission had been completed. The girl in the wheelchair and the maid stared silently out the window. The woman turned to Miss Bai and said that the master and his wife had invited her to dinner. The girl replied that she wasn't hungry. Miss Bai sat down at the table, picked up a pen, and began to write. The story was about the Bai Xiao Yui family. Game encyclopedia. Attributes: strength, maximum attack power, intelligence, ability to control strength. The system reported that the player had successfully completed the quest by defeating 1,000 players. He receives a random reward. The reward was divine earrings. This is a mythical item. Now the owner of this item can change their appearance. Lu Li looked at the earrings and thought that this was the reward for eliminating 1,000 players. This item would be very useful. Quick Rabbit congratulated participant Lu Li on successfully completing the competition. He achieved impressive results by eliminating 1,000 players. The turtle added that this player is worthy of the name Star of Fengyun. The player Fengyun Star stepped into the arena and found himself bathed in the spotlight. Zhuang Hui, with his arm in a sling, glared angrily at the skeleton and his mentor. Wei Yuer said that the skeleton had turned out to be a good boy and hadn't disgraced her. The woman added that it was time for them to go and beckoned the skeleton to follow her. City of the Blood Moon, one of the secret realms. Wei Yue and our hero approached the fiery lake. Lu Li thought that by uncovering the hidden plot, all the secrets would be revealed to him. But there is no game plan here. What is going on? Wei Yue asked if the skeleton knew why Bloodclaw, despite being at the same level, remained strong. Lu Li replied that it was due to genetics. Just like with equipment, players have different attributes. This difference lies in their lineage. The skeleton admitted that his lineage was too low. Lu Li asked the mentor if she had brought him here to improve his lineage. The answer was yes. The woman added that this was one of her secret realms, the secret lake of blood. Wei Yue told the skeleton to choose the spot he liked best and get started. The master added that now everything would depend solely on his luck. In the City of the Blood Moon, at the Temple of the Northern Moon, Zhuang Hui said that he hadn't finished his conversation with Wei Yue yet. Zhuang Hui added that if it weren't for the Blood Lion clan, he wouldn't feel so ashamed in front of that good-for-nothing. The assistant told his master to calm down. The assistant said that things weren't really that bad. The Lion clan intended to befriend them. Anyone would stand up for their disciple. The master shouldn't be so angry. Zhuang Hui replied that it still made him angry. The assistant said that at first glance, they had no way to stand up to Wu Yue. However, they could influence her. The man leaned in and whispered something in the master's ear. Zhuang Hui was pleased and said they would do just that. Wu Yue, watching her disciple in the Lake of Blood, said that his speed of absorption simply amazed her. The master thought that this player had great potential. Suddenly, a paramilitary unit appeared on the shore of the lake. It was the City Lord's Black Guard of Doom. The unit commander said they had orders. Wei Yue must go to the capital immediately. The woman said she was busy right now. She would go when she was free. The squad commander said he had orders from the Lord. She had no right to disobey. The squad commander explained that once such an order was issued, she must report immediately. Otherwise, it would mean execution. Wu Yue warned that rockfalls sometimes occur here. She expressed hope that her charge would not be crushed. The skeleton began to transform, and splashes of bloody liquid appeared around it. A fireball began to glow nearby. The players standing at the edge of the lake took an interest in this phenomenon. What on earth is going on there? One of the players was a subordinate of Master Zhuang Hui. He was his shadow force. Realizing what was happening, the players decided to destroy whatever was about to emerge from the transformed skeleton. Game Encyclopedia: improving one's lineage. The City of the Blood Moon is a very important secret realm. By absorbing energy from the pool of blood, one can develop their own lineage. Accompanied by an armed squad, Wei Yue moved down the mountainside. The squad commander led the procession. The squad commander thought that Wu Yue should be more obedient when receiving orders from above. The headstrong woman did as she pleased and sat down on a rock, deciding to rest for a while. The squad commander was surprised by what Wu Yue was doing now. The woman thought that the view from here was magnificent. Zhuang Hui's subordinate watched as the members of his squad waited for the outcome of the skeleton's bloody transformation. After the necessary transformations, a human silhouette emerged from the pool of blood. The armed players decided that the transformation had been successful, so everything had worked out. Instead of a skeleton, a naked young man with a bloody horn on his forehead appeared before the players. The hunters immediately attacked this man. However, the attack proved fatal for them. Each of them lost their head. Zhuang Hui's subordinate, watching what was happening, was surprised. Could this really be possible? The squad commander ordered the remaining players to attack all at once. They had to use a second tactic. The man who emerged from the blood-red lake activated his unique abilities to fend off the attackers. With a deft movement of his hand, he ripped out the heart of each one. The squad leader shouted loudly and personally charged at this man. The attacker realized too late that he had made an unforgivable mistake. However, he had no choice left. The villain understood that he had been given false information. This man is incredibly strong, but orders must be followed. Earlier, before receiving the assignment, the assistant had told Zhuang Huayu that he was facing a shadow squad. This squad was the pride of the Temple of the Northern Moon. Recalling his encounter with the Great Master, the squad commander could not back down. He even attacked this incredibly strong opponent single-handedly. The naked young man saw no obstacles and attacked the mercenary squad commander himself. As a result of the clash with his opponent, the man from the lake suffered first-degree burns and his scorched skin exposed his skeleton. The hunter continued his attacks and his opponent turned back into a skeleton. However, this was only temporary. The skeleton turned back into a man and delivered a devastating blow to Zhuang Hui's subordinate. The villain was finished. Wu Yue clapped her hands and said that wasn't bad. The Fengyun competitions had not gone unnoticed. The naked young man asked, "Were those Zhuang Hui's men?" The answer was yes. The woman added that they had wanted to destroy the young man and take her away. However, she herself had sent them far away. The young man asked if she had lured them out on purpose. Was this a second test for him? The woman's gaze was fixed on the part of the young man's body below the waist. The young man blushed with embarrassment and covered himself with his hands. The woman was surprised. Why was he hiding it? She wanted him to take his hands away. Wu Yu said she was pleased with this young man. What did he want? She was ready to grant his every wish. The young man said that in that case he wanted to ask about a man named Han Yixiao. The woman sighed deeply and said that he had left long ago. Game Encyclopedia: The Bloody Order. This is an order to direct all forces toward a single goal. The actions of those who resist are equated with rebellion. Protesters must be arrested immediately. The young man listened attentively to Wu Yu's confession. After a brief pause, he asked, "What happened?" The woman noticed that this was already the second question. Wu Yu looked at the young man's hands. He was agitated and clenching his fists in anger. He couldn't wait for an answer. Wu Yu replied that she could tell him everything. However, the young man had to explain something to her first. Ever since he heard Han Yixiao at the competition, he had often looked at her. Then he had thought everything through and shown himself in the best light. All of this was to get close to her and find out about the student. What does that make him? Luli replied that it turned out Han Yixiao was his older brother. Social welfare institution. Many children live in this facility. The older children are holding stuffed animals and laughing loudly. Opposite them, two younger boys stand in a corner, looking frightened. An older child handed them a toy and told them they could keep playing. Fei, with tears in his eyes, asked for the rabbit bag. After all, his mom had given him that toy. Luli stepped forward and tried to protect his younger brother. The bullies laughed and said, "Is he still trying to play the hero?" The oldest of them tried to rip the stuffed rabbit's paws off. The leader of the bullies said this was an orphanage. His mom had adopted them all. They were nothing more than trash. The bully tore the toy apart and declared that everything here belonged to him, and he could do whatever he wanted with it. Fei shouted not to ruin his rabbit because he wanted to take it home. Luli pulled a sharp rod out of his pocket and warned his younger brother not to do that at home. Suddenly, a young man named Han Yixiao appeared behind the bullies. He jumped high into the air and swung his broom at the ringleaders. Han Yixiao made it clear that the three of them should never bother the little ones again. The bullies admitted their mistake. The bullies got scared and ran off. Justice prevailed. Han Yixiao told the kids that everything would be okay now. Fei remarked that this guy was really cool. Lu Li asked who he was and why he had helped them. The young man replied that his name was Han Yixiao. If any problems arose, they could always call on him. He added that from now on, he would protect these kids and no one would ever bully them again. Lu Li told Master Wu Yue that Han Yixiao was the person closest to him. He was like family. Wu Yue remembered this student. Han Yixiao asked the master for a standard weapon. The young man added that he also had two younger brothers. An older brother should give the best of everything to his younger siblings. Wu Yu told our hero, Purgatory. The young man asked her to repeat it. That day, Han Yixiao defeated the Knight Gudong. He reaffirmed his status as a champion. 10 consecutive victories. The contestant Han Yixiao became a legend. After Han Yixiao won 10 consecutive victories, he entered Fengyun as usual. However, he did not return from there. Quick Rabbit reported that the battle had ended 4 hours ago. The turtle couldn't believe it. However, the competition had already come to an end, and Han Yixiao was supposed to have returned. Wu Yue said she had been looking for him for a long time, but then learned of the last place he was seen. It was Purgatory. Lu Li asked, could it be that, even knowing his location, the master couldn't do anything? Wei Wei confirmed that she truly couldn't do anything. She was unable to teleport to that place. That world is blocked by an unknown force, so it's impossible to get there. Lu Li analyzed all the information he had received. Purgatory. Teleportation was out of the question. The master didn't have that ability. Lu Li summoned his elf assistant. The young man said they needed to obtain all information about Purgatory. SS reported that the master didn't have such authority. The request was rejected. An error occurred. Lu Li said they needed to make a query in the database and switch the interface to manual input. Wu Yue was surprised. Was this guy really talking to himself? Lu Li tried to calm down and think everything through coolly. Purgatory was the place where his brother had last been online, and the place where he had been spotted. An idea struck the protagonist. He could find his brother right there. The young man entered his password, and the system prompted him to retrieve the Purgatory code. The protagonist was puzzled. What kind of code was this? The security system had been triggered. Unauthorized intrusion, shutdown protocol activated. Lu Li was puzzled. How was this possible? Why was the original code being overwritten? The forced expulsion protocol was activated. Wu Yue noted that she had told him everything she knew. If the student didn't believe her, he could go look for Han Yixiao himself. Lu Li thought that indeed, if he went to that place, he would be able to find out everything and locate his brother. Lu Li told the master that he had one more question: how to get to that world. The elf assistant told her master that she knew how to return to the game world. Game Encyclopedia. The game False Moon is divided into the player's world and the boss's world, which are not interconnected. There are several ways to travel to the other world. 8 methods are known. Lu Li used the Asura's Invitation, a time-limited elite boss letter. The game's source code is the original program's code. Rewriting it is like changing the foundation of a building. It's practically impossible. Wu Yue replied that she knew only the name, Fengyun Platform. There is a time limit there. The woman added that her disciple was quite impatient. Han Yixiao plunged into the blood lake twice and never returned. Wu Yue noted that now her current student was also planning to go there. She repeated that she knew how to return to the player's world. The elf asked the host to follow her. Lu Li told the master that he had found a way to enter the player's world. The young man explained that the player's world was what the master called that world. Wu Yue thought that was interesting. She added that she would be waiting for good news. A powerful explosion rang out, followed by a cloud of fire. The monsters caught in the blast were scattered in all directions. The explosion mage Fei was at level 23. The young man said it was too easy and asked if there were any stronger monsters around. Girls surrounded the young man on all sides. They said that Fei was very handsome. It was nice of him to share his mana potions with them. At moments like this, Fei was on cloud 9. Fei asked the elf girl if the merchant who collects high-quality weapons was here. The girl said he needed to hurry. The purchase price was very favorable right now, and there was steady demand in the market. Faye told the girls he was willing to spend money on weapons for each of them. For this young man, the girls were ready to do anything. Faye suddenly found himself surrounded by strangers. They were everywhere. The squad leader said they'd come across a fat sheep along the way. The squad was a motley crew, including monsters. Faye told the girls to hide behind him. He addressed the strangers. "Who are you?" Faye noticed that his enemies had crept up close behind him. It was already too late to do anything. The young man was attacked from behind and wounded. Bleeding profusely, Faye lost his balance and began to fall face first. The girls accompanying the young man turned out to be traitors and were members of this gang. It was the North Guild. A representative of the gaming world said that beauty is deceiving. Another girl noted that it was a brilliant scam. The young man's third companion admitted that she was used to leaving pain for others and wealth for herself. In the real world, the representatives of the North Guild were Mei Sheng, Mei Qian, and Mei Ming, three brothers. Faye declared that this was unforgivable. They had deceived him in a despicable way. How dare they lie to him? After all, one must speak only the truth. The squad leader said that this fat sheep wasn't ready to cooperate. After that, the monsters pounced on the player. Faye prepared to fight back. The young man effectively blocked the attacker's assault, counterattacked, and sent them flying far back using his unique abilities. Faye used a fire skill and attacked his opponents again, dealing maximum damage. The young man looked back and noticed at the last moment that his opponent had gotten quite close to him. However, it was already too late to do anything. Using his technical skills, the opponent struck the young man with a blow that knocked him off his feet. The elf fired an energy arrow from her bow. Her sister said they were going after Faye's brother. After a massive attack, Faye realized he didn't even have any mana potions left. He had spent a fortune on these girls, not suspecting they were traitors. The elf asked Faye, was something wrong? Now the young man had to be sensible and hand over his equipment to them. The squad leader said that Faye was surrounded on all sides. If he didn't cooperate, they would have to take action. They would keep at him until they took his last weapon. Faye made it clear that he had no intention of cooperating or surrendering. A middle finger and profanity were part of his tirade. The leader of the villains shouted for the guy to shut up immediately and lunged at him with a sword in his hands. Faye realized he had made a mistake and mentally said goodbye to his older brother. Now he realized he had been duped by con artists. Suddenly, the leader of the villains was attacked and suffered multiple wounds. Faye was surprised. What had happened? Faye looked back and saw a young man behind him who had initiated the attack. The young man said that none of the villains would leave this place. The game's encyclopedia warned, be wary of scammers. Never share personal information with others. If you're planning to meet a player from the game in real life, be sure to tell your friends and family where the meeting will take place. Before the three sisters knew it, their gang members had been wiped out and were lying all over the place. Faye was delighted to see his brother. It was the player Zhang Yue, a level 23 character. Zhang Yu said he had just stepped away for a while, and his younger brother had already gotten himself into trouble. Faye told his brother that he wasn't to blame for anything. He'd been tricked, and they'd tried to steal his weapon. He'd been wronged. The girls realized that this was the very brother Faye had told them about. He must be extremely wealthy too. The sisters smiled and decided that now they were sure to get rich. The sisters urged the surviving gang members to attack these young men. Suddenly, Faye appeared behind the girls and startled them. The girls were truly frightened. The girls declared that they had misunderstood him just a short while ago. They had always been on his side. Faye shouted that he had no intention of making peace with them or forgiving them. He was their downfall. After saying this, the young man held the girls tightly. Faye told his brother that the guild had committed many despicable acts. They robbed honest players and did many bad things. Faye asked how his brother had tracked him down and how his progress was going. Zhang Yue said that he now knew where Han Yixio had last been seen. It was the hellish purgatory. Faye noted that they now had a clear goal. Zhang Yue added that this place isn't on the in-game map. It's safe to assume it's a very high-level area. Faye asked what they would do next. He wanted to join his brother. Zhang Yue replied that first they needed to go to the nearest city to sort out their equipment and supplies. Faye promised his older brother that he would never trust online dating again. The southern suburbs, the city of Nakenda. The protagonist thought he had finally returned to a game he knew. Faye turned to the beautiful woman standing nearby and asked how to get to the right location. The young people were looking for an equipment recycling center. The clerk said that the prices at his equipment disposal center were market rates, and he wasn't cheating anyone. The old man asked if the young people needed to recycle their equipment. The answer was yes. The receiver examined the items offered and said there was a lot of high-quality equipment here. He estimated the total value at 95,000 gold coins. Faye thought that was really cool. At the current exchange rate, that would amount to tens of thousands in freely convertible currency. Zhang Yue complimented the old man and said his hairstyle was magnificent. The appraiser was delighted. Did the young man really think so? The old man added that the young man was also very elegant. Faye asked his older brother what that was all about. Had he really been manipulating the appraiser? Zhang Yue replied that these were just little tricks a programmer uses when creating a game. The system announced that the tons of wealth achievement had been unlocked. Faye told his brother that they still had some equipment left to sell. Zhang Yue said he hadn't picked a place yet. The young men approached a building called the auction house. It was bustling with activity. Faye was surprised and said it was his first time there. Those wishing to attend the auction crowded at the entrance, wondering, how much longer would they have to wait? A young man approached the brothers standing at the gate and caught their attention. The player told the brothers that he was short by just a few hundred, but not for entering the contest. There was an item he really needed. Could the brothers do him a favor? The brothers replied that it wasn't their concern. They followed the rules, a starting capital of 10,000. It would be easier if this player stepped aside. The other players were outraged. Where did this guy come from? He's the only one wasting their time. This man needs to get out of the way. Zhang Yue and Faye walked over to the guy and told him he was coming with them. The brothers figured that Faye was super rich, and that changed everything. The brothers apologized for the delay and told the young men to go ahead. They wished them a pleasant time. The player thanked the young men for their help and promised to repay them when the opportunity arose. Faye told the guy not to worry. A girl approached the young men and greeted them. She said she would be their guide. Her name is 8 Worms. Given Faye's status as super rich, the young people automatically applied for a gold card. Faye asked the girl if he could use this card to win her heart. Faye asked 8 Worms if she believed in love at first sight. A stranger walked past our hero. The girl also decided to take part in the auction. Game Encyclopedia. The auction is the main trading hub in the game. The auction house has almost every item for sale. You can also sell your own items. The rarer the item, the more powerful and expensive it is. 8 Worms suggested that the young people go into a separate room. She would make sure they were comfortable. The girl said that the young people's items would be put up for auction first. Equipment is very popular right now. Faye noticed that 8 Worms was not only beautiful, but also hardworking. The girl clarified that this epic-level sword was Stardust. It was a unique weapon at the current level. It was sure to fetch a decent price at this auction. Faye asked if 8 Worms would be present at the auction, since he didn't understand much about it. Zhang Yue said they needed a list of items. They would pick it up in an hour. The girl promised to take care of everything. The auctioneer announced that the auction would begin shortly and asked everyone to take their seats. The auctioneer introduced himself. His name was Jack. He expressed hope that everyone was familiar with the rules and wished them happy shopping. In response to the applause, Jack thanked the audience for the warm welcome. He said that the first lot was the Fiery Heart. Fiery Heart is a weapon encrusted with precious stones. With it, you can alter the properties of your weapon. The starting price is 20,000. One of the participants offered 25,000. The next bid was 28,000. Another bidder offered 35,000. He said that no one would bid higher and the Flaming Heart would be his. The participant said that was all the money he had. He went all in. He couldn't afford to lose. The host announced that number 9 had offered 50,000. His companion asked Khan if that was too high a price. Khan replied that if she liked it, everything would be fine. The host banged his gavel on the table and said that number 9 was buying the Flaming Heart for 50,000. Faye said that these contestants were crazy. How could anyone pay 50,000 for a piece of stone with a fire attribute? The host announced the second lot, a special maid costume. This costume can transform a player's appearance. Would anyone really pass up such a purchase? The starting price was 30,000. The price quickly rose to 45,000. Jack said that number 66 had offered 48,000 for the costume. The buyer shouted that he wanted to try on the costume right away. Jack said that number 66 could put it on. The buyer said that wearing the suit made him feel safe. Faye told his older brother that anything is possible in this game. The auctioneer announced the next lot. Wolf boots that increase speed by 2%. The starting price was 40,000. Number 9 offered 80,000. The participants realized that there was no point in haggling if Khan wanted the lot. Jack announced that number 9 had purchased the wolf boots for 80,000 gold coins. The next lot was also purchased by Khan for 50,000. Khan continued to participate and paid 90,000 for the next lot. Number 9 kissed his companion and purchased the lot for 120,000. The participants began to leave the auction. Number 9 is buying everything up. Why did he even come here? Faye was upset and said that this guy was getting on everyone's nerves. I just want to give him a piece of my mind. Zhang Yue pointed out that it wasn't their business. They needed to count on his help for the sake of their lot. Host Jack said that time had flown by and the auction was coming to an end. There was one last lot left for today, the epic level sword Stardust. This sword is exclusively for level 20 swordsmen. Stardust deals additional magic damage. Jack added that it was a rare treasure with unique stats. The weapon could really be helpful. It was the best lot in the auction. The starting price was 200,000. Khan bid 250,000 and thought no one would dare to outbid him. One bidder came forward and offered 300,000. Khan outbid him and named 350. Faye offered 400,000. Khan raised the bid to 450 and wondered who this person could be. When the price reached 500,000, Khan thought it was too expensive. His companion suggested he stop. Khan imagined himself climbing a sheer cliff. The items at this auction were simply meaningless. Everything he was doing was for the adrenaline rush. He wanted to satisfy his desire and offered 600,000. Faye wanted to bid 700,000, but his brother held him back. Jack began the countdown. Khan was already anticipating victory, convinced that this lot belonged to him. At the last moment, one of the bidders offered 1,000,000. Bidder number 9 was stunned. It seemed unreal. Jack counted to 3, and the epic level sword Stardust was sold for 1,000,000. The young people left the auction. There was nothing more for them to do there. Fei uttered the sacred phrase, "It turns out that making money is a great pleasure." Zhang Yu noted that the last 1,000,000 was unplanned income. The older brother said that now it was time for the main task. Luna, who had bought the main lot, watched the brothers closely from the roof of a neighboring building. Game Encyclopedia. There are 3 ways to obtain props and equipment. They can be sold conveniently but cheaply. Rare props are better off being put up for auction. Trading between players is also possible. However, you should always be wary of scammers. Faye suggested to his brother that they go to a barbecue that evening. They hadn't gone anywhere together in a long time. Faye asked why Luli was so quiet right now. Doesn't she want to talk? After a while, the protagonist told her to come out. He knew she was following them. The girl stepped out from behind a tree. Faye declared that he knew her. She had been at the auction house. Faye took a boxing stance and said he understood everything. No wonder they were willing to pay such a high price. The girl said she wasn't going to hurt them. The weapon the young men had sold was something she had lost earlier. Luna noted that she was curious to know how they had managed to get hold of it. Faye replied that his brother had obtained the weapon when he took down the boss. Upon hearing this, the girl approached our hero and asked if he could be her teacher. Luli flatly refused. Faye hinted to his brother that this girl was deliberately trying to get close to them. Luna thought that they would definitely fight in the future. Faye told his brother that they would soon reach the village and wanted to hear all the details. Luli replied that since this was an early version, there shouldn't be any complications. The general plot is simple. A village called Bushcall is under siege by monsters, and they need to repel the attack. Upon arriving in the village, the residents will explain the reason for the siege. Among them is a little girl, the body of divine light, a treasure the monsters covet. Objective: escort the girl to the Temple of Divine Light, fighting monsters along the way. Mission ending: safely deliver the girl to the Temple of Divine Light. If you succeed, the mission will be completed. Foy expressed hope that, together with his brother, they would achieve their goal. The young men reached the village. The younger brother said he would go ahead and clear the way. Luli would be able to watch as he dealt with everyone. Local women with baskets on their backs were having a leisurely conversation. One said she had heard strange sounds. Another confirmed it. Faye strode decisively toward the girls and shouted that they needed to watch out for monsters. The girls were frightened, huddled together, and began calling for help, claiming that bandits had attacked them. Faye stopped in front of them, confused, and asked who they were. However, they were more interested in who he was. Faye apologized, explaining the misunderstanding. He had come here to destroy the monsters. The girls assumed that they were standing before the warrior lord, the very legendary warrior they had been waiting for. The women grabbed the young man by the hands and offered to show him the way to the village. Faye thought the locals were very hospitable. Shouts about the Lord Warrior's arrival echoed through the town. Everyone wanted to greet him. The children were told that this was the Lord Warrior, who punished violence and destroyed evil. The village elder, bearing souvenirs, thanked the warrior lord for his hard work and invited him to look at the village's signature items, each of which had a unique barcode. Some residents asked the warrior lord for an autograph. The village headman arrived at the meeting and greeted the legendary warrior, realizing that the village would now become famous. The village head suggested that the villagers welcome the new warriors with applause. Faye whispered to his brother that everything was different from what he had described. The mission had been adjusted by the Tianming Company. Luli didn't rule this out. Perhaps the residents' demeanor and appearance had changed, but the core message remained the same. The village head asked the villagers what the highest form of ceremony was for welcoming a warrior. The residents answered in unison, "A banquet." The girls told the warrior lord to follow them. The elders escorted Luli to the banquet hall. Luli asked the elder about the local alfalfa. Could he see it in bloom? The elder replied that he must first attend the banquet. Afterward, the warrior could enjoy the blooming alfalfa for as long as he wished. At the banquet, the locals eagerly devoured the food on the table. As long as the food was on the table, the villagers temporarily forgot about the guests. Their minds were occupied only with food. Faye told his brother that there was a lot of food here. He asked if it was true that you could taste the food in the game and wanted to try it. The man brought the guests a plate of delicacies and offered them a taste of the meat famous in their village. Luli said they shouldn't eat anything yet. They needed to find the girl first. Faye remarked that just looking at these gluttons was already making him sick. Faye said there were too many people at the banquet. Maybe they should ask them about the girl. Luli said they shouldn't do that. The older brother added that if they looked closely, it wouldn't be hard to find the girl. The protagonist approached the girl, placed his hand on her shoulder, and asked if she would like to go to the Temple of Divine Light. The girl turned around and, with tears in her eyes, asked the young man, was he the warrior who had come to save her? The system reported that the player had successfully activated the mission. Luli took the girl by the hand and headed for the exit. Faye, looking at the locals, told his brother that the situation had changed somewhat. Everyone present at the banquet stared intently at the guests. The game's encyclopedia notes. Many players have noticed the difference between receiving a difficult or easy quest. Some quests are incredibly simple, while others, on the contrary, are practically impossible. The developer has not yet responded to these statements. Huge boars representing the local inhabitants fiercely spotted the guests and approached the brothers. Without a moment's hesitation, Luli drew his blade and dismembered the nearest boar. Faye didn't stand on ceremony either. Using fire magic, he set another local's body ablaze. There was a brief pause. The surprised boars assessed the scale of the disaster that had befallen them. The attack on the guests resumed. The brothers, along with the girl, fending off the boar's assault, tried to break out of the banquet hall. Screams and loud thuds echoed throughout the building. The house shook violently. When silence fell, mountains of destroyed locals lay around the young men. However, the brothers' troubles did not end there. The boars began to get back on their feet and resurrect. Faye said that this was very strange to him. All the destroyed boars had come back to life. Faye asked his older brother what they were going to do. Luli said that a pig-headed creature shouldn't have such a skill. Luli thought that everything happening here was completely different from what had been planned originally. Something had happened after he left the Tianming Company. Faye, continuing to fend off a new attack, said that if this kept up, they would definitely be eaten. The young people smashed a window and jumped outside. Luli had said earlier that they would have to escape first. The fugitives found themselves outside the building and tried to hide so they wouldn't be discovered. Suddenly, Luna appeared nearby. The girls said they needed to stay quiet and be careful. Luna pointed her finger to signal the brothers to be quiet, since their pursuers were still very close by. Luna walked over to the stairs and quietly said they would talk later upstairs. Once the group was in a safe place, Faye asked the girl if she had also come to carry out a mission. He thought she was following them again. Luna said she had arrived here before they did. Luna added that as soon as she entered the village, she had a constant feeling that something was wrong. So she planned to wait here until nightfall and investigate everything thoroughly. However, these guys suddenly showed up. The girl explained that they had been suddenly attacked by monsters. They were cruel and ferocious. There were so many of them that it was impossible to fight them off. They captured the villagers. Greg tried desperately to protect the people, but the monsters killed him. The girl added that she was so terrified when she witnessed all of this that she didn't dare call for help. She couldn't run anywhere. Her mind went blank and she just cried. She didn't know how long she cried, but she cried so hard that she couldn't shed a single tear anymore. Perhaps the divine light was also comforting her and urging her to be strong. And if the light had chosen her, she had to take responsibility. So she put on a mask and pretended to be one of the monsters, waiting for a chance to escape. This was fate. If they had come for her, it meant the divine light had heard her. Faye firmly said that he and his brother would handle all of this. It would fall on their shoulders. The girl, overjoyed, said she was counting on them. At that moment, a huge monster's eye appeared outside the window. They had been spotted. There was a powerful explosion. Faye was startled and asked what had happened. The huge monster grabbed the girl, lifted her above its head, and said that she had finally been caught. The game encyclopedia states, the Society of Divine Light is one of the official factions in the game. The quests issued by this society focus on rescuing civilians and destroying rebellious monsters. The brothers realized that this monster was far too huge. Luli noted that if the girl died, the mission would fail. This could not be allowed to happen. Luna and the brothers rushed to attack the monster to snatch the girl from its clutches. The monster was attacked and was surprised. Could the power of the warrior lord really exist in this world? Faye was surprised, for this monster was so huge. How could it recover so quickly? Luna suggested that it must have a weak spot. The monster recovered and began attacking the people. Luli told his brother to cover him. Faye replied that his brother could count on him. Faye, using fire magic, activated his unique abilities and charged at the monster, activating the fire meteor skill. The monster was burned, screamed loudly, and opened its palm, which held the girl. Luli used the skills backstab and explosive blade. The protagonist stepped closer and saw the girl in the monster's mangled paw. The young man reached out to take the girl. Faye shouted for his brother to be careful. Suddenly, monsters appeared and attacked the protagonist. Luna activated the skill Starburst. The monsters were destroyed. The young people pressed their backs against each other and formed a circle defense. Luna told Luli to do whatever he wanted, but to save the girl. The protagonist and Luna found themselves surrounded. However, their skills suggested they would be able to break out of this trap. Luna told our hero that there were too many enemies gathered here for such a mission. Luli replied that he agreed with her. Luna suggested that defeating the boss wasn't the main objective of the mission. The main goal was to escort the girl to safety. Luli told his brother that he was counting on him. Faye reassured him once again that he wouldn't let him down. Luna and Luli continued their pursuit of the monster. The ferocious monster with the girl under its arm kept running from the chase. The players didn't fall a step behind. The monster smashed through the door of a neighboring building with its forehead and slipped inside. Luli wanted to run after it, but Luna stopped him. The protagonist noted that the pig-headed creatures ran quite fast and knew the area well. Suddenly, the young people saw prisoners behind bars. The unfortunate souls were screaming loudly and begging to be set free. Terror was evident in these people's eyes. They cried incessantly. Luna said that these were villagers, the ones who had managed to survive. Luli, using his unique abilities, cut through the bars with a single swing of his blade. The people couldn't believe their eyes. Were they really free? Luna said that the first chapter of the Bible, Genesis, was to blame for everything. Luli was surprised to hear such words. Faye suddenly appeared. He was fleeing from a horde of monsters and shouted that there were too many of them, that he could no longer resist. The monster with the girl under its arm took off running again, climbing onto the rooftops. The girl thought it was the end. Now they would definitely eat her. The game encyclopedia states, Fiery Meteor can be unlocked at level 20. You must fire 12 fiery meteors at the target, which leave burns on the enemy's body. The monster with the girl hit on a tall tower and said that the pursuers were very slow. The monster approached the girl and said that her scent was simply intoxicating. She smells very delicious. The monster opened its huge mouth and declared that it wanted to take a bite. The girl pulled a blade from under her skirt and activated the Blessing of Shengguang skill. Then she swung the blade and struck the monster in the face. The monster's eye was injured. He clutched his face and screamed loudly. The monster reached out to grab the girl. She thought she would be reunited with the blessing and thrust the blade forward again. Unexpectedly, the monster's arm was damaged. The protagonist happened to be nearby and dealt a decisive blow to the monster. The girl said that her warrior lord had finally saved her. The enraged monster asked where this man had come from. 15 minutes earlier, the entire squad had fled. running for their lives from the enraged monsters. Faye tossed a potion to her brother and told him to catch it. Luli caught and swallowed the invisibility potion. The young people became temporarily invisible to their pursuers. The monsters stopped, wondering, why can't they see anyone? Yet, judging by the scent, the people must be somewhere nearby. The players managed to escape their pursuers. Faye asked what his brother planned to do next. They couldn't win. They hadn't freed the girl. No one could do that. Luna reminded them that finding the girl was their main goal. Now the players faced two problems: a horde of monsters they couldn't handle, and the kidnapped girl they needed to find. Luli thought that since this was an unusual task, they would have to use unconventional methods. The protagonist told his companions that he had an idea, but he would need their help. The monsters noticed that the scent had suddenly vanished. However, they had to keep searching and checking every nook and cranny. Someone grabbed one of the monsters, who was holding a sandwich, by the shoulder. The monster got scared, jumped aside, and said he wasn't slacking off. He hadn't had breakfast today and his head was spinning from hunger. Standing before the monster was Luli, who had taken on the form of a monster. He said there was no need to panic. They would both rest and talk a little. The monster in disguise said that these three warriors seemed quite powerful. Could they have already kidnapped the girl? The monster clarified that he was talking about the snack. There was no need to worry. Lao Wang was the fastest of all the brothers. He also knew every house in the village. There were many of them, so they would soon find the people by their scent. The monster in disguise said that made sense. Now they need to hurry up and catch the three of them. He added that this monster looks like a pig and a dog, but doesn't understand anything. The monster in disguise added that he'd had a lot to drink and keeps forgetting things. Suddenly, there was an explosion, accompanied by a huge burst of flames. The monster was frightened. What had happened there? The monster shouted that one man had returned. They had to catch up to him. Faye, distracting the monsters, ran through the village streets. Lao Wang asked how this man had managed to find him and get in here. Luli didn't bother with small talk and destroyed the monster with multiple blows of his blade. The girl was freed. Luli and the girl joined Faye and Luna. Now they were all fleeing together from the crowd of pursuing monsters. The speed boost skill was activated. Movement speed increased by 30%. The players left the village. Luli suggested stopping to catch their breath, but Luna insisted they needed to run as far away as possible. Bystanders watched as a huge monster smashed houses in the village, searching for the fugitives. The game encyclopedia advises using potions wisely to improve skills and withstand dangers. Potions can be purchased from merchants, obtained by defeating monsters, or earned by completing quests. The rescue squad was spotted again, and the monsters began chasing the people once more. Luli mapped out a route and told everyone to move in the specified direction, overcoming obstacles. The protagonist moved along the planned path, collecting coins along the way. Luna jumped onto the bird and told everyone to join her. The bird reached tremendous speed, letting out a loud cry. The monsters could no longer reach the people. After the group had escaped their pursuers, the girl waved her hand and said goodbye to Mr. Duck. Faye was surprised. Could it really have been a duck? The young people approached a beautiful lake. The girl expressed a desire to go closer and take a closer look. Faye told his brother he was tired and suggested they take a break. Luna noticed that this was the heroine's wish and warned that new tasks might appear. Luna added that the monster would catch up to them in half an hour. Luli agreed and warned that the break would last 15 minutes. They needed to get themselves together. Faye and the girl frolicked, running through the water. Meanwhile, Luna activated the system window. The girl asked why Luna didn't want to play with them. She got the feeling that Luna's thoughts were in disarray. The girl said she wanted to help Luna be happy. She took her by the hands and assured her that the divine light had always shone here and would shine today and tomorrow. Luna squinted against the bright light and heard someone say Xiaoyue's name. The woman standing next to the man at the side of the road told Xiaoyue not to stand there frozen. After all, Dad had taken her to her favorite amusement park today. Xiaoyue burst into tears when she saw her mom standing before her. The girl was surprised. Why did the moon cry? After all, she had prayed for good memories to come to mind. Luna thanked the girl and said that those really were good memories. The girl was relieved, thinking her troubles had started again. Luna patted her on the head and said she was amazing. Faye said that this was real magic, and he wanted to try it too. The girl asked the boy to give her his hand. The girl said, "It shone yesterday, it will shine today and tomorrow. Divine light is always here." Faye felt as if he were sitting at the dinner table. Food was being offered to him from all sides. Fei looked at his older brothers who were eating next to him. Luli said he had started working, so Han Yixiao wouldn't have to work so many side jobs anymore. His older brother asked, "Can you really tell I'm tired?" The girl asked Fei, who had tears in his eyes, how he was feeling. Fei jumped to his feet and ran into the lake. He said he was fine, he was just very hungry. Luli, sitting on a tree branch, watched his younger brother. The young man saw the girl crawling toward him along the branch. He asked what she was doing. The girl asked if Luli wasn't afraid to sit so high up. The girl guessed that the young man was troubled by something and might always be depressed. Luli looked at the girl and said he didn't need to remember anything, and that she could go back down to the ground. The girl was surprised. Didn't he want to remember the good times? Luli replied that by looking back, he would move forward slowly. The girl thought those were profound and powerful words. The girl said she felt comfortable and at ease around this young man. She had lost her parents as a child, so she was raised by people in the village. She appreciated the kindness and help of others. The girl added that she prays to the divine light 100 times every day for all the kind people. She doesn't understand why so many people still suffer misfortune. Maybe the divine light hasn't answered her request because she isn't doing her part well. Luli said the girl had done a good job. At her age, he might not have been so brave if he hadn't faced what she had faced. The girl asked if she could become just as brave in the future and protect someone whenever she wanted to. Luli thought of Han Yixiao, remembered how he had tried to protect his younger brother, and said that this girl would definitely be able to be brave. The protagonist climbed down from the tree and said it was time for them to go. Fei remarked that the break had ended very quickly. The young people continued along the route. The road ran along the lake. The girl took Luli's hand, feeling safe. The random achievement book was activated. A random quest was generated: escort the girl safely to the Society of Divine Light and destroy the King of Pigs. The group of players set off running again. Fei said that more and more monsters were chasing after them. The girl asked the warrior lord to put her down. She could run on her own. Luna thought that the pig people's recovery speed was getting faster and faster. Attacks would hold these monsters back, but not for long. The horde of monsters continued to actively pursue the rescue party. They were 50 kilometers away from the Society of Divine Light. Fei used a recovery potion right in the middle of running. However, one of the most aggressive monsters had almost caught up to the young man and was ready to devour him. Unexpectedly, his older brother came to the rescue. He shouted for Fei to duck immediately and, swinging his blade, cut off the monster's head. The girl clung tightly to her savior and said that the warrior lord was very brave and strong. However, the protagonist had been wounded. Luli shouted that they had to keep running and not stop. Fei told his brother that he would help protect the girl while he focused on recovering from his wound. Luli said he didn't have time to recover. If they stopped, they might die. They were 20 kilometers away from the Society of Divine Light. The young people, having shaken off their pursuers, decided to stop after all and rest a bit. Ahead was a crevice between the rocks. Their path lay right there. Fei looked ahead and said that this road made him feel claustrophobic. Luna noted that this terrain created certain limitations for the monsters. Luli speculated that the number of monsters chasing them had decreased. They were 15 kilometers away from the Society of Divine Light. Fei stated that monsters wouldn't be able to move freely on this road, so they didn't need to worry too much about a surprise attack. Luli pointed out that they shouldn't take comfort in the reduced number of pursuers. Perhaps an ambush awaited them ahead. They were 6 kilometers away from the Society of Divine Light. A light appeared ahead, which meant the crevice was nearing its end. However, the light suddenly went out. The players were surprised. What had happened? Ahead, at the exit of the crevice, a huge monster appeared, declaring that these people would not escape him. The young people found themselves trapped. They were pinned on both sides. There was no choice. They had to fight back. Fei, Luna, and Luli put up a worthy resistance against the attacking monsters. The girl told herself she must not be afraid, and that the trembling in her body must stop. This time she would not falter. The divine light would protect her. At the Temple of Divine Light, the leader reported that in recent years, the forces of darkness had been growing ever more powerful. As divine light dispelled the darkness, it simultaneously consumed itself, so it was urgent to find a vessel for it. The light needs a vessel. The squad commander arrived to report to the commander-in-chief. Numerous monsters had gathered near the valley to the east. The leader was surprised. Could these monsters really be challenging the divine light? The commander-in-chief told the soldiers that they were to go into battle immediately. The leader saw the girl and declared that falling into darkness was her first sin, and touching the temple of divine light was an even greater sin. The girl must receive the baptism of divine light. The girl took off her mask and told the leader that she was asking for help. She was the bearer of the divine light from the village. The girl explained that monsters had attacked their village, and people's lives were in danger. Thanks to 3 warriors, she had escaped, but she was being pursued, and all the villagers had remained in the valley. She was counting on the leader's help. The leader was surprised. Was the girl really claiming to be a bearer of the divine light? The man lifted the girl into his arms and said that she was indeed the bearer of the divine light. He asked if she had faced many difficulties along the way. The girl replied that the path to the divine light is always arduous, but at the end await the sweetest fruits and the most beautiful flowers. The leader asked if the girl was ready to become part of the divine light and illuminate the dark side. Our hero and his companions were trapped in the narrow space of a crevice, surrounded by monsters on all sides. The monsters were closing in, and there was nowhere to retreat. The circle was tightening. Luli looked back and asked his friends where the girl had gone. There was no answer. Luna was terrified. Had they really captured her? Faye said that was impossible. He shouted loudly and asked the girl to respond. They would come to her aid. Luna wondered if the girl could have taken advantage of the situation to escape and make her way alone to the Temple of Divine Light. Suddenly, monsters ran past, shouting that they were only interested in dessert. Luna assumed that their target was only the little girl, which was why they weren't attacking the others. A huge monster also headed toward the Temple of Divine Light, shouting a single word, dessert. The young people ran out of the crevice between the rocks. Faye said they needed to hurry and get ahead of these monsters. Luna expressed hope that the girl was safe. The players ran after the crowd of monsters, intending to outrun them and be the first to reach the Temple of Divine Light. The players reached their destination, the Temple of Divine Light. Ahead stood the warriors and their leader, holding the girl in his arms. The leader lifted the girl high. Her body began to radiate light. The leader said that the girl could be proud. She had become one with the divine light, and now the light was even more dazzling after her arrival. The girl was surprised by the leader's words. He added that the divine light needed her, and she would help illuminate even more dark corners. The girl agreed. If the divine light needed her, she wouldn't refuse. She wanted to protect her village and be able to protect as many people as possible. The leader transformed into a monster, opened its mouth, and was about to swallow the girl. Having carried out his plan, the leader shouted that it was wonderful. Every ray of light rises. The leader looked at the enormous monster and pierced its body with a gaze that, in his opinion, radiated divine light. The leader was surprised. Could it be that these monsters were trying to destroy the temple and deal with the Night of Light? The leader continued to attack the monster, inflicting more wounds on its body. He said that the power of the divine light would burn its filthy body, and that its healing tricks would be of no use. They were a drop in the ocean against him. The knight approached the monster and said that the divine light would drive out the darkness. Luli attacked the knight, striking him with his blade. The backstab skill was activated. The knight sustained significant damage. Bleeding profusely, the leader stepped back and told the man to stop. He suggested that there had been a misunderstanding. He was the commander-in-chief of the Society of Divine Light and an ally. The leader added that the enormous monster was their common enemy. He dealt it heavy damage and suggested they work together. Then they would defeat the monster, and later he would generously reward the warrior. Luli asked the knight why he had done that. The knight was surprised. What was the warrior talking about? Luli remained aggressive and said that, in any case, he didn't want to hear any excuses. This knight must be destroyed. The system reported that if the commander-in-chief of the Society of Divine Light died, the players would be unable to destroy the King of Pigs. The mission would fail. The knight took a blow from our hero, fell to the ground, but survived. He was outraged. How dare this warrior treat him this way? The knight declared that this warrior was no match for him and attacked the hero, sending him flying far backward. Feki stepped in to defend his brother, engaged the knight in battle, and attacked him using fire magic and his unique abilities. The knight moved to a safer spot and attacked Luli again. However, Luna came to our hero's aid. After a coordinated attack by all 3 of them, the Knight of Divine Light was defeated and thrown far back. He was bleeding to death. Faye was outraged. He said that even if he destroyed his body 100 times, it still wouldn't be enough. The monster, riddled with holes in several places, kept repeating that he wanted dessert. The girl herding the pigs stood up for the wounded piglet. She noticed that the piglet was badly injured. The girl told it to behave and stay still. She would give it medicine right away. She expressed hope that in the future, this piglet would be able to become human-like. It would make many friends, fall in love with someone, and live a happy life. The girl said her name was Dim Sam and that she was ready to be its first friend. The girl waved her hand and said it was time for her to go back to the village. The piglet needed to rest, and she would come back tomorrow. The little monster thought that this girl looked like a dessert. The next day, the monster didn't wait for Dim Sam to come to him. Several days passed, and the girl didn't come. Perhaps she had already forgotten. The monster decided that he had to remember everything she had said. Every day, besides eating, he spent his time watching the people in the village to learn how to become more like a human. The young people listened intently to the monster's story. Faye noticed that the name Dim Sam sounded like the word dessert. Luna asked why the monster had attacked the village. The monster replied that he wanted to protect Dim Sam. Once in the forest, he overheard a conversation between two knights. One of them said that there was a girl named Dim Sam in the village, and that she was the vessel of the divine light. The other knight remarked that they would make a great contribution. After the leader ate her head, he would reward them and give them her body. The monster was frightened upon hearing these words. Could it be that the people wanted to eat Dim Sam? Luli asked how the villagers had reacted. The monster replied that at the time, they had been making too much noise, so he allowed them to live in the village pigsty. He specifically told the pigs living with the villagers to treat the people well, returning the favor. Luna asked the monster if she could save him, since he couldn't heal himself. The monster replied that there was no need to worry about him. The commander-in-chief had died, but as soon as that knight's power weakened, he would be able to recover. Faye wondered why, in that case, the monster was beginning to fade away. Suddenly, the commander-in-chief's ghost appeared behind the young people. The leader of the knights called upon the realm of divine light for help. The commander-in-chief and the players were swallowed up as the boundaries of the realm of divine light expanded. Luli immediately turned and rushed at the enemy. Luna also prepared for battle. The knight managed to finish creating the barrier, and together with our hero hid inside it. Luna and Faye were left outside. Now they couldn't get inside the barrier. Luna said that Luli had entered the professional skill field. A professional skill field is a barrier created by the user for their own protection. Once it is fully constructed, it cannot be destroyed by external forces. Luli found himself face to face with the leader, seated on the throne. The leader welcomed the warrior to his world. He said the warrior should be grateful to have made it here. This is the birthplace of divine light. Here, all sins can be washed away. Without a moment's hesitation, Luli immediately lunged at his opponent, eager to fight him. However, the leader attempted to stop the young man. Lightning struck our hero. Luli was surprised. Could this man really activate a light ball attack? The leader said that wasn't bad. This divine light is his specialty, and the warrior won't be able to avoid it. The leader added that before destroying this guy, he wanted to satisfy his curiosity. Why had the warrior attacked him? Perhaps the enemy's dark forces had infiltrated the warrior's camp. Luli declared that he wanted to take this leader's life to make amends to the child. This scoundrel had shattered her sincere faith. The protagonist, using his unique abilities, attacked his opponent. However, the knight, using light magic, repelled the attack. The knight said he thought the cause lay with the bearer of the divine light, but he was mistaken. If they could have explained everything right away, perhaps no one would have had to die. They have no conflicts, just different ideas. The knight added that the fact was, he had discovered the limitations of the world. It was a world with different tiers. Ever since he became the leader, his daily work had consisted of assigning tasks related to fire monsters to the brave warriors who came to him. In this way, he earned respect and support. Every brave warrior who completed a task and received a reward smiled at him. The days passed, and everything repeated itself day after day. Every day he saw different heroes, and they all talked about different things. He thought he would be able to go out and see the world. That day, he saw a warrior he had once known return, now powerful. Everyone looked at him with hope. The leader said that at that moment, he decided he wanted to go out and see the outside world too. The outside world really was beautiful. New cities, new things, everything was new. For the first time, he felt the true meaning of the word freedom. As he explored the world, more and more monsters born of darkness grew more powerful. Now it was impossible to compete with them. The leader wondered if darkness could swallow the light of freedom. He believed that was absolutely impossible. So he learned to seek ways to become stronger and visited many powerful warriors. Everyone said he needed to level up. However, the divine light saw his efforts and enlightened him. The Japanese rat came to his aid. This weak monster, which he was able to crush, gave him the answer. Since this type of monster is too weak, they understand that becoming stronger is the only way to survive. As soon as they are born, they fight each other. They eat their brothers and sisters, whom they destroy themselves. By uniting the strength of a single clan, they can become stronger. Luli asked, "Is the bearer of divine light really just a made-up answer?" The knight confirmed it. However, not everyone can become one. Only the most devout can. Take that child, for example. They can make him stronger and provide him with nutrients. Luli noticed that Faye had called this man an animal. However, he was gentle in his words. This knight is worse than an animal. The leader noted that the warrior could say whatever he wanted. The number of people he saved from monsters far exceeds those who gave their lives to him. The knight said he was tired of this talk, and the warrior must be destroyed. The knight activated the Divine Light Strike skill against our hero. Luli responded with the Blade Strike skill. Luli wondered if it was even possible to wound this knight in his current state. The leader asked, "Wouldn't it be better for the warrior to die peacefully rather than continue to suffer?" During the confrontation, our hero was pierced by a fiery arrow that the knight had fired at him. There were several such arrows. The knight said that he was a representative of divine light and had attained true freedom. Those who hinder his progress will never understand his greatness. He added that he was facing nothing more than a rabid pig trying to break out of its pen. The knight transformed into a monster, just as he had with the girl, and opening his mouth wide, prepared to swallow our hero. The system issued a glitch warning, the appearance of the moon killer. Luli turned back into a skeleton and grabbed the knight by the arm. The knight was surprised. Could this really be a boss? Luli surmised that it was with this very arm that the knight controlled the light orbs. The skeleton swung his blade and severed the knight's hand. The system reported an error in the random achievement book quest. The knight threw the skeleton aside. It flew off to the side and soared into the sky. The knight said that before him was indeed the child of darkness, a despicable monster, but that even in his current state, he would be able to deal with this monster. Luli, fending off the attack of fireballs, landed 1,000 double strikes. The Knight of Light couldn't believe it. Was such a thing even possible? The broken skeleton descended upon the knight and destroyed him completely. Luna and Faye remained by the barrier, waiting for the outcome of the battle raging inside. Finally, Luli emerged from behind the barrier. The young people breathed a sigh of relief. Luna was surprised. Had this guy really destroyed the knight all by himself? But how did he do it? Faye declared that he hadn't even doubted it, since his brother was the strongest. Luli said he'd brought some supplies and equipment and would be able to share them later. The protagonist asked how things were going with the Pig King. Faye replied that the Pig King had disappeared before his brother arrived. However, the King of Pigs was able to meet with the girl. He hugged her and said he had missed Dim Sum very much. The King of Pigs picked up the girl and said he would personally take Dim Sum home. Luli asked if the mission had been completed. However, the mission had failed. The system issued a random mission, and the reboot was complete. The girl opened her eyes while lying in bed. She said that the divine light in her heart had come alive. Today is a day full of energy and divine light. The girl said she should have enough medicine. She was worried about the little piglet's injury. She couldn't leave him alone. She needed to hurry and visit him. As the girl walked through the village streets, she greeted the villagers. The people greeted her in return. The elder told the girl to be careful when heading into the mountains, where man-eating monsters roam. The girl got lost in thought and bumped into one of the travelers. She stumbled and fell to the ground. The man smiled and told Dim Sam to watch her step. The girl apologized and promised to obey the village elder from now on. The village elder's companion said she was a good child. The village elder explained that the girl prayed diligently every day, and the ceremony would begin soon. The man said that if the girl was so devout, perhaps she would be able to become a vessel of divine light. The girl broke free and ran away. She screamed that she didn't want to be the body of divine light. The village head was surprised. Why was she acting this way? Dim Sam didn't understand what had happened to her. Why had she been so rude to the village elder? On the way, the girl met a young man who said, "Divine light is everywhere. It is in your heart." Dim Sam was surprised. Was this man really talking to her? She had the feeling that they had met before. The man said that she was a little girl. with pure faith. In a few years, she would become a perfect vessel of divine light. The village elder added that she was just a little child, so there was no need to worry. The man said that in that case, there was no need to waste time. Once she had been fed, they could enjoy the taste. He added that they could bring her back later to check on her progress. Lu Li, who was passing by, overheard their conversation. Suddenly, the man screamed and clutched his throat, from which blood began to flow. The village head was startled. What had happened? Lu Li silently walked on. The village head shouted for the villagers to bring a doctor immediately. Lu Li walked away silently, without even turning back. The little piglet continued to hope that the girl would come back to him. She mustn't deceive him. The piglet said she smelled delicious, and he even wanted to take a bite. But he couldn't do that. She was his friend. His inner turmoil continued. The girl appeared from behind the bushes and waved to the piglet. The piglet was delighted. His dessert had returned. The young people rested in silence, standing at the edge of the cliff. Luna noted that if they hadn't failed the mission, they might not have witnessed this scene. The new mission was to send the little girl back to the Temple of Divine Light. Faye said it was a bad mission. He didn't want to carry it out. Lu Li suggested that his brother move on to the next mission. The protagonist said he was glad to have worked with Luna and said goodbye to her. See you soon. Faye suggested that they stay a team since they work so well together. Faye wondered why his brother was so indifferent to girls. Lu Li replied that they weren't here to play games. Luna wondered why monsters and heroes deviate from the prescribed path. The tasks aren't standardized. There are many unknown paths. All of this is connected to existence. Luna noted that even though she didn't know his goal, she felt that everyone needed information from one another and each other's abilities. She suggested they continue on their journey together. The girl suggested they get to know each other again, held out her hand, and said her name was Lu Yue. Faye also gave his name. The protagonist shook the girl's hand and said his name was Zhang Yue. The girl thought that this guy could handle anything. The girl logged out of the game, petted the kitten, and repeated the names, Zhang Yue and Faye. There was a knock at the door, and a maid appeared in the doorway. She said the master was looking for Miss Bai. The master didn't like to wait. Standing by the massive doors, the girl said she would go on alone. Xiaoya knocked on the door and told her father she had arrived. The door opened, and the girl stepped inside. She found herself in a huge room with a glass roof. The room was underwater, with fish and sea creatures swimming above. The girl asked, "Was my father looking for me?" The man asked if he had heard that Bai Xiaoyue had taken the preliminary exam. The girl confirmed this. Her father said the retest would be in a month. Since she had already participated, she was bound to be a finalist. He hoped his daughter wouldn't disgrace him. After that, Mr. Bai said his daughter could go. The man watched as a bloodthirsty shark swallowed a peacefully swimming fish. The young people were walking down the street in the evening city. Fei told his brother that in winter, you have to eat hot pot. He had heard that all the ingredients in the store were flown in from Sichuan province. It must be very delicious. At the entrance, the young people were invited by a girl to enjoy a free Sichuan-style hot pot. Fei expressed a desire to visit this establishment. Fei was surprised by the abundance of food. There was beef, tripe, duck, bullfrog, and bamboo shoots. Lu Li told his brother to eat the tripe and not to fuss, or he might age quickly. This hot pot is really delicious, but not very spicy. You should use more sesame seeds to protect your intestines and avoid an upset stomach. Lu Li accidentally overheard a conversation at the next table. One of the diners said that this game crosses all boundaries. In their club, more than 40 people are doing the same quest, but they're all different. Plus, it's a level 18 quest, but the difficulty is completely different. The easiest part is catching a level 5 rabbit. The hardest is defeating a level 35 boss. The man said he was still amazed, since he'd never seen anything like it. His colleague agreed. I wonder, are the tasks generated randomly or based on the person? Lu Li thought the quest was generated randomly. To send that girl to the Society of Divine Light safe and sound, and to destroy the king. It was difficult. The king of pigs was definitely happy at the mere thought of seeing her again and becoming human-like. However, not everyone can become a vessel of divine light, only the most devout. The young man didn't understand why he had suddenly switched to the boss back then. Why did the system throw an error? Why were even the plugins he developed deviating from the operating logic? Why is all this happening? Could it really be because the source code was heavily rewritten? Is there any connection between rewriting the source code and what Lu Yue calls being? Can one trust the girl who suddenly appeared? All of this led our hero to purgatory. Or are these all whirlpools and reefs holding him back and trying to crush him? At first, the protagonist thought he was ready and was confident in his actions. However, unexpected things kept happening one after another. He kept moving forward, yet he was drifting farther and farther away from Han Yixiao. A waitress approached the young people and brought the long-awaited 5 plates of fried rice with egg. Fei was delighted. His younger brother pulled Lu Li's plate toward him. He kept 4 for himself. Lu Li remembered his childhood, that winter when the snow fell. Han Yixiao walked into the room and asked, "Why is Fei crying again?" Lu Li said that their bed had been broken and dirtied. Fei said, "It's very cold today. How are we going to sleep?" Han Yixiao immediately knew whose doing this was. He decided that this time he wouldn't let that scoundrel get away with it. Lu Li said that the boy's mother had already picked him up and they had left. Han Yixiao replied that in that case, he would look for a warm place and find new bedding. Lu Li warned him that he had already looked and was told there was no extra bedding available. A warning came in that a severe cold snap was approaching. There would be a blizzard, strong winds, and the temperature would drop to minus 18 degrees. The brothers huddled close together, covering themselves with a single blanket. Han Yixiao said it was no big deal. If they didn't get sick, that would be a victory. Fei asked, "Is life really always this hard? Why do they hate us so much? After all, we haven't done anything wrong." Lu Li said that life is always difficult, but if you get used to it, it won't hurt as much. Han Yixiao said that if life is hard, you shouldn't look too far ahead. You just need to think about what you want to do tomorrow. He hopes he can find a temporary job and earn a lot of money. Lu Li said he wanted to listen to an audiobook. Fei said he wanted to eat 3 bowls of rice with egg. Han Yixiao was surprised. 3 whole bowls? Fei remarked that in that case, they'd need 5 bowls. 1 each would be enough for the brothers. Looking back on that evening, Lu Li thought that he knew what he wanted to do tomorrow, and that was enough. The kingdom of Tavar is located 15 kilometers to the east. A large-scale event is being held there. The kingdom is home to simple, honest people. The mountains are rich in refined iron. The mining and blacksmithing industries are well developed there. It is the birthplace of weapons. Those wishing to register ask to be let through quickly. The guard says that registration spots are full. All other daredevils can come back next time. Lu Li offered the guard 500 coins as a bribe, and the way was cleared for him. The other players were indignant. Why did the guards let him through? This game turned out to be too close to reality. Fei looked at the air island from afar and said that this was the Iron Kingdom. Then why were there forests and mountains here? Lu Li declared that they needed to set foot on the land of the Tavar Kingdom and head for the castle. Suddenly, a metal wall appeared around the young people. The passage was blocked. Lu Li wondered, could this be a trap? Fei said it reminded him of some kind of comic book. A titan should appear now. Lu Yue noticed that the fence was over 50 meters high. A huge screen appeared in the sky above the island. An image appeared on the screen, though it was somewhat shaky. A man with a fish on his head addressed the warriors. He greeted them and introduced himself as the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Teller. His name was Hua de Shui. He was also the host. The minister said, "It was in the spring 18 years ago. Their king was extraordinarily brave, wise, and courageous, and he loved his people. The beautiful Queen Mother possessed talent and virtue. She was radiant, sweet, intelligent, and cheerful. They had a princess beloved by all. The princess grew up day by day, growing not by the day but by the hour. Her appearance is magnificent. Her beauty melts ice and snow, makes flowers bloom and birds sing. The princess is a treasure sent from heaven, the embodiment of love, the most noble and beautiful girl. The princess was kidnapped by an evil dragon. The king must find the strongest warrior who could save the princess." Now all the warriors understood the essence of the task. Since the dragon is extremely strong, the king organized a gathering. Next, the selection rules were announced. A warrior must find a warrior certificate. This is a quest to collect warrior ranks. The event lasts 1 week. Only the top 100 warriors with a warrior certificate can qualify. You can search for certificates scattered everywhere. They can appear anywhere. You can defeat a monster. The more certificates a monster has, the stronger it is. The third method is to loot other warriors. This is the most effective method. The number of warrior certificates above a warrior's head is visible to everyone. The Minister of Foreign Affairs announced, The competition for warrior certificates begins. The countdown has begun. The territory remained isolated. Luli suggested moving on and discussing tactics. Another squad was just heading toward the meeting point, and those players proposed joining forces. The squad leader said that in these conditions, the more people, the better. He planned to assemble a team of 100 people to quickly establish an advantage and widen the gap between them and the others. Luli walked on and said that wasn't part of his plan. He thought that if he ran into them again, he would definitely wipe them out. Faye told his brother that the guy's offer wasn't bad. Why did Luli refuse? The protagonist replied that increasing the number of people doesn't always work in your favor. No matter how many fish there are, there's still prey. No matter how few sharks there are, there's still hunters. The system congratulated him on completing a random quest. This time, the reward was a guild certificate titled Covenant of the Godslayer. Luli, completing the quest alone, destroyed monsters in his own way, using sharp blades. Luyue also successfully obtained warrior certificates using her magical abilities. And Faye used fire magic, obtaining more and more warrior certificates time and time again. The young people spotted a huge monster. Faye asked his brother to leave it to him. Faye activated his skill and fired a fireball at the monster. Unexpectedly, the same monster was attacked by an unknown girl wielding the same fireballs. Faye was outraged. Where did this bandit come from? How dare she steal his certificate? At that moment, the girl had more certificates than Faye. The girl said she wasn't a bandit and hadn't stolen anything. How dare this guy accuse her? After all, she was the one who found the monster first. The girl lunged at Faye with the intent to overpower him. Faye fled, suggesting that the girl sit down to negotiate and settle everything peacefully. But she demanded that he hand over the warrior certificate. Only then would she agree to talk. Faye called for help, and his older brother held the girl back. He caught his breath and said she was too small to fight him. The girl was outraged. This scoundrel had accused her of stealing the certificate, scolded her, and even called for reinforcements. In response, she would call her sister too. Faye noticed the shadow of an approaching person behind him. Luyue shouted for him to be careful. Suddenly, a tall girl appeared, taller than everyone present. She grabbed Faye by the throat and lifted him off the ground. She also blocked Luyue's attack. Faye was surprised. Just how much strength did she have? Luli held the stranger in place. Opposite him, the stranger's older sister held Faye and Luyue. The opponents studied each other for a moment. The tall girl said that men who mock women are nobodies. Luyue thought that this girl's grip was so strong that her hand felt as if it were in a vice. Luyue thought that Faye wouldn't last long. She had to do something. She activated her energy skill. The stranger loosened her grip. Luyue immediately lunged at the girl, wanting to free Faye. The stranger unleashed an energy blast and Luyue was forced to fly sideways by the shockwave. The stranger said that the attacker had executed her strike perfectly. Luyue noticed that this girl wasn't bad either. Luyue realized that her opponent had the advantage in strength and speed. She needed to act cautiously, force her to make mistakes, and then seize the opportunity. Luyue activated the Moonstrike skill. The stranger jumped up to avoid the blow. Luyue realized she had found a weak spot. Luyue charged forward again. Her opponent held Faye in front of her, using him as a shield. Luli caught Luyue and asked if she was okay. The girl apologized, saying she hadn't been able to save Faye. The captive explained that her sister used to be a professional gamer. These three were no match for her. Luyue said she would try again. The girl in red said it wasn't worth it, the result wouldn't change. The stranger raised her hand and said she didn't want to fight Luyue. That guy could come over and she would fight him. Luli told Luyue to rest. Now it was his turn. The girl created an energy cage and placed Faye inside it. The young man found himself trapped. The opponents approached each other and the battle began. At the very first clash, there was a massive burst of energy and a shock wave with a wide radius of effect appeared. Faye, trapped in the cage, said that this woman was very strong. She fought on par with his brother. The girl in red was surprised. Was this guy really that strong? This was the first person his sister had fought for so long. Luyue thought that the opponents were top-tier masters, each with their own fighting style. Luli has a calm technique, like a computer. When faced with difficulties, he always finds the right solution as quickly as possible. The girl's attacks are flawless, without any unnecessary movements. She fits the profile of a professional player. The stranger said that the young man was doing well and had generally passed the test. She added that she wanted to ask one question. Could he accept a girl who was taller than him? The girl in red was surprised. Hadn't they agreed not to date anyone online? The professional female gamer said her sixth sense wouldn't let her down. She was certain she was looking at a top-tier man with a rating of 80 or higher. She added that she thinks only about games and has devoted 10 years to esports. Although she has achieved some success, she has never fallen in love because of gaming. The girl said that now she wants romance and love. Based on her experience, after participating in thousands of dating games, she can say that the man in front of her is simply one of a kind. The girl suggested to the hero that they start an online relationship that would blossom into sweet love. Luli immediately replied that he refused. Faye didn't believe him and told his brother to pinch him. After all, he'd never been in love either. This girl was perfect for him. Luli demanded that Faye shut up immediately. The stranger was surprised. Could it be that this guy had never been in love either? He was passionate, arrogant, and yet innocent at the same time. The girl felt her heart racing. It was as if Cupid's arrow had struck her. This is what it means to be in love. The girl in red screamed that her sister had indeed been shot. The stranger noticed that the arrow had indeed struck her in the shoulder, and now she was bleeding profusely. The young people noticed that they were surrounded by the other participants. The leader of the group declared that his brothers could grab this meat and eat as much as they wanted. The villain demanded that the women be left to him. Whoever struck first would receive a warrior certificate from him personally. Luli told his brother to get ready. They needed to send the code to their partner. The girl got angry. This gang had ruined her mood. Now they would all be destroyed. The girl in red asked her sister to take care of her first. The gang leader activated the device and laughed. A powerful explosion rang out in the forest. The aftermath was impressive. The participants were surprised. What was happening here? Where did the red light come from? Could it really be his ability? Everyone turned their attention to the screen that had reappeared in the sky. The man on the screen announced that the event "Grab the Blue and Avoid the Red" had begun. The man turned to the screen and greeted the dear warriors. He explained that this task was designed to increase the difficulty and test the participants' adaptability. The Blue Zone, a blessing. Here you'll find various buffs, rare gear, and special treasures that refresh randomly. It's best to steer clear of the Red Zone. The man stated that those were all the rules. Next time he would announce something new. The warriors realized they were in the Red Zone. They needed to save their lives and retreat. The punishment for being in this area: chaotic time and space. The warriors will be randomly teleported to any point in the kingdom of Tavar. Luli noted that it was already too late to try to escape from here. The protagonists realized that if they aren't together after teleportation, they need to focus on collecting warrior certificates and head to the Central Zone, where they can meet up. They were teleported to a random place in time. The battlefield was littered with the bodies of fallen warriors. The survivors swore they would never lay a hand on that girl again. The frightened gang leader begged for mercy and was willing to pay for it. The girl had no intention of negotiating. Activating her powerful fist, she struck, and her opponent flew off to the side, crashing into a tree. The gamer cursed and said she didn't forgive such insults. The girl regretted that she had forgotten to exchange names. She needed to find this guy as soon as possible. Besides, he must have a beautiful name. She wondered what she would name their future child. The young people shook hands and introduced themselves. The girl in red said her name was La Jiao, and Fei told her his name. After that, they talked about trivial things for a long time. After all, just 10 minutes ago, they had been arguing fiercely. Suddenly, an explosion occurred between them, and they were thrown in different directions. La Jiao declared, since they had teleported together, this guy was destined to die in agony. Fei was surprised. He had said so much, yet she wasn't listening to him at all. The girl continued to chase and beat him. There was nothing to be done with her. He needed to find a way to resolve the situation. La Jiao reminded him of her demands. If the guy gave her the warrior certificate, she wouldn't attack. Fei asked if her sister was interested in his brother. He could share information about him, and then La Jiao could gossip with her older sister. Fei suggested they go look for her sister together. La Jiao suggested looking for his brother. Lu Yue, finding herself alone, realized that her communication devices and maps were temporarily disabled. It wouldn't be easy to find her brothers right away. The girl recalled her father's words. The retest would be in a month, and she had to win, without bringing shame upon him. Lu Yue noted that her dad had met with her, but he spoke coldly and never once looked at her. He still cares about her and hopes for her success. Lu Yue, standing on a special training machine, decided to do her best and take care of herself. Her mom shouldn't worry. Lu Yue found herself back in the game. She was being chased by a high-level monster, the Kingdom of Tever. The opponent told our hero that this guy was indeed very strong and added that he was still stronger. 2 hours earlier, our hero had been teleported to a random location. The young man noted that, judging by the light in the sky and the sounds he heard, he was the only one who had been teleported here. Our hero decided to focus on the warrior certificate as his main goal. He activated invisibility mode. Luli looked around and assessed the situation. Wild beasts were tearing their prey to pieces. A mixed group of warriors and monsters was searching for their prey. The warriors were settling scores, trying to claim rights to the monster. Each insisted that it was his prey. The protagonist realized where he had ended up and who he would have to fight. The young man logically concluded that monsters with fewer certificates would be easier to destroy, while those with more would be more difficult. Luli thought that right now it would be most effective to take out the players who had just finished off other monsters and were already tired. Our hero noticed a player fighting a monster with several dozen warrior certificates. The warrior activated the decapitating wave skill and struck the monster. It was destroyed. The warrior's companion said that Master Han was simply amazing. He had easily destroyed many powerful monsters. She felt safe by his side. Han noted that the blade had indeed proven useful. The girl told Mr. Han that, according to rumors, helmets have become very popular lately. The protagonist decided to deal with this warrior first. The girl was attacked and destroyed. Luli managed to obtain her certificate and the warrior certificate. Han looked back and asked indignantly, "Who is this guy? Doesn't he understand that he shouldn't have provoked him?" Luli, making no secret of his intentions, declared that he was claiming the warrior certificates in Han's possession. Han attacked our hero, but it proved fruitless. Han, swinging his sword, began spinning in place, but his opponents had vanished. The warrior wondered, had a human even attacked him at all? Luli suddenly appeared from above and pounced on his opponent. Our hero landed several precise blows, dealing damage to Mr. Khan. The certificates of the defeated Khan were transferred to Luli. The protagonist won this duel. Another player appeared in the clearing. He applauded the winner and said that this guy had performed excellently. Luli was surprised because he hadn't even noticed when this man had appeared. The warrior said that this was his prey. In that case, his prey would now be someone else. The stranger attacked Luli and told him to defend himself with all his might. The protagonist blocked his opponent's attack. The attacker remarked that it was simply magnificent. Luli counterattacked his opponent, but the man said that such skills were practically useless in this fight. The warrior smiled and invited the young man to attack him again. The opponent activated his energy beast, the Blue Wolf. Our hero withstood this attack as well. The opponent declared that the young man was very strong, but he was still stronger. Luli thought that this guy was the strongest of all the players he had ever met. However, for some reason, he didn't have any warrior certificates. In that case, there was no point in defeating him. The stranger said his name was Feng Ya and asked what the young man's name was. The protagonist also gave his name, introducing himself by his in-game name, Zhang Yue. Feng Ya challenged his opponent to a fight, just like last time. The fight turned out to be spectacular and fierce. Both opponents were evenly matched and demonstrated top-class skill. Zhang Yue thought that what he was facing didn't seem like a human, but rather a vicious wolf. He decided to retreat and activated his escape mode. His opponent began to chase him. Feng Ya activated the poisonous snake skill. It was an extremely dangerous attack. The opponent declared that Zhang Yue was caught and could no longer escape. He swung to deliver the decisive blow. A powerful explosion rang out. The warriors nearby in the forest saw the aftermath of the explosion, smoke rising above the trees. The squad leader ordered everyone to stop. The squad formed neatly in rank. The commander told the third brother to find the fourth. He had been on the loose for too long, but there was no need to cause trouble. The commander added that the rest were to remain in formation and follow the established route. When the smoke from the explosion cleared, the opponents continued to stand facing each other. Each of them had survived. Zhang Yu thought he had found his opponent's weak point. The man wasn't good at prolonged combat. He needed to stay calm and slowly wear him down, while guarding against counterattacks. Feng Ya said that was just perfect. He hadn't fought like this in a long time. The protagonist attacked his opponent and landed a blow to the head. It was clearly a lucky hit. However, Feng Ya began to regenerate and recover quickly. During the counterattack, Zhang Yue lost his balance and was forced to fly far backward. The blow was so powerful that it damaged some of the trees. Our hero realized that his opponent was deliberately showing him why he grows stronger when he loses blood. Fengya laughed and said that the young man had indeed discovered something. In that case, there was no need for him to hide the passive skill, Hymn of Blood. Fengya lunged at the protagonist again and reminded him that the fight would continue until the last drop of blood. He must wound and destroy his opponent. Zhang Yue realized that this man was not at all who he claimed to be. He possessed a rare passive skill that drops from high-level bosses. He couldn't keep fighting this way, or else the man would constantly activate that passive skill. Zhang Yue turned around again and began to flee. With such a formidable opponent, he couldn't be defeated using conventional methods. Our hero paused for a moment. Monsters were blocking his path. The young man looked around and saw a tribe of monsters in full battle readiness, poised to attack the stranger. Fengya, who had arrived at the clearing, witnessed his rival skillfully wielding his blade to dispatch the tribe of monsters, earning their warrior certificates. Fengya realized that this guy possessed the hunter's sharp strike skill. Fengya caught up to his rival and asked how he had managed to withstand his technique. In fact, Zhang Yue possessed the same skills as the time-limited boss. The commander had previously advised the fourth brother, if there's a chance to face a time-limited boss, one must be cautious of the hunter's sharp strike skill. It deals massive damage. There's only one way out. Use maximum speed to intercept and break those combo attacks. Fengya noted that the technique could allow the opponent to gain the upper hand. It was wonderful. He had a great time fighting Zhang Yue. Fengya added that his opponent hadn't been able to destroy him instantly, and that had helped him replenish his passive skills. He also declared the outcome of the match. Zhang Yue had lost. The protagonist thought that for his opponent, this was just a game of winners and losers. However, for him, it was different. Our hero stood up straight and said he couldn't lose this fight. He had completely different goals. Fengya, looking at his opponent, wondered, why had his momentum suddenly increased so much? Did he have a backup plan? Fengya drove his opponent to the edge of the cliff and said that Zhang Yue was indeed very formidable. He stirred every drop of blood in his body. The third brother saw the battlefield and smiled. He regretted that the leader was in a hurry and would scold him if he was late. In his mind, he apologized to the fourth brother and said he would help now. After that, he took aim with his bow and fired an energy arrow. Fengya noticed the third brother and asked, "Why did you come here?" The shot was fired. Under the impact of the powerful force, the protagonist was knocked off the cliff and fell down. The third and fourth brothers approached the edge of the cliff and saw Zhang Yue fall into the lake. The third brother asked, "Why didn't the fourth one's number of warrior certificates increase?" Fengya replied, "That means this guy isn't dead yet." The third brother asked, "But the fourth brother didn't let him go on purpose, did he? Why didn't he use the Shadow Wolf technique at the end?" The third brother asked, "If he's not interested in that guy, why wouldn't the fourth brother share the spoils?" Fengya got angry and said that it was his loot. The third replied that he was just joking. Fengya thought that next time they would decide who would be the winner. Fei and La Zhao ended up together in the same location. Now they were looking for opponents, not traveling together. The girl asked, "Is his brother not only a perfect and handsome man, but also very educated and rich?" Suddenly, a suspicious rustling sounded from the nearby bushes. The young people grew alert. An armed monster emerged from the bushes. He possessed several dozen warrior certificates. Fei told the girl to be careful and hide behind him. La Zhao also told Fei to hide behind her. The girl immediately activated the fire tornado skill and attacked the monster. La Zhao destroyed the monster and obtained its warrior certificate. Fei claimed that he had accidentally slipped. The young people continued their conversation. La Zhao tried to find out where the young man was from. Fei told the girl that they had talked a lot about her sister, and now he wanted to hear something about her. La Zhao replied that she didn't like Fei's brother and added that she had just graduated from college. The young people found themselves surrounded by monsters, but they didn't panic. They kept talking about unrelated things. Fei admitted that he envied people who could do what they loved. Just then, another monster was destroyed. La Zhao said that she also loved creating fun things that brought her joy. Another monster was destroyed. The girl talked in detail about her hobbies, all the while striking another monster. Fei said he was very happy because he had learned a lot about his companion. This conversation was very helpful. Fei added that life is a complicated thing, but he believes there are people who swim against the current. The young man noticed that the girl was so engrossed in fighting the monster that she wasn't listening to him at all. After a while, the monster burst into flames and burned completely. Fei realized that La Jiao knew how to focus on what was important. Then there was a pause in the conversation. Fei ran through various options for what else to talk about with the girl. The young man felt that the awkward silence had gone on long enough. He definitely needed to do something to break it. Suddenly, a monster emerged from the lake. The young people were surprised. Fei asked the girl, "What kind of monster is that? Does it really have nearly 300 warrior certificates?" The monster looked at the people and, opening its mouth, began to scream loudly. The young people huddled together and decided to run away immediately. The monster activated the skill Phenomenal Stitching and attacked the young people. They couldn't escape. Fei and La Jiao found themselves in the water. Moreover, a surprising transformation had occurred. The two people had merged into one, consisting of half of each. The transformer didn't understand what had happened. Where were they now? The young people hadn't yet realized that they had transformed into a single person. The monster asked the people if they liked the new appearance he had given them. He added that they looked much more beautiful this way. A huge wave appeared behind the monster and hovered in place for a moment. The next moment, the wave turned into yet another monster. He suggested that they all play together now. La Jiao screamed that it was disgusting. Fei suggested they run away from there as far and as fast as possible. The transformer fell. The young people didn't understand why their bodies wouldn't obey them. At some point, Fei and La Jiao realized they shared a single body. How was that possible? Fei's hand immediately reached out to examine the body. La Jiao, outraged, pushed it away. The girl told the scoundrel to keep his hands to himself. He had no business groping her. The monster ordered the young people not to scream. They had to come to him immediately. The transformer couldn't get up because Fei and La Jiao were in perfect sync. La Jiao said they couldn't escape, since they couldn't even stand up. Fei noticed that the monster was getting closer and closer. They needed to find a way out of this situation quickly. Fei said he had an idea. La Jiao shouldn't move, he would take the initiative. The young people synchronized their joined bodies and were able to move. At the same time, Fei used fire magic. The monster said it didn't like fire and ordered it to be extinguished. The water gun skill was activated. La Jiao warned that the monster was attacking and they needed to duck immediately. The transformer lost his footing and was washed away by the water. Fei told the girl she shouldn't have moved. He could have handled it himself. La Jiao pointed out that Fei had been too slow. If she hadn't done anything, they would have suffered even more. The monster continued to attack with a water gun and they risked being swept away. In response, Fei attacked the monster with fireballs. The monster screamed that it was burning up. The monster got angry and said it would drown them now and then sew them back together. The underwater prison skill was activated. The transformer sank to the bottom. La Jiao thought that she and this guy didn't understand each other. Fei thought the girl was too disobedient. He had to figure everything out on his own. As they sank to the bottom, the young people took each other's hands, clasping them in front of them. The great flaming explosion skill was activated. The monster was thrown into confusion. Fei said that the girl should warn him in advance of her actions so he could help her. La Jiao declared that she expected the same initiative from him. Cooperation wouldn't hurt them. The monster activated the skill Phenomenal Stitching and shouted for them not to move. Fei and La Jiao, defying the monster's order, began moving from left to right, and it looked like a dance. Some music would be nice right now. Fei asked his assistant fairy to play some music. She agreed and played Mondo Bongo. La Jiao noticed that she liked the music. Fei and La Jiao, moving across the water's surface, listened to the music, and it looked like a real dance. The monster couldn't do anything to them and screamed loudly in frustration. The super monster, holder of nearly 1,000 warrior certificates, grabbed Lu Yue and demanded, "Who dared to destroy his child?" Fei and La Jiao defeated the monster, obtained its warrior certificates, and were able to separate their bodies. La Jiao noticed that she had finally leveled up and would be able to learn new skills. Fei noted that this boss not only had a lot of experience, but also plenty of materials. Fei checked the necessary information and said there were 2 pieces of epic level gear here. La Jiao could choose first. The young people held hands. La Jiao wondered what their sister and brother were doing right now. The girl sensed the pleasant scent of this guy and wondered how happy he would be at her sudden appearance. The gamer found herself at the edge of a large cliff. The scent had led her right here. She realized this had happened because she hadn't been there. The girl kicked the cliff edge in anger, shattering it. The gamer declared that it didn't matter who it was, but she wanted that scoundrel to pay dearly. Feng Ye felt a strange sensation and thought that someone was thinking of him right now. A shiver ran down his spine. The squad leader ordered the fourth brother not to fall behind and to catch up with them. Ahead of them lay a monster with 500 warrior certificates. Feng Ya was delighted, all because of Zhang Yue. Now he couldn't dampen his fighting spirit. A warrior's resolve is unshakable. Zhang Yue, having once again taken the form of a broken skeleton, floated on the surface of the lake. Low-level monsters circled around him. He realized he couldn't even move. After being thrown off the cliff, he had been closely monitoring the situation on the water and was ready to counterattack. But he hadn't expected the monster at the bottom of the lake to attack from behind. Zhang Yue thought it was just an ordinary monster. A minute later, his whole body began to go numb. He couldn't move even a finger. In desperation, he managed to transform into a skeleton and then lost consciousness. He didn't know how long he'd been drifting with the current. The sound of the water's murmur grew louder, as if he were about to run into trouble again. The skeleton was caught in a whirlpool and began to sink to the bottom. Strangely, he found himself at the bottom of a cave and was finally able to move. But where was he? Zhang Yue looked around and realized he was indeed in a cave at the bottom of the lake. There were natural holes in the cave walls. Scratches were visible on the walls as if carved by a huge monster. He concluded that he was in a monster's lair. According to the game's mechanics, this place was home to either high-level monsters or a massive group of monsters. Zhang Yue decided that staying here was a bad idea. He needed to restore his health and leave. He drank a healing potion. Using the holes in the walls, the skeleton began moving through the tunnels. In one of the tunnels, he discovered some strange objects. What could they be? Activating the erudition skill, the protagonist realized that these were monster eggs. What kind of monster is so prolific? Next to one of the eggs, he found a blade that looked familiar to him. It was the blade of the moon. Zhang Yue cracked open the egg and found a girl inside. She was sleeping peacefully. He resumed his human form and told Luna to wake up. Luna opened her eyes and saw the monster looming over her. She screamed at the approaching danger. The monster attacked. Zhang Yue managed to block the blow with his blade and noted that the monster was incredibly strong, as if a truck had fallen on him. Luna asked him to leave her. The girl came to her senses, grabbed her sword, and prepared to fend off the attack. The monster unleashed an explosion, but the young people managed to defend themselves. Zhang Yue asked how Luna had managed to face such a powerful monster. The girl replied that she didn't remember. The monster cursed and declared that these people had stolen his child. Luna said that if they won, they would be able to make significant progress. Zhang Yue noted that such monsters were extremely dangerous and that they needed to be careful. Luna added that she would focus on breaking through the armor. The girl activated her unique skill, Star Strike. Zhang Yue activated the skill, Explosive Blade Strike. The monster didn't feel the blow at all. Luna used Star Strike again, and the monster crawled back into the hole. The protagonist thought that the monster had dug these burrows itself, so once it slipped away, it would be difficult to catch it in these passages. Suddenly, everything around them shook. Luna was surprised. Could this be the monster's ability? Zhang Yue said they needed to be careful and keep an eye on their surroundings. The players felt the earthquake intensify and realized the attack might come from below. They managed to jump out of the way in different directions just as a spiral strike was launched. Zhang Yue noted that this monster was very fast. After dodging the attack, there wouldn't be time for a counterattack. Luna suggested splitting up so that one could attack while the other counterattacked. Luna warned that the monster was moving toward her. The protagonist realized that ordinary attacks would most likely not work. The speed of its attack, the timing of its moves, the delay when swinging its sword, all of this had to be taken into account. As it approached the players, the monster let out a loud scream, thereby activating a psychic attack. The ground beneath their feet shattered in all directions, and the monster rose high into the air. Zhang Yue warned Luna to remain cautious. The incredible enhancement skill was activated. The young man asked his companion how she was feeling. The monster possessed incredible strength, so they needed to remain constantly vigilant. Zhang Yue added that he now wanted to take the initiative, while Luna could step aside to recover her strength. Luna activated the stealth skill. Zhang Yue, thrusting his sword forward, charged at the aggressive monster. After 2 hours of intense combat, the protagonist was exhausted and had expended a great deal of energy. Luna wondered, even though the monster is so strong, why is it still alive, even while bleeding out? Zhang Yue surmised that this was the limit of the monster's strength. It was fighting at the peak of its capabilities. Upon hearing these words, the monster said that the man was very arrogant and ignorant. What limit was he talking about? Chungyue was surprised when he saw the monster take an egg from the wall and swallow it. This was a very bad sign. The young people noticed that the monster had fully recovered and was once again energetic and aggressive. The monster shouted for the people not to worry. This was only the beginning of their despair. The villain declared that he was now a demon who tormented people in their dreams. He was nightmare incarnate. Zhang Yu told Luna to stay out of the way and watch closely. The girl brought one of the young men the coffee he had ordered. The young man thanked her. To Lu Li's left sat a young man in glasses, silently sipping his coffee. The young man took a sip and told his companion that, deep down, he actually knew the answer. As long as there was even the slightest chance, he must not give up. He added that too much time had passed between his older brother's disappearance and his joining Chen Ming and the start of the game. Lu Li asked if his brother was really all right, why was there still no news? Lu Li said that the journey had been painful. However, now at least he had received a clue about purgatory. The bespectacled young man asked how long Lu Li intended to keep deceiving himself. He had nearly gone mad because of this stupid game. The young man added that Lu Li knew better than anyone that it was just a set of codes and data. He needed to carry on his older brother's legacy and focus on more meaningful things, instead of wasting time on this and indulging in empty fantasies. The young man in glasses told Lu Li to wake up and not forget that he too had dreams. He suggested building an orphanage where orphans could feel at home. This needed to be done right now. Lu Li rose from his seat, grabbed his companion by the neck, and lifted him up. He said that was enough because what stood before him was nothing more than an inner demon, an illusion created by a monster. The young man in glasses calmly asked if Lu Li was sure of that. Maybe this was the reality he was afraid to face? Lu Li didn't understand how he could protect a large number of people if he couldn't protect those close to him. The children's shelter he had dreamed of was run by just 3 people. The protagonist came to his senses and realized that he and Luna were in the monster's embrace. Our hero took the necessary action and freed himself from the monster's clutches. The monster was furious, for its hands had been injured. How had this man managed to escape from its cage of nightmares? Chungyue retreated to a safe place and gave the girl the illusion-breaking potion used on the 30th level. Luna opened her eyes and said she had just seen her mother. The monster asked, "Isn't it better to die quietly in a world where there are things that don't exist in reality? Isn't that why they fear their own minds and desperately want to escape?" The young people, having regained their strength and cleared their minds, rushed to attack the monster once more. Luna and Zhang Yue understood each other without words and attacked in sync, using their abilities and skills to the fullest. The monster hadn't expected such pressure and tried to hide underground. The players continued their aggressive assault. The monster was baffled. The humans should have been weakened after escaping the cage of nightmares, but they were fighting even harder than before. The monster decided it had no choice but to temporarily retreat and redeploy. Chungyue disagreed and asked, "Does the monster really want to escape?" The protagonist delivered a crushing blow and severed the monster's head. The monster stopped moving and collapsed to the ground, bleeding green blood. The young people shook hands. Finally, this monster was defeated. Zhang Yue apologized since he had received all the warrior certificates. They were supposed to deliver the final blow together. The girl replied that she didn't see anything wrong with that, because if the monster had escaped, they wouldn't have gotten anything at all. There were 2 days left until the end of the 7-day tour. The protagonist promised his companion that he would collect as many warrior certificates as possible as soon as he could. Luna said she wasn't worried about it and suggested they leave as quickly as possible. The young people heard some sounds behind them and turned around. A voice said that it wasn't going to let this slide. Luna was surprised. Could the monster still be alive? Zhang Yue declared that was impossible since its warrior certificates had already been credited. However, the sound was indeed coming from the monster. Luna told the young man to look at its stomach. The stomach began to move. After a while, the stomach burst open and another monster emerged from it. It laughed and said it was finally free. The players didn't understand how this was possible. However, the monster had fully emerged, grown in size, and was becoming aggressive. Zhang Yu attacked this newcomer, but encountered an insurmountable barrier. His strike was blocked. The monster fired a stream of green liquid from its mouth, and our hero was knocked far backward. The monster possessed nearly 2,000 warrior certificates. He asked why people were giving him such a cold reception. They had destroyed the previous monster and done the right thing, for that one truly deserved to die. The monster addressed the people. How long do you intend to pretend to be dead? The monster demonstrated its aggressive intentions by hurling huge boulders in all directions. Its strength was incredible. This couldn't stop the players, and they joined forces, attacking the monster from all sides. The many-armed monster grabbed the attacker's blades and stopped them with just his bare hands. The villain said it was very boring and flung the people in different directions, giving them a massive boost of acceleration. He added that he was getting bored with these people. He had even lost interest in them. However, he was willing to let them attack one more time. Zhang Yue used sign language to convey the necessary information to the girl. Luna also signaled that she had understood everything. The monster remarked that the will to live was the best thing these people had right now. Luna and Zhang Yue, in a united burst of energy, pounced on the monster at the same time. The girl used the moonwheel skill. The monster was unharmed and asked, "Is that all?" The villain said that this girl had no more chances and that she should be prepared to die right now. The monster noticed that the young man had also attacked him. The skill used was a supporting attack. The main attack came from the person behind him. The monster fired another green beam, aiming it at our hero. The protagonist dodged the attack, changed position, and attacked the monster from behind, triggering the backstab skill. The monster's back was covered in green blood. It lost its balance and began to fall forward. Luna said that their joint attack had paid off. The monster stayed on its feet, snapped its fingers, and began consuming the contents of the nearby egg. The monster declared that it wasn't bad. This group of people was quite an interesting combination. If he were that old man, the advantage would definitely be in the humans' hands. The young people realized, as long as these eggs were here, the monster could not be destroyed. The villain noted that these two worked well together. Their individual attacks were weak, but by combining forces, they could deal damage. The villain warned that this was their last battle together. There would be no more attacks like this. He wanted to separate them so they would feel the despair and pain of loneliness. The monster activated the cloning skill and split into two. Our hero thought that after splitting, the monster's power had decreased slightly. However, it was still difficult to fight him. Each of the monsters attacked the young people, trying to inflict maximum damage. The players put up a serious fight. The protagonist told Luna to be as careful as possible. The monster was surprised. Where did this guy find the time to think about her? The girl replied that Zhang Yue shouldn't worry. The monster was surprised. Was this guy actually laughing at him? The Hunter's Strike skill was activated, followed by a continuous barrage of attacks. He wondered, what other tricks does this human have up his sleeve? He still has plenty of eggs left, enough to last a long time. There's no point in wasting his time. He's ready to devour this human just like that. The monster was surprised. Why was the human's destructive power getting stronger and stronger? Something was definitely wrong here. Down displayed extreme aggression and landed numerous blows on the monster. The villain hadn't expected the young man to have such a trump card up his sleeve. Zhang Yue declared that he would definitely destroy this monster. Zhang Yue thought he needed to finish off the monster before it recovered. The protagonist used a recovery potion, which pauses the duration of a single skill. The monster activated the insect birth skill and said that the human wouldn't succeed. The monster's eyes lit up brightly and it laughed loudly. The villain clearly had something up his sleeve. The protagonist noticed that the eggs scattered everywhere began to move, and creatures started hatching from them. The little monsters hatched from the eggs and immediately became aggressive. The monster declared that the man no longer had a chance. Now he would surely be defeated. Zhang Yue, wielding his blades, mercilessly slaughtered the newly hatched monsters, slicing their bodies to pieces. However, there were so many eggs that Zhang Yue was physically unable to destroy them all. The monsters grew quickly and were ready to attack the man. The monster leader said that this was exactly what he had been counting on. The villain gave the order, and the monsters rushed to attack the man. The leader said he wanted to appreciate their dance of 1,000 strikes. Another clone continued to attack Luna, not even giving the girl a chance to catch her breath. Luna, having taken a crushing blow, was sent flying far backward and slammed into a rock. Blood trickled from the girl's mouth. The monster said he was bored again. He had just separated her from her partner, and now she didn't even have a chance to fight back. There is nothing more unpleasant than prey that cannot fight back. Luna declared that it wasn't that she couldn't fight back, even though their positions were different. She understood that the monster had lost his mother at birth, so she offered him her condolences. The monster laughed in response. What kind of tactic is this? Joking. Does she really want him to die of laughter? How can she feel guilty for having destroyed that old man? The monster said he was willing to make an exception and tell the girl some rules of survival. From the moment they hatch, they compete with the mother's body. The mother's body can eat the eggs to replenish her strength and recover. Or the powerful offspring will eat the mother's body to become stronger. He didn't eat the mother's body, but he will eat this girl's body because that will be more useful. The monster asked, "Don't humans eat each other? After all, they say it's very tasty." The villain noticed that his rival was very agitated. He was ready to help her experience it. Luna screamed for the monster not to do that. Zhangye heard the scream and realized that Luna was in danger. The protagonist's rival yawned once more and said he wanted to sleep. It's so boring here. The monster ordered his minions to stop loafing around and destroy this man. Zhangye was forced to speed up his sword strikes to keep up with destroying the monsters attacking him. The young man noted that these creatures were very fast. The protagonist stood atop a mountain made entirely of the bodies of the monsters he had destroyed. Meanwhile, the mountain continued to grow. The system congratulated the player on reaching level 30. As a reward, he was given the Bracelet of Omniscience. He also received the random skill, Shadow Clone. Now he could turn his shadow into a clone to fight alongside him. The monster said that this person needed to be dealt with as soon as possible, because he was still hungry. The villain climbed to the top of the mountain himself, using the bodies of the monsters he had destroyed. The monster was surprised when he saw the bloodstain and the man's clothes. He flew into a rage. The villain shouted, "How dare his minions do this? After all, that was his food. Which one of them stole the man's body?" The villain continued to rage. Did these little monsters really want to rebel against him? The shadow clone continued moving, descending the mountain. The shadow clone began destroying the newly hatched monsters surrounding him. The villain expressed bewilderment. What on earth was going on here? Hadn't this guy died? The monster ordered his minions to get moving and destroy this man, for he was now dealing damage to his army with incredible force. The shadow clone changed its appearance and began to look like a human. Now our hero was twice as fast and strong, and the rate at which he destroyed monsters increased. The monster didn't understand. How was this possible? It must be a fluke, because this man couldn't possibly have defeated him so easily. The villain decided there was no need to panic just yet, since fortunately, he had used a cloning technique. As long as the clone existed, he could split off and regenerate. The monster dropped to his knees and begged for forgiveness. He admitted that he had been foolish and ignorant. The villain bowed his head and declared that he was ready to be a loyal servant, to follow his master, and to carry out all his orders. Luna said that wasn't bad. The villain asked, did she really agree? He thanked the girl for her forgiveness and added that it would be an honor for him to follow her. Luna activated her piercing gaze ability and said that the monster was being too loud. Who even spoke to him? Luna passed her judgment and carried it out. The monster was beheaded. The power of good had triumphed. The warrior certificate collection event was complete. All warriors were to gather at the central gate. The players expressed relief that the event was finally over. It had been too difficult. The female gamer, her sister and Faye, sat in silence, waiting for Zhang Yue and Luna. The gamer slammed her fist down and said that something wasn't right here. Some things needed to be cleared up. La Jiao told her sister that she would go gather information about this guy's older brother. The girl asked if La Jiao knew who might have harmed him. Faye was surprised. Had something really happened to his brother? The girl declared that it was her fault. She hadn't protected that guy well enough. His brother had been ambushed and poisoned while they were searching for her. Faye said that was impossible. He didn't believe anyone could have defeated his brother. La Jiao suggested there were still people on the other side, but her sister's intuition was always spot on. The gamer said that the man she liked was definitely an unusual person. La Jiao was surprised. Did her sister actually have some kind of principles? Suddenly, the protagonist approached the young people. He was carrying the exhausted Luna in his arms. The gamer was delighted. La Jiao was surprised by this reaction, since her sister and this guy weren't that close. Luna told the young man that she was fine and asked him to set her down. The protagonist told the girl not to overexert herself. The female gamer stared intently at our hero. She was full of determination. The girl walked toward the young man. La Jiao told her sister to calm down. Fei urged diplomacy. The girl moved right up close to the protagonist and said her name was Hua Jiao. Her nickname was Sichuan Pepper. Hua Jiao added that she was his future wife, his true and only destiny. A look of utter astonishment appeared on the protagonist's face. Those present were also stunned. At that moment, the screen above the city reappeared. A voice asked everyone for a moment of attention. The speaker congratulated those present on passing the Warrior Certificate Collection Contest. Now the top 100 finalists would be announced. The players were surprised. Who had taken first place with 5,000 points? It turned out that the winner was the leader of the Dawn Guild, named Dawn. Some players didn't even know the Dawn Guild existed. However, this guild is now ranked third on the entire server. All the core members of the guild are professional players from the Dawn Club. Before they joined the game, they had already won several world championships in other games. The championship wasn't surprising, since the players are strong. But who is Zhang Yue? He made it into the top 3. If it weren't for him, the entire top 5 would have consisted of guild members. Zhang Yue apologized to the girl and said he wasn't planning on falling in love just yet. Hua Jiao said that Zhang Yue was a beautiful name. The other players, watching him, didn't see him as a ruthless character. One of the players saw the young man and thought that this was Zhang Yue. The minister congratulated the warriors who had made it into the top 100. These players had proven their bravery to the king. As a reward, they would be awarded experience points based on the number of certificates they held. The minister expressed confidence that all the warriors were satisfied with the reward. However, the selection was not yet over. Next, they were asked to pass through the portal and proceed to the next location. The players approached the portal. Many said they had no choice. The experience they had gained was so great that the rewards would certainly be greater as they advanced further. Through magical teleportation, the players were transported to isolated areas. Each area had 6 zones, 5 of which were occupied by players selected at random by the system. The players didn't understand where they were. Was this really what the new stage of the second phase looked like? Many scanned the area for their teammates. A character with a box on his head appeared before the group and announced that he was the host of this location. A true warrior needs wisdom and courage. The first level tests bravery, the second, intelligence. The rules are simple. A group of 5 people is randomly formed, among whom a killer is hiding. You must identify the killer by gathering clues. The host added that after each round, all participants vote, except for one player. If the killer is successfully eliminated, the remaining players can move on. If the killer survives, who will be promoted? Cards with stories will be handed out, revealing the character's identity as well as key clues. Zhang Yue speculated that they would face a reasoning challenge and a language game. The host said there was little time left and announced the official start of the second round. First, he would introduce the participants to the backstory in the form of a narrative. The warrior passed a multi-stage test and withstood the royal trial. He is going to defeat the evil dragon and save the beautiful princess. Before his departure, the entire kingdom of Tibur threw a grand banquet for the warrior. At the end of the celebration, everyone discovered that the warrior had been stabbed to death in the garden fountain. Who is the killer? 5 suspects have been identified. Suspect A is a friend of the deceased warrior. Suspect B is the minister's daughter. Suspect C is the captain of the guard. Suspect D, a scholar of the kingdom. Suspect E is a priest. The talking box asked who the killer is. There is only one truth. You must find the correct answer. You must start with suspect A and proceed clockwise. The host added that he would guide the players throughout the entire process. The first suspect introduced himself and said he was a comrade of the deceased warrior. He is a hero and a brother who grew up alongside the victim. Is there anything suspicious about him? He's always cheerful and very handsome to boot. He can't be lying. Suspect A noted that he couldn't see who the killer might be. He added that, based on his appearance, the priest couldn't be a bad person. Suspect B said that she is Genuine's second daughter. Once, when she was away from home, she was surrounded by goblins, and it was the warrior who rescued her from the ambush. He is her savior. The girl remarked that after that encounter, she had always admired the victim. She added that she was in poor health and bedridden year-round. A frail girl like her could not have stabbed the warrior. Suspect B noted that all people are good. She recalled that there was a clue in her file. The girl also noted that her father's spies had mentioned that the captain of the guard did not get along with the deceased warrior. While the warrior was alive, many had witnessed their arguments. The protagonist said that he was the captain of the royal guard and was responsible for the safety of all the kingdom's inhabitants. He had no connection to the deceased warrior. Zheng Yu added that he had quarreled with the victim because he discovered that the man was not a warrior at all, but a womanizer chasing fame and fortune. Such people are unworthy of saving the princess. But he would never go against the king's will, so he did not kill the hero. Zhang Yue added that to maintain order at the banquet, he was always in plain sight and all the guests saw him. He has a solid alibi. Suspect C noted that the relationship between the second daughter, Zhen Yuan, and the deceased warrior was complicated. However, for some reason, the girl wants to hide this. Zhen Yuan told Suspect C not to be so vengeful. Suspect A remarked that Zhen Yuan doesn't seem like a bad person. Suspect D said that she is a scholar of the Kingdom of Tever. She is responsible for recording history and biographies. By order of the king, she interviewed the deceased warrior and wrote his biography. The scholar added that she had no motive. She is the kind of person with whom one can easily get along, without arguments or misunderstandings. She also didn't have the time. She spent the hour before and after the incident socializing with other scholars at the banquet. Someone was with her the entire time. The scientist noted that she is not capable of committing crimes. The priest said that the scientist has analytical skills and might know who the killer is. The scientist replied that she didn't know. That was an incorrect assumption. Suspect D suggested first eliminating the players who aren't very good at figuring this out. The goal of the game is to determine who is a teammate and who is the killer using a system of clues. Suspect E said that he is a priest and is responsible for divination and sacrifices. The day before, he had used a crystal ball to predict the success or failure of the mission to rescue the princess. An image of a warrior who had been slain in the palace appeared on the ball. The priest noted that this is why he hurried to the king and reported the results of the divination. The king immediately ordered prayers for the warrior and to change his fate. After that, the priest quickly approached the altar to make a sacrifice and pray for the warrior. Unfortunately, too much time had passed before the sacrifice and blessing were completed. The priest remarked, "If the killer manages to evade his abilities, then this is no ordinary person. He must be thoughtful and a skilled pretender. The person least likely to be the killer is most likely the one who is." The host announced that the first round was over. After the countdown, everyone had to raise their hands to vote and choose the killer. During the voting, 3 suspects were identified. Suspect A drew the most suspicion. The deceased warrior's comrade was surprised. This must be a mistake, since he had said he was a good person. The talking box said that Suspect A must leave. After these words, Suspect A sank down along with the ground beneath his feet. 4 people remained on the team. The game continued. The host congratulated everyone on advancing to the second round. To help them progress, new clues appeared on the players' cards. However, only 3 of them are true. 1 is false. Now they start with Suspect B, moving clockwise from left to right. Genuine shared his new clue. The captain of the guard fully obeys the king's orders, while the king ordered the priest to pray for the warrior's blessing. He also took measures to protect the warrior. The girl added that when she looks at this clue, it seems like a lie to her. The more submissive a dog appears on the outside, the harder it bites behind your back. Zheng Yu shared his clue. According to the guard's response, after the priest returned from the king, he spent the entire night at the altar and did not stand out in any way. The young man added that right now, aside from him, the explanations given by suspects D and E seem reasonable. However, the girl's second round of testimony suggests she is hiding something. The young man also noted that he has doubts about suspect B. The scholar shared her clue. The second daughter, Zhenyuan, obsessively followed the warrior, collected items he used, and sent him her hair every day. The scholar added that Zhenyuan had also sent a threatening letter stating that if she did not get the warrior, she would destroy him. The priest is also aware of some of these clues. Furthermore, Zhenyuan was the only one who left the banquet early. The priest shared his clue. According to the divination, the scholar is a capable and reliable assistant. The host announced that the second round was over. After the countdown, everyone must raise their hands and vote. A killer must be chosen. The choice was made and the vote was held. This time there were 2 suspects. However, based on the number of votes, Zhenyuan was identified as the prime suspect in this round. The girl indignantly declared that she had been telling the truth. Do the people here have any brains? After all, she is clearly a good person. Zhenyuan said that the scientist was jealous of her beauty. So she deliberately stalked her and blackmailed her. That's a major act of malice. The suspect was eliminated. Her platform sank down along with her. The game continued. Only 3 participants remain. The talking box announced that the game had finally reached the 3rd round. Now there were no restrictions on order or number of speakers. Everyone could speak freely. After everyone had spoken, they could vote. Zhang Yuo said he wanted to summarize the findings of the 1st and 2nd rounds of investigation. The scientist stated that there was no need to worry. To her, it was already obvious who the killer was. The scientist noted that based on her clue, Zhen Yuan was innocent. She had deliberately planned to eliminate the girl in order to find out who the real killer was. The scientist said that the killer is the captain of the Royal Guard. Zhang Yuo asked what evidence there was. The scholar replied that the proof was her previous statement. The part of the clue that mentioned the captain of the guard was entirely made up by her. The goal was to see if he would vote for her, but in the end he didn't. The scholar asked, maybe he just doesn't like Zhen Yuan, which is why she was chosen. The girl added that the captain of the guard didn't think so. It's hard to fool the eyes. When she sends the chief of the guard a misleading signal, regardless of whether he is puzzled or doubtful, his eyes always follow her. But that time, the chief of the guard didn't do that. There is only one explanation for this. The killer is the head of the guard. His subconscious naturally thinks not about how to find the killer, but about how to hide and eliminate rivals. That's why he didn't dare look at her. Do we need any further explanation? Zhang Yuo said that it's impossible to argue with a scientist, and as an example, he's willing to accept her opinion as the truth. In that case, it's time to vote. There's no point in wasting time. The scientist was surprised. Why doesn't this guy have any doubts? The host asked if the priest wanted to discuss anything. The answer was no. The talking head added that, in that case, the 3rd round of presentations was over. After the countdown, everyone should raise their hands and vote. The vote was held. 2 suspects were identified. By a large majority, the scientist was declared guilty. The game was over. The killer had won. The scientist was outraged. What had the priest done? Hadn't she made herself clear? Why hadn't the priest voted for the chief guard? Zhang Yuo explained that what is in a person's heart is stronger than the truth expressed in words. From the moment the scientist spoke up in the 1st round, he realized that sooner or later she would expose him. However, she used the process of elimination. In that case, the remaining priest was his only chance. The logic behind the priest's vote is closely tied to the 1st round. The person least likely to be the killer is most likely to turn out to be the killer. The scientist realized why, in the final round, the chief guard had pretended to give up on her argument. In reality, he had pushed the priest to make a choice. The scientist was forced to admit that she had lost. The game was over. Only Zhang Yue remained on the platform. The losers were eliminated. The host said that a brilliant job had been done. It was simply a magnificent counterattack. The minister congratulated all the warriors who had passed the 2nd round of selection. The king had prepared a large amount of gold as a reward for all those who had passed. Now they could rest. Soon they would head to the site of the final selection. Our hero's teammates approached him and told him he was doing a great job. They had all made good progress. A message came through that they would be leaving soon. All the warriors needed to hold on tight to the handrails and follow safety rules. Zhang Yuo and his team reappeared in the arena before a large crowd of spectators. The minister greeted everyone and invited all participants to the 3rd round of selection. The minister asked everyone to look up at the overhead projection and greet King Tever Jin, the supreme ruler of the Kingdom of Tever, with the warmest applause. The king thanked everyone for their hospitality. He also thanked the warriors who had traveled such a long distance. The 1st and 2nd rounds of selection seemed extremely effective to the king. The warriors present here are intelligent and valiant. Zhang Yuo said it felt as if it were Monday and the principal was addressing the entire school. La Jiao agreed with the young man. The king reminded everyone that the Kingdom of Tever is unrivaled in the world in mineral extraction and blacksmithing. To inspire all the warriors during the competition, he would reward the top 3 with a legendary grade gemstone for weapon inlay. The squad leader noted that the information was correct. He added that these 3 stones should go to the Dawn Guild. The guild members said they understood everything. Fei asked his brother, "Is a legendary level weapon inlay stone really that expensive?" Zhang Yue replied that it was a great rarity. By inlaying the stone into a weapon, one could obtain a special ability. The protagonist thought that this item was supposed to appear at level 50. Could it be that they released it early? La Jiao noted that such an item could currently be sold on the market for hundreds of thousands of coins. Fei added that in that case, they would become rich if they managed to get 3 at once. The king said he could already feel the fire igniting in the warriors' hearts. In that case, it was time to begin the third selection. The minister spoke up and noted that all the warriors were probably eager to enter the arena. He knew everyone was anxious, but they needed to be patient. Now everyone would be briefed on the selection rules. A total of 32 warriors passed the second round of selection. A duel format will be used to determine the champion over 5 rounds. You must defeat your opponent, force them out of the ring, or wait until they voluntarily concede defeat. The champion will receive a wealth of experience, gold, and the right of first choice. The champion will also be able to choose the princess's rescue team. Each participant will have the opportunity to take one item from the royal treasury. It was announced that Zhang Yue would go first. Fei remarked that it was time for the show. Hua Jiao told Zhang Yue not to even think about losing. The protagonist thought this would be just another battle in the arena. Our hero's opponent was already standing in his section of the arena, drawing everyone's attention. Zhang Yue recognized this guy. The rival was surprised. Had his opponent really heard of him? The young man thought that after a long silence, today he would finally be able to bask in the glory. The young man recalled the congratulations he received after defeating the elite boss, One-Armed Demon. The protagonist thought that this time he wouldn't lose this opponent. After 28 attempts, they met again. The rival declared that his name was King Lu Zhen. He was a lone and mighty wolf. The rival added that whoever could defeat him need not worry, for it was merely an opportunity to make himself stronger. Lu Zhen said that Zhang Yue could attack. He wouldn't lose anyway. The protagonist moved past him with ease and elegance and landed a devastating blow on his opponent, as if in passing. Lu Zhen was wounded and began to bleed. Lu Zhen couldn't believe it. He hadn't even attacked yet or demonstrated the power of his unique fusion technique. Zhang Yue thought that this guy's mouth still wouldn't shut. The commander of Dawn asked the third brother, was this the one he and the fourth brother had failed to destroy? The answer was yes. The leader said that was very interesting. Zhuang Hui declared that this was his prey. Contestant number 7 was invited to the next match. It was Luna. She defeated her opponent using a swift and colorful sword technique resembling a moon dance. Contestant number 26, a Fei, unexpectedly defeated his opponent by turning him into a barbecue. Contestant number 18, Hua Jiao, broke through her opponent's block with brute force and landed a perfect strike. The commander of Dawn asked the third brother if this girl's techniques and mannerisms looked familiar. The third brother replied that he was 80% sure. The sister said it was her turn. The leader of Dawn told the girl to find the feeling that usually arises during training matches and maintain a state between tension and relaxation. Fei wished La Jiao good luck and told her to defeat her opponent. The girl replied that it was no big deal. The older sister said that if La Jiao lost, there would be no hot pot for dinner. The spectators were thrilled to be able to watch the professional players up close. La Jiao asked her opponent, "Is the Dawn Guild really that strong?" Now she would show her opponent that there was definitely someone better out there. The girl from Dawn told her opponent that her chest was modest, unlike her manners. La Jiao was outraged. How dare this wretch speak to her like that? La Jiao declared that flat chests were very fashionable these days. After saying this, she launched an attack. Her opponent was surprised. Had this girl really gotten angry? La Jiao shouted at her opponent to shut up immediately and struck her. However, the girl managed to dodge the blow. The host said it was simply an unparalleled duel. La Jiao suddenly used fire to spin in midair. The fight began with a chase. Contestant number 6, Deng, used her ability's reverse thrust to dodge the blow. However, it seemed she was injured after all. Deng said that this was very interesting. Now she was ready to play a little more seriously. The undead summoning technique, Fire Spirit, was activated. An undead creature in the form of a dog appeared and lunged at La Jiao. The girl realized that her opponent was a summoner. On top of that, this dog turned out to be very fast. However, the summoned creature's movement pattern was predictable. By anticipating it, she could defeat it. Hua Jiao said that the summoned beast possessed high fire resistance, which significantly reduced the damage from fire attacks. Deng declared that if her opponent didn't want to be humiliated, she should surrender immediately. Deng set her dog on her opponent. La Jiao prepared to parry the attack and said that the other girl wouldn't succeed. The fire tornado was activated. Fei remarked that it was simply beautiful. La Jiao first used fire meteors to close the distance, and then, up close, the fire tornado. She continuously attacks both the human and the dog. Deng ordered the dog to shield her from this fiery onslaught. La Jiao continued her attack and declared that her opponent's time was up. Deng couldn't figure out when this girl had managed to do all that. A huge ball of fire crashed down on Dan. The host said that La Jiao had used a combination of abilities to disorient her opponent. After that, she delivered a powerful blow from behind. The outcome of the battle seemed predetermined. Fei shouted for La Jiao to remain cautious. The older sister noticed that Dan was still standing. Deng activated her undead summoning technique, 5 offensive defensive circles. Deng realized she'd forgotten to warn them beforehand. She could summon more than just beasts. A golden spirit, a water spirit, a fire spirit, and a wood spirit appeared in the arena. Fei and Hua Jiao helped the girl leave the arena. The older sister said that the performance was good, but her opponent's attribute was unacceptable. La Jiao was devastated by the fact that she had actually lost. The girl burst into tears and said she was so ashamed. Fei comforted her and told her it wasn't her fault. La Jiao wiped away her tears and said there was no need to comfort her. She was fine and would try to become stronger in the future. La Jiao remarked that she would definitely never lose again to anyone who made fun of her flat chest. Luna noted that the members of the Dawn Guild were indeed very strong. Any one of them would be difficult to deal with. The minister said it had been a remarkable duel. La Jiao's performance had been very spectacular. The strength of contestant number 6 knew no bounds. Next to enter the arena will be member number 5 of the Dawn Guild, Feng Ya. Feng Ya attacked his opponent and said that he was very weak. The host remarked that Feng Ya lives up to his nickname. He's like a rabid wolf with bared fangs. His opponent has no chance of striking back. He's like a lamb. Next to enter the arena was number 3, Shen Jian. The opponent decided he could block the shot since he was also facing a human. Shen Jian fired a barrage of shots and his opponent was no longer so confident. The host said that Shen Jian was terrifying. Every one of his shots hit the target and in vital areas. This requires first-class calculation and technique. The second contestant, Lei Dao, defeated her opponent in a flash without even drawing her sword. The commander of Dawn told the next contestant that his attack strategy was wrong. That way it would be difficult for him to inflict damage. In this situation, he should hold the axe with both hands and deliver powerful strikes. The commander added that he should hold his arms higher and engage his lower back to utilize his full body strength. The commander told the warrior to commit this feeling to memory and try again. The power must come from the lower back, not the buttocks. The commander of Dawn acknowledged that there was progress. Time was short, so it was time to enter the arena. The warrior thanked him for the guidance and admitted defeat. The minister said he was tired and asked his assistant to help with the commentary. The assistant invited the next participants to enter the arena. The girl asked her opponent, was it necessary to continue the fight? The opponent agreed and suggested they not waste time and surrender together. Zhang Yu surmised that the others were no longer in the mood to continue the fight. The Dawn Guild's massive lead had accelerated the pace of the competition. The list of the top 8 would now be published. The list was published. 4 representatives of the Dawn Guild, Fei, Zhang Yue, Hua Jiao, Luna and Deng will fight for the last spot. La Jiao told Luna to destroy that girl and rub her face in the dirt. Luna replied that she would try. Fei assured her that she would succeed. Zhang Yue wished the girl good luck. Luna waved her hand in response. The audience chanted the name of the representative from the Dawn Guild. Deng asked Luna if she was the partner of that flat-chested loser. It seemed this girl's breasts weren't much bigger. Now they had to test her strength. Luna said they would test everything right now, so Deng could summon her 5 assistants. Dan summoned the undead and added that she would call in the 5 of them if she realized her opponent had enough strength to stand up to them. Luna activated the skill Execution of Starlight. Dan summoned her assistants and told them to attack her opponent and not let her get close. Luna fended off the onslaught and continued to close in. Dan deployed a water shield. Luna noticed that in their previous battle, her opponent had secretly used her summoned creature with the water attribute to counter the damage. Why was she acting so relaxed now? She had to fight seriously. That would show respect for her opponent and for herself. La Jiao noted that Luna had spoken well. She was absolutely right. We need to beat this Dan and not stop halfway. The third brother said that the 5th sister had underestimated her opponent. The commander of Dawn noted that Luna was absolutely right. This would serve as a good lesson for the 5th sister. The 4th brother said he was very bored. When would it be his turn? Dan was outraged. Did her rival really think that just because she left a scratch on her, she could win? Dan sent her 5 summoned creatures at Luna and added that now she would show her what reality was. At the same time, streams of flame and water were directed at Luna. Before the moon could react, sharp feathers flew toward her. The earth vine began to rapidly close in on Luna. The girl decided to retreat for the time being. Luna was trapped. The vine entangled her leg and tried to imprison her in an earthen sarcophagus. The sarcophagus slammed shut. Dan was almost celebrating her victory. The representative of the Dawn Guild said that, in the end, she had won just as easily. Huajiao, watching the duel, said that Luna could still win. However, this time the compatibility of the beast with the 5 attributes was higher than it had been in the previous battle. Dan thanked her assistants and said they had done a good job. Zhangye mentally signaled to Luna that it was time to act. Luna activated the giant sword technique skill and sliced through the sarcophagus from the inside. Taking advantage of the element of surprise, Luna lunged at her opponent, catching her off guard. Earth, wood, and water created a barrier, but it wasn't enough. Dan felt she had been disgraced. Dan felt that awful, nauseating sensation again. The girl remembered witnessing her parents' quarrel as a child. She sat in the corner and cried quietly. Her parents were arguing loudly and yelling at each other at the time. Her father raised his voice, but her mother, even in the presence of her little daughter, screamed just as loudly. Dan felt lonely. She closed her eyes and cried bitterly. Dan had felt humiliated ever since she got older. Even among her peers, she was often beaten up. A girl her age confronted Dan, accusing her of allegedly stealing her boyfriend. People say her parents are getting divorced, which is why she's so wayward. Her peers teased the girl. She was systematically bullied by them. One day, Dan got tired of putting up with it and decided to fight back against her tormentors. One of the young people filmed the fight on video and claimed it was proof that Dan was beating up her classmates. The girl understood that the world is cruel and cold, and life is full of suffering. How could she go on living? She could hide, disguise herself, grow fangs. Perhaps then life would get better. A young man near the computers in the arcade said that this beauty, Dan, was a very good player. The girl replied that she should thank Brother Hu for helping her deal with the school bullies. The young man added that if Dan became his girlfriend, no one at school would bother her anymore. Dan was surprised. Hadn't Hu said he saw her as a younger sister? The young man smiled and said that if there was mutual attraction, they could take things further. Dan thought such proposals made her sick. Suddenly, someone grabbed Hu's brother by the arm. The young man was surprised. Who would dare do that? The man said that this girl was still just a child. A colleague hinted to Hu's brother that these were people from Dawn. It was best not to get involved with them. The man added that Hu should take his friend and leave. They were no longer allowed to show up at the Dawn Internet Club. The man approached Dan and said she was a very good player. Would she like to join the club and play professionally? He noted that Dan had shown great talent, and the Dawn Club was in need of just such players. Dan decided she couldn't lose. She wanted to win, and her victory would be spectacular. After all, she was a representative of the Dawn Guild. Dan activated the skill 5 offensive defensive circles and attacked. The confident destruction skill was activated. Luna was ready for the attack, but it was far too powerful. After the smoke cleared, everyone saw a hole in the wall. Luna was nowhere to be seen in the arena. Dan declared it a victory. The minister was surprised. Had Dan's attack actually pierced through the arena? It seemed as though nothing remained of Luna. Zhangye was calm, but his comrades felt uneasy. The protagonist told everyone to look closely at the arena. Luna had been cunning. She had used the space between the ground and the arena to hide from the crushing blow. The spectators were baffled. Was that even allowed? A moment later, Luna reappeared in the arena with a sword in her hands. Dan was surprised. Wasn't that a violation of the rules? The fact was that Luna had stuck the sword into the wall and hadn't left the arena, so she hadn't broken any rules. Luna declared that it was now her turn. The girl was determined. Dan noted that her opponent was too arrogant, but she wouldn't be able to win anyway. Luna activated the Moon Disc skill and landed a devastating blow. The spinning technique allowed her to deflect Dan's water and fire attacks. The flames and water suddenly turned to steam, and a fog filled the arena. Dan thought she couldn't see a thing now. The execution of the Moonlight skill was activated. Dan deployed a solid defense using earth, wood, and water. A natural barrier was created. Luna activated the skill Giant Sword technique. Dan relied on the protection of her summoned creatures. And suddenly Luna appeared behind Dan. Dan found herself bound. Luna declared that her opponent had fallen for it. It was just a flicker. The natural barrier was destroyed. The girls were face to face. Dan dropped to her knees and conceded defeat. The minister said in surprise that Luna had defeated Dawn. Luna approached her defeated rival and expressed hope that they would have more exciting battles in the future. The host announced that the last spot among the top 8 went to contestant number 7, Luna. Zhang Yue's group will face off against the Dawn Guild. The next 4 battles promise to be thrilling. Viewers can look forward to a clash of strong rivals. Who will advance to the next stage? Only time will tell. The intense battle caused massive damage to the arena. The maintenance team is working to repair the arena. We'll have to wait a little while. Lejiao said that Luna is simply amazing. She was very nervous. Luna admitted that her opponent was strong, so she had to study her weaknesses and attack based on that new information. Luna felt that she was still feeling pressure from the opposing team. Deng apologized to the guild leader and admitted she had lost. She noted that she wasn't strong enough to be a team member and had disgraced Dawn. Now she had no way out. The guild leader patted the girl on the head and told her she was saying the wrong things. If there's time for despair, it's better to reflect on everything that happened. Luna is very talented and has a promising future. Facing challenges is normal. The commander added that they shouldn't underestimate the opposing team. However, now they have a chance to have some fun. The minister announced that the arena had been repaired and they were ready to continue. The next players were invited to come out. Contestant number 4 is Zhang Yue. Contestant number 5, Feng Ya. Feng Ya noted that now no one would interfere with them. They could fight at full strength, and he was ready for it. The host said that these young people would fight with everything they had in the completely renovated arena. However, immediately after the first clash, the burst of energy was so great that the arena was destroyed again. And this was only the first skirmish. The audience heard the continuous clanging of metal. Zhang Yu activated Swinging Strike, but his opponent managed to hold his ground. Feng Ya stated that he still enjoyed fighting such an opponent. Zhang Yue had definitely grown stronger since their last meeting, but he wasn't the only one who had improved. Zhang Yue was cool-headed and silent. Since these opponents had met before, our hero knew what abilities Feng Ya possessed. The fourth brother chose an aggressive fighting style. The leader of Dawn said this was not surprising. Feng Ya is optimistic about Zhang Yue. This is understandable. From a professional standpoint, these players have never lost to each other. Huazhou noted that the opponent is very assertive. It's the first time she's seen anyone able to stand up to Zhang Yue like that. Luna added that this Feng Ya has good reflexes and quick thinking, acting instinctively. Feng Ya told his opponent that they've finally warmed up. Is Zhang Yue ready to fight for real now? The protagonist threw off his cloak, making it clear that he was determined. There should be no doubt. In the midst of the aggressive confrontation, the opponent's blades ended up stuck in the ground, lying away from them. Feng Ya had already changed his strategy, adopting a boxing stance and preparing for hand-to-hand combat. The representative of the Dawn Guild threw a left hook, but Zhang Yue skillfully dodged the attack. The next blow hit its mark. The protagonist lost his balance and began to fall backward. Our hero's face was covered in blood. He fell to the ground but remained conscious and continued to control the situation. Zhang Yue jumped to his feet and immediately counterattacked Feng Ya, delivering a kick to his torso. Our hero didn't stop there. He kept up the offensive momentum and struck his opponent in the face with a knee. Feng Ya began to bleed profusely, but he remained on his feet. The opponents traded blows and neither of them backed down. Unable to withstand the pressure, our hero decided to move and jump to the side. He needed to regroup and catch his breath. Zhang Yue rushed back into the fray. His persistence was striking to his opponent. Feng Ya resumed his boxing stance and prepared to meet his opponent. The representative of Dawn asked, "Has Zhang Yue really not run out of steam yet?" Feng Ya reminded himself not to let his guard down and landed a devastating blow to our hero's chest. Zhang Yue let out a loud cry and flew backward. Feng Ya could see in his opponent's eyes that he was up to something. He realized what the problem was. There was no time to waste. The representative of Dawn shouted loudly and rushed at his opponent again. He had to thwart his plan. The protagonist landed on his feet, but he was moving so fast that he had to make an effort to stop himself from flying off the arena. The point was that our hero had moved toward the swords. Feng Ya realized this trick, but it was too late. Zhang Yue grabbed his blade and prepared to face his unarmed opponent. Feng Ya was moving by inertia and couldn't even stop. Avoiding the collision was impossible. Zhang Yue struck with his blade, and his opponent received a penetrating wound to the chest. Feng Ya hadn't expected this outcome at all. Bleeding profusely, he let out a loud scream. Fei joyfully declared that they had won. His brother is simply amazing. Hua Jiao remarked that battle scars adorn men. Deng said it was absolutely unbelievable. Could it be that even the fourth brother lost? The leader of Dawn was surprised, for Feng Ya always had such a powerful aura, as if he were a wild wolf. Those who fight against the fourth brother inevitably face a brutal and unbridled force. Soon he will enter the flow. Either the enemy will fear him, or they will fall into madness following him. However, despite his cruelty and ferocity, the wolf is also very cunning. To Zhang Yu's surprise, the wounded Feng Ya did not lose. He ended up behind him and said that the sword had indeed not hindered his opponent. Feng Ya delivered an unexpected strike. Zhang Yue was temporarily incapacitated and knocked aside by the shockwave. Blood Hymn is a passive skill. Every time a player loses health, their attack power increases. Feng Ya possessed this skill. Therefore, having lost some health, he increased his attack power. Feng Ya also grabbed his blade and said that now his opponent must be ready to witness his power. Zhang Yue recovered from the previous blow and realized he couldn't get close to his opponent now. After all, Feng Ya's strength had practically doubled. The representative of Dawn attacked his opponent. The protagonist barely managed to block this attack. Zhang Yue was wounded and his shoulder began to bleed. He tried with all his might to hold back his opponent's onslaught. Suddenly, a powerful explosion rang out, and fragments of the arena flew in all directions. The minister was surprised, for Feng Ya had shattered the arena to pieces with a single blow. Apparently, he would have to get used to the fact that the arena would need to be rebuilt on a regular basis. Feng Ya said, "Thank you. Does my opponent really want to avoid my blade that much? But that's practically impossible." The flash of the cleaving blade skill was activated. The blades clashed, ringing out loudly once more. The released energy created a powerful shockwave. Feng Ya noticed that the scales of victory had now tipped in his favor. Zhang Yu did not agree with this. The protagonist used his favorite move, the backstab. Feng Ya didn't have time to react properly. He suffered another wound. The representative of Dawn grew even angrier, activated a spinning attack, and said that his opponent was too slow. Zhang Yu flew high into the air. Feng Ya, to capitalize on his success, rushed after his opponent. The battle moved into the air. Fei noticed that his brother was practically defeated. That crazy Feng Ya has completely lost his mind. Hua Jiao said that as soon as she reached the Dawn Guild, she would tear them to shreds. The leader of Dawn said it didn't matter whether they won or lost. The rivals descended once more onto the ruined arena. Each of them concentrated powerful bursts of energy in their hands, intended to strike their opponent. Feng Ya told his opponent that he'd had a good time. Zhang Yue would be his finest prey. However, no matter how successful the hunt, it always comes to an end. Feng Ya moved on to the decisive stage and said it was time to end this fight. He focused as much as possible on achieving the result. The hunter skill, Desire for Combat Coercion, was activated. The representative of Dawn said that he would now crush his opponent with the most powerful blow. The Misty Wolf skill was activated. Feng Ya's energy beast appeared behind him. He was filled with determination. Zhang Yue was completely focused and said he hadn't had this much fun in a long time. The protagonist realized he had forgotten to tell his opponent something. In fact, he uses dual blades. At that moment, our hero did indeed have two blades. Feng Ye hadn't expected this turn of events. Earlier, our hero had destroyed his opponent, and the system had then announced that the leader of the Divine Light Society had been eliminated. The young man had received a pure secret, the dragon hidden in the depths. Now this very deep dragon appeared behind our hero. That was the protagonist's response. Feng Ya said that his opponent was extremely formidable, and this excited him even more. Zhang Yue replied that he was ready to see which of them would prove to be fiercer. As the opponents clashed in the arena, another explosion occurred. The massive burst of energy was visible far beyond the city limits. This time, the shock wave shot straight up into the sky. Everything was covered in thick smoke. Because of this, the minister couldn't tell who had come out on top. Eventually, the situation became clear. Feng Ya lay in the ruined arena, bleeding profusely and unconscious. Zhang Yue had won a decisive victory and advanced to the top 4. The third brother said that Feng Ya had indeed lost this battle. It must be very difficult to lose in front of one's rivals. Dung noticed that blood hymn and desire of combat coercion had increased the number of injuries. But how could he have lost after using Misty Wolf? The leader of Dawn said that the final wave of attacks had hit Feng Ya hard. The reason he lost was his greed for attack power. He wanted to increase it, but in doing so, he lost a lot of blood. The commander added that he had a strong feeling. This Zhang Yue wasn't as simple as he seemed. He clearly had some tricks up his sleeve. He was strong and reserved, a truly interesting person. Zhang Yue helped his opponent to his feet and asked how he was feeling. Feng Ya replied that it had been simply amazing. He had lost this time, but once he recovered, he wanted a rematch. Feng Ya had to admit that the Deep Dragon move was pretty brutal. Even though he didn't win, he had a blast. Zhang Yue remarked that this fight had been the most enjoyable one he'd had during the entire game. Feng Ya asked if the young man would like to join the Dawn Guild. The protagonist thanked him and added that he had more important things to do. Feng Ya said that in any case they remained friends, and if he ever needed anything, Zhang Yue could always call on him. The protagonist thanked him. The minister said the battle had been very intense. The spectators would have to wait until the arena was repaired. The minister added that someone should be sent to ask the king what level of reinforcement the arena should be upgraded to. The next match might be even more intense. The king, coughing up blood, watched the match closely while sitting in front of a huge screen. All sorts of sensors were attached to his body. The king was informed that the host wanted to know, to what level should the arena be reinforced? His Majesty replied that it must be reinforced to the maximum. Not a single game could be missed. The king thought that the strongest warrior must be chosen as quickly as possible. There was almost no time left. The next morning, the arena was repaired. Now it had maximum strength. Contestant number 26, Fei A, was invited into the arena. On the other side of the arena stood his opponent, contestant number 1, a representative of Dawn. Fei was surprised. Could it really be the leader of Dawn facing him? Fei thought that if he did manage to win, it would be the ultimate display of power for the audience. In that case, Dan would definitely be head over heels for him. Together, they could have a great time. Dawn asked if this guy knew what the first move a mage should make when facing a warrior. Fei spread his arms. Dawn rushed into attack and said that in that case, the mage should increase the distance. Fei, of course, had expected it wouldn't be easy. However, the leader of Dawn turned out to be too fast. Fei stepped back, using his magical abilities, and activated the spell interruption skill. Dawn asked why his opponent didn't just fight back with his left hand. After all, the distance was short now. Perhaps he wouldn't have to interrupt the spell as often. Fei said that his opponent had simply been lucky this time. He shouldn't be told what to do. Fei activated the fireball skill and sent all the fireballs that appeared at his opponent. The leader of Dawn said that the opponent was doing the right thing. It was necessary to keep his distance, then use an area of effect skill and interrupt the opponent's attack. It was a simple strategy. Dawn easily deflected all the fireballs aimed at him. Fei was discouraged. The leader of Dawn approached his opponent, who was sitting on the ground, and said he was sorry. The boy had given in to his emotions, and now even his fighting spirit had evaporated. La Jiao told Fei to get up and keep fighting. Her older sister pointed out that it was pointless. The gap between them was too great. Hua Jiao noted that the president of Dawn, Yang Guang, is the best professional player, a fact that has long been known. He made his debut over 15 years ago, has participated in more than 100 world-class competitions, and has won over 30 championship trophies. He retired 2 years ago and became a coach. His appearance here was unexpected. La Jiao said that if Fei won, he could make money, and if he lost, he wouldn't lose anything. Fei thought he shouldn't even bother fighting. Zhang Yue was trying to get his brother to use his head. Something similar had happened earlier in the online club. A player had asked for help, figuring his brother must have some kind of cheat codes. Fei didn't let himself get distracted from the game. All that was left was to defeat the final boss, even though he had absolutely no tricks up his sleeve. What tactics should he use this time? The older brother made it clear that they needed to use their brains and improvise. Fei said he asks every time, even though he knows the answer. However, when it comes to the fight, the older brother stirs up hatred and battles the boss, while the younger one restocks supplies and collects loot. He can only improvise. Luli stated that the older brother fights the boss only because he knows how to do it. The younger one restocks supplies. Everyone needs time to understand their abilities. The older brother said that Fei is the most adaptable among them. He can always impress those around him. If he's got it figured out, then he needs to get ready and fight the boss. The leader of Dawn saw that his opponent had jumped to his feet and remarked that his spirit had even been restored. Could he have remembered something exciting? Fei told the fairy assistant to play his favorite music. Fei's spirits lifted, and he reactivated his fire magic skills. Fei revised his strategy and decided that under no circumstances should he give up. With fireballs in his hands, Fei bravely charged at his armed opponent. Dawn swung his sword. At the decisive moment, Fei ducked and dodged his opponent's sword. The young man slipped between the legs of the leader of Dawn. Fei used fire magic and delivered an energy strike. Dawn leaped upward and flew over his opponent. The leader of Dawn landed behind his opponent and asked, "Was this really his new tactic? A three-pronged attack?" Fei turned around and said he wasn't going to give up this victory. The young man activated a fireball and aimed it at the leader of Dawn. Dawn noted that his opponent's attack seemed too disjointed. On top of that, his aim was off. The leader of Dawn emphasized that even though the young man was a mage, he was still quite skilled in hand-to-hand combat. Fei suddenly told the fairy assistant to stop the music. Fei, using his magical abilities, summoned thousands of meteors and combined them into a single stream. The leader of Dawn, Yang Guang, had never experienced such a powerful onslaught in his entire career as a player. The minister said that if they hadn't reinforced the arena, it would have already been shattered to pieces by Fei's power. When the smoke cleared, the leader of Dawn was still standing. He said it was a decent attack. Lajia was surprised. Why didn't anything happen? After all, Fei had hit the target squarely. Her older sister noted that the opponent's evasiveness had nullified most of the overwhelming attacks and injuries. Luna suggested that such skills were useless against this opponent. Fei continued to press his opponent with fiery attacks. However, the leader of Dawn neutralized all the attacks by putting up a thermal shield in front of him. Yang Guang told his opponent that he had lost his rhythm again. Fei stopped his attack because his energy had run out. The leader of Dawn noted that this burst of energy was quite good, but it seemed like a flash of inspiration that the young man was not yet able to sustain. Yang Guang attacked his opponent with a sword strike. Fei thrust his arm forward and blocked the sword. The skill Boundless Firepower was activated. At that moment, the player's mana was reset to 0 for 10 seconds. Yang Guang was surprised. Could this young man really possess a legendary skill? Fei asked his opponent if he had ever felt shame. Taking advantage of his opponent's helplessness, the young man delivered a kick to his chest. After that, he used Great Flaming Explosion. Yang Guang was sent flying upward by the shockwave. Fei circled around his opponent and attacked him from behind. The young man asked, why had the master's reaction slowed down? Another Great Flaming Explosion was unleashed. Yang Guang crashed face first onto the arena at high speed. Fei continued his attack. He activated the Fire Tornado. This was followed by the use of the Fireball technique. The Fireball technique was pushed to its limit. Even Fei was using this level of power for the first time. Yang Guang realized that he now needed to defend himself thoroughly, or he would be destroyed in a matter of seconds. The leader of Dawn activated the Return Shield skill. Once this skill is activated, it becomes possible to deflect an enemy's attack and send it back at them. Fei didn't expect this turn of events and ended up taking the brunt of the attack himself. The minister said that Fei's counterattack had failed. The Dawn team member used the Return Shield skill and extinguished Fei's victory fire. Dawn made it into the top 4. Dawn noted that his opponent had successfully used Boundless Firepower. His suppression power and skill set were nearly perfect. The leader of Dawn added that this young man has talent and ambition. If he trains hard, he will be able to reach great heights. Fei considered the battle to have ended well for him. After all, he was clearly no match for the leader of Dawn. Fei understood that the purpose of this battle was to provide the necessary information. From here on out, his older brother would have to take care of everything. The leader of Dawn laughed. He hadn't thought anyone would underestimate him. Dawn added that Fei was a worthy opponent. Fei was surprised. Why hadn't his opponent put on his pants yet? He had some strange obsession. The minister closed his eyes and said that this could get them taken off the air. This had to stop. Player number 18, Hua Zhao, entered the arena to participate in the next battle. Her opponent was the third brother of the Dawn Guild, Shen Jian. Sichuan Pepper said it was her turn now. Was her opponent ready to lose? Shen Jian bowed and greeted Sister Hua Zhao. The girl was surprised. Did they actually know each other? The third brother said that he was a fan of hers and had been watching her for quite some time. The young man added that he knew the girl had a 10-year gaming career behind her. She had already become famous in her second year. Shen Jin recalled how she had participated in the global gaming competition, The League. She made her debut by winning the championship and earning the title of Best Female MVP. A year later, she switched back to shooters, and specifically in survival mode, won the title of Best Weapon King. 3 years after her debut, she became the main leader of the AF Club. In the annual game report for 3 years, she was listed as #1 esports player. Shenyan noticed that there were too many legends circulating about this girl. Until that moment, he had even been on the sidelines. Now he feels a certain attachment to her. Huazhou couldn't believe that this guy liked her. She also felt a certain connection between them, but his speech could drag on for half an hour. She couldn't hesitate. Zhang Yue was watching her. She had to hurry up and turn him down. After all, only Zhang Yue was in her heart. Le Jiao was surprised. Why had her sister stopped? This guy was definitely a bit strange. Suddenly, danger arose from behind. The third brother said he hadn't intended to distract the girl, but it turned out to be extremely easy. Shen Jian found himself on a huge tree, which clearly posed a threat to Huazhou. The summon magic tree skill had been activated. Now the magic vine would attack all enemies who entered its range. The minister was surprised. Had Shen Jian really just conjured a tree right on stage? The third brother reached for his arrow and said that his rival had already lost. Huazhou asked, "Does the young man really think this tree will save him?" Increasing her speed, the girl began to accelerate to jump onto the tree. In response, Shen Jian unleashed a rain of arrows at his opponent. The girl approached the tree, swung her leg, and activated the mountain-shaking skill. The tree withstood the attack. The third brother of Dawn fired unstoppable arrows at his opponent. Huazhou, using her unique abilities, deflected all the arrows. The girl realized that the tree served to control the territory and improve visibility, hindering the enemy. Combined with a continuous stream of arrows, this tactic was ideal for close combat, posing a great danger. Huazhou logically concluded that she needed to act. The girl grabbed a log, breaking off a branch from the tree. Sichuan pepper swung and threw the log at her opponent, giving it momentum. After that, the girl pushed off the ground, jumped up, and hopped onto the log. Now she had a means of transportation with which she intended to close in on her opponent. It was a clever strategy. Shenyan decided to use a decoy and fired the dope arrow. The daze arrow struck the log, and it shattered. However, propelled by the acceleration, Huazhou continued to close in on her opponent. The girl activated the mountain shaker skill again, closing in on her opponent to striking distance. Huazhou said she wouldn't let the guy reload his arrows, so his bow was useless. Shenjin acted decisively and used blank bullet. Under the effect of this skill, the girl was sent flying far backward. Huazhou landed on the ground, got back on her feet, and prepared for a new attack. Shen Yin said that his time in retirement had paid off. If the archer dared to engage in close combat, he'd better have some life-saving skills to fall back on. Huazhou declared that the young man should finish what he wanted to say. She wasn't going to be moved by his words. The girl noticed she was being attacked by poisonous fumes. Where did that come from? Shen Yan was certain that his opponent wouldn't launch a series of attacks. If you get closer, you'll block his path. That's why the poison arrow was used. The poisoning caused by this skill won't stop until a blood sample is taken for analysis. The third brother asked, "Does the opponent really still think she can control the battlefield? Does she think this can go on for long?" Huazhou thought that in another 30 seconds, she might die from the poison. The girl decided that during this time, she needed to try to get closer, dodging the attacks of the tree, the magic vine, and the archer. She also had to avoid the counterattack skill by launching a series of consecutive attacks in a matter of seconds. Shenjian took aim at his opponent again, intending to finish what he had started. The young man said he hadn't given her a chance to rest. The destructive arrow skill was activated once more. Huazhou, dodging the flying arrows, moved right up close to the tree. Shen Jian kept firing arrows, controlling her approach. Even the tree's roots were set ablaze. There were 20 seconds left. The girl made a dash and activated the mountain shaker skill. The impulse increased her movement speed. Shen Jin remarked that her attack style remained the same as it had been before she retired. The young man, continuing his attack, added that the girl was behaving monotonously. The blank bullet technique was activated once more. However, Huazhou blocked her opponent's attack and closed in on him even further. The host noted that Huazhou was utilizing the striking power of her skills, while Shen Jian was attempting a counterattack. 15 seconds remained. The young man fired a triple destructive arrow. Hua Jiao paused for a moment and prepared to parry the attack. The girl, using her defensive mechanisms, continued unhindered toward her target. Shen Yan moved from the tree to the arena. Time was almost up, and the dope arrow began to have a detrimental effect on Hua Jiao's body. The third brother of Dawn said there were still 9 seconds left, but apparently there was no need to wait. Feng Ya told the leader that the third brother had made a good move, but victory blinds people. Dawn noted that the third brother had strength, but he valued the ability to win above all else. Dawn added that Shen Yin gathers all possible information about his opponent and analyzes their playing style, after which he develops a strategy with the highest chance of winning. When it comes to famous players, the third brother has no trouble preparing and determining which skills will work best. Shen Jian thought something was off. Why hadn't the host announced the results of the match yet? Could it be that his opponent wasn't dead yet? Suddenly, Hua Jiao burst out of the smoke clouds and pounced on her opponent. The third brother was surprised. She was about to pass out from the poison, so why was she still attacking? The wild card skill was activated once again. Sichuan Pepper dodged the attack. The distance between the opponents was closing. The girl leapt to her feet and found herself face to face with her opponent. Now the bow in Shen Jian's hands was nothing but a burden. Hua Jiao lunged at her opponent with her fists, pressing him relentlessly. The skill Mountain Shaker Flash was activated. Shen Yan said the girl had only 2 seconds left. His health was still at 70%. Even if she decided to get up and fight, she would still be weak. In any case, victory would be his. At the very last moment, the girl reached her opponent and delivered a powerful blow, sending him flying far to the side. Hua Guo said that she had freed herself from the constraints. Shen Jian lost his sense of direction and was disoriented. His body flew limply to the side. The host said that Hua Jiao and Shen Jian had fallen, completely exhausted, at virtually the same time. The host informed the audience that they would have to wait a moment. His Majesty the King would determine the outcome of this battle. Deng asked the leader of Dawn, "Did the third one just fail?" Feng Ya remarked that this was very strange. After all, he had lost literally 70% of his health in the 3rd second. Dong reminded everyone of what he had said earlier. Hua Jiao is a first-class master and deserves this title. At the very end, she entered the zone. Feng Ya asked what that was. The leader explained, "The zone is an abnormal state of physical and mental unity. This state is most commonly found among athletes. In the zone, the brain's nerve cells and muscles enter a state of extreme focus. It feels as though everything around you is slowing down. A player can even anticipate an opponent's moves and react to them more accurately. The sensation feels so natural and comfortable that one can easily perform any intended action and even anticipate the best possible outcomes. One can conclude that Sichuan Pepper entered the zone, thereby pushing beyond the limits of their capabilities." Feng Ya said that he also wants to experience this state. The host announced the king's decision. Although these two had shown good results, time was not on their side. Both players had failed and could leave the arena. Le Jiao helped her sister down from the arena. The third brother of Dawn was also escorted out. Hua Jiao apologized for the loss. Fei said the girl was amazing. Luna added that her counterattack was simply stunning. Zhang Yu noted that a draw cannot be considered a loss. Hua Jiao did well. The damage dealt in the last 2 seconds was achieved by going beyond the level system. Hua Jiao said she had been careless, but she wouldn't lose again. Next, player number 7, Luna, and player number 2, Lei Dao, were invited into the arena. Her teammates wished her luck and told her she had to win. The fairy assistant announced that Luna had an incoming call from her father. Lu Yue answered the call and asked if her father was looking for her. Mr. Lu said he had just received a report from the lab. His daughter's adaptability was higher than the others. They needed to head to the corporation immediately. Lu Yue agreed. She thought her father wanted to send her there. The girl recalled the last time she and her father had been there. Luna thought that right now she was in the middle of an open battle alongside Zhang Yue and the others. Lu Yue asked if her father could wait for her just a little while. Mr. Lu replied that he didn't like waiting. The manager would pick up his daughter right away. Lu Yue said she needed to get ready. The man ended the call and added, "Perhaps it is the will of heaven." Luna told her squad that she was very sorry. She had an urgent matter at home, so she wouldn't be able to participate in the competition. Zhang Yue replied that there was no need to worry. Family matters, of course, were more important. Everyone was understanding. Luna thanked everyone and promised to return as soon as possible. After that, the connection to the server was lost. The host suggested that the player might have had more important matters to attend to. Since Luna had left the battle, her opponent moved forward. 3 contenders remained: Dawn, Zhang Yue, and Lei Dao. All 3 are fully prepared for battle. What will happen next? The draw revealed that the next match would feature player number 2, Lei Dao, and player number 1, Dawn. Could an all-out brawl within the guild be about to begin? Fei said that his brother is in the finals right now. Hua Jiao suggested changing tactics. Even though Zhang Yue is invulnerable, his style is rather old-fashioned. Deng asked the leader, "Are they really going to fight?" Dong replied that they really were unlucky. Even though they've been in the same guild for a long time, they've never fought each other before. Shen Jian suggested holding off on this match to avoid giving the opponent any extra information. Lei Dao asked for Zhang Yue to be handed over to her. She wanted to fight him. Dong was surprised. He rarely saw Lei Dao take the initiative. Could it be that this Zhang Yue had piqued her interest? The leader of Dawn raised his hand and said he was giving up. The host announced to the audience that Dong had directly withdrawn from the game so that Lei Dao could take the lead. Perhaps she would be able to defeat Zhang Yue. In the next match, player number 3, Zhang Yue, faces off against player number 2, Lei Dao. Who will become the champion by making it to the end? Fei said his brother would be able to win. Hua Jiao remarked that confidence and determination tame young people. Feng Ye told our hero that they are now friends, so he would like to tell him a little about his little sister. Even he cannot defeat her. The time for the final battle has come. The rivals entered the arena. The signal sounded and the opponents rushed toward each other. Each of the rivals activated the stealth skill. The host was surprised. Did 2 players really use this skill at the same time? The audience lost sight of the warriors. Only sounds could be heard, and the wind kicked up dust from the arena. Lei Dao attacked her opponent using fire magic. Meanwhile, the protagonist swung his blade. The host noted that many copies of Lei Dao and Zhang Yue had suddenly appeared in the arena. Could the cloning technique have been activated? Zhang Yue closed in on his opponent almost point blank. Their blades clashed, releasing excess energy and producing the characteristic clang of metal. The intensity of the battle was so great that the excess energy also sent the opponents flying in different directions. Fei thought in surprise, could Lei Dao really be on the same level as his older brother? Hua Jiao noticed that this was just a test. Zhang Yue hadn't started fighting in earnest yet. He was simply testing the waters. The protagonist activated the rift skill. Lei Dao responded by activating the explosive blade skill. The host said that this was a very powerful clash. The audience was witnessing the best fight at the highest level. Lei Dao activated the skill back strike. Next, the girl used cross grab in the air. Zhang Yue swung his blade, but his opponent let go of him and jumped aside. Our hero thought that this girl was still testing him. The protagonist recalled the words of the 4th brother of the Dawn Guild. The young man had said that Lei Dao was impossible to defeat. Since joining Dawn, he had fought her many times, but had never once managed to win. In fact, she used to be a mercenary captain. However, that was a very long time ago. Not only is she an excellent shot, but she is also skilled in handling various types of firearms. Even with just a single knife in her hand, she can easily take down a dozen tough opponents. Once, while carrying out an assignment, the girl made her way to the crime boss after first neutralizing all his guards. However, the criminal had hostages whom he had previously rigged with explosives. He held the detonator in his hand. The saddest part was that even her teammates had been bribed by the enemies. Lei Dao dealt with the traitor, even though she had been wounded beforehand. The girl had everything planned out, even though she had only 1 bullet left in the chamber. The situation was critical. There was no time to think. Lei Dao grabbed the gun that had been pressed against her temple just moments before. All of this was necessary to shoot the criminal gang's boss in the head. However, before he died, he managed to press a button and trigger the explosive device. An explosion rang out and the hostages were killed. This incident became too much of a burden and a shock for Lei Dao. Soon she left her job as a mercenary and returned to her country. Yang Guang invited this girl to join the Dawn Guild, and she became an esports player. In regular games, she is no different from anyone else. However, when faced with shooting and combat in real life, her strength lies in striking small targets. Lei Dao is in the National Service Zone of the Illusory Moon organization and holds the #1 killer ranking. Zhang Yue thought this was very interesting. A mercenary, the top-ranked killer in the National Service. The opponents closed in on each other. Zhang Yue struck again. However, the girl defended herself without drawing her blade from its sheath. It was rather strange. The protagonist swung and attacked his opponent again. The girl effectively dodged the blow. Lei Dao noted that her opponent had fast dual blades. The girl activated the cloning technique, and in an instant, clones attacked her opponent. Zhang Yue found himself pinned against the wall. His opponents were closing in. The protagonist thought he needed to organize a circular defense. Our hero activated the slashing blade break skill and attempted to break through the line of attack. Our hero activated the stealth skill once again. Lei Dao activated the shadow clone skill. Zhang Yue used his favorite move, backstab. Zhang Yue also activated his cloning skill and split into two. Feng Ya said that was really cool. It turns out Zhang Yue has a dark side. The guild leader noted that things were getting interesting. Perhaps he would have a chance to defeat Lei Dao. Feng Ya remarked that as of today, that was unlikely. The second sister remained impassive, her expression hidden behind her mask. The fact that she possessed fire skills spoke for itself. Zhang Yue wondered, could it be that his rival would now draw her blade? Lei Dao replied that she wouldn't need a blade. Using fire magic, she attacked our hero. The girl added that fighting with this skill was much more fun. Lei Dao added that her thunder blade could summon thunder and lightning to attack. They would thunder until they destroyed the enemy. The protagonist was exhausted and thought he couldn't take it anymore. The young man summoned the fire dragon hiding in the abyss. The slicing blade burst skill was also activated. The minister said that Zhang Yue had once again used a super powerful ability. Combined with the shattering blade, its power had reached a terrifying level. Shenjin was surprised. When did the clone that appeared manage to use the skill? The guild leader stated that he too was seeing something like this for the first time. Usually in the assassin's cloning technique, there is the ability to attack, but not by the clone. Lei Dao must have been caught off guard by this wave. Zhang Yue told the clone that caution was necessary. Something was off here, and it wouldn't let him rest. Suddenly, Lei Dao emerged from the spatial portal and struck the protagonist in the back with her blade. The girl realized she had made a strategic mistake. She had attacked the clone, thereby completely exposing herself. Her opponent remained unharmed. Zhang Yue was forced to admit that his opponent was indeed extremely powerful. Lei Dao stated that Zhang Yue was also strong, but he had nearly been killed by his own attacks. Accompanied by her clones, Lei Dao said that the opponents didn't stand a chance in this situation. It would be better if he surrendered. Suddenly, a stray bird appeared in the lightning-streaked sky. A powerful electrical charge from the heavens crashed down onto the arena. The bird was struck by the charge and instantly burned to ashes. The minister said that Lei Dao was using a thunder attack to strike his opponent. Zhang Yue continued to dodge relentlessly. Zhang Yue, truly utilizing her unique abilities, avoided direct hits time and again, maneuvering across the arena. The protagonist was surprised. After all, Lei Dao had been using her weapon for a very long time. Could it be that she had no recoil? Fi began to doubt. Could this be cheating? Even his boundless firepower has recoil. How can she land so many consecutive strikes? Huazhou noted that they had never encountered this type of weapon before. Feng Ye told his comrades that this guy was playing relatively well, but was already completely exhausted. Lei Dao had everything under control. The second sister of Dawn activated the mythical weapon, the Thunder Blade. Zhang Yue was surprised. How is that possible? After all, the boss's mythical weapon isn't available right now. Lei Dao agreed that this weapon is currently unavailable. The girl added that this weapon was from the beta test. Zhang Yue was surprised. Could Lei Dao be one of the testers? Our hero asked his rival if she knew a man named Han Yixiao. The young man added that he was his brother. Could Lei Dao share any news from the closed beta test? The girl agreed but set one condition. Zhang Yue must defeat her. Since they are brothers, Zhang Yue shouldn't be outmatched in strength. However, if he loses, he won't hear a single word in response. The protagonist said he agreed and rushed to attack Lei Dao and her clones. Zhang Yue leaped high into the air, swung both blades at once, and prepared to strike. Our hero fought aggressively, adopting an offensive stance. He used the skill Slicing Blade Rip. It was especially difficult for the young man, as he had to fight several opponents at once, each of whom was incredibly strong. Zhang Yue struck the one in front of him, but missed the blow from the opponent standing behind him. Zhang Yue stayed on his feet and continued the fight. By destroying the clones, our hero was able to restore the balance. Lei Dao said that her opponent didn't stand a chance of finding out the news about his brother. Zhang Yue became enraged and shouted that the battle wasn't over yet. Behind the Dawn Warrior, another opponent appeared, a clone of Zhang Yue. The girl realized that her opponent wanted to distract her with this clone. The whole point was that he wanted to hide in the shadows. However, she saw through his plan. Leto turned around and began fending off both attackers at the same time. The girl noticed that such attacks were too primitive for her. Zhang Yue asked, "Who told you that the real one, not a clone, is behind all this?" The slicing blade slash skill has been activated. The host stated that Zhang Yue is using his blade technique to create a vortex and destroy himself along with Lei Dao. In this way, he is attempting to cut off their escape routes. Could the final battle really take place behind closed doors? The girl declared that she has no intention of dying with him. Her opponent won't get his wish. Zhang Yue activated Asura mode and appeared in a new form. Now standing before Lei Dao was an assassin against the backdrop of his energy beast. The girl recalled the events of 2 years ago. The guild leader tried to bring Lei Dao to her senses. He asked how she was feeling. Lei Dao asked what had happened to the others. The leader of Dawn replied that everyone had perished. The commander said that their opponent was indeed a worthy mythical boss. He was very strong. For the first time, the Dawn Guild had managed to face a boss of this caliber in the closed beta test. Dawn noted that he was already at his limit, so he gave Lei Dao the opportunity to deal with this boss herself. The girl received a red cube from the commander. It was a code box primarily for Destiny users. The boss attacked the players. The commander said that the next attack had begun. The leader of Dawn said he could handle this attack, but Lei Dao would have to take care of the rest. The commander activated defense reinforcement and used return shield. He told the second sister to proceed on her own from there. The girl activated the skill Thunder Cloning Technique. As a result of the massive and targeted attack, the boss was torn to pieces and destroyed. After that, Lei Dao sheathed the Black Doom sword. The boss's body parts fell to the ground right next to Lei Dao. The girl announced that it was all over now. With the support of her clones, she had won. A radiant knight emerged from the head of the destroyed monster. He said that Lei Dao could be proud that she had managed to behold the king's true form. This was her lifelong blessing. The knight said that the girl should now tremble. Lei Dao thought in surprise, could this be his second form? The thunderous punishment skill was activated. A powerful explosion occurred. The knight said that this tiny human creature would perish like an insect in the divine thunder of the deity. Lei Dao thought that this power far exceeded the permissible level. All the guild members had spent their money and energy. It had taken 2 days and 2 nights. She would be powerless again. The knight activated an energy charge and said that this girl would be destroyed. Suddenly, a young man appeared at the top of the cliff. He asked, "Doesn't mocking a girl damage this knight's image?" The knight was outraged. Who dares to contradict him? The knight activated the lightning strike skill. An electric charge flew toward the man standing atop the cliff. The young man smiled and said that the knight had started it. He prepared to use his unique abilities to deflect the counterattack. The heavenly finger block skill was activated. The energy attack was indeed stopped. The knight activated heavenly finger block and asked his opponent, "You're not Wu Yue, are you?" The young man, weapon in hand, told his opponent to be quiet. He talks too much for someone who's about to die. The knight noted that this young man might even be dreaming. The player activated Asura mode. His eyes glowed like those of a predator. The young man noticed that a mythical weapon had appeared in the sky. The mythical weapon ended up in Leto's hands. Grabbing it, the girl descended to the ground. The young man asked, "Did this weapon belong to her?" He was just passing by. The guy gave his name, Han Yixiao. He added that he was very happy about this encounter. Lei Dao thought, was he really just going to walk away like that? After all, in such cases, one must destroy and take the weapon. Lei Dao called out to the young man. He turned around and asked what was the matter. The girl remarked that what she disliked most was being in someone's debt. She would definitely repay him for this weapon. The host said that the skill was getting out of control. It was time to determine the winner and the loser. When visibility in the arena improved, everyone saw that Zhang Yue had emerged victorious. The girl's blade lay on the ground. The protagonist said that now he wanted to know the details about his brother. Leto raised her head and looked at her opponent. At that moment, she saw Han Yixiao standing next to her brother. During that encounter, Han Yixiao reminded her that he had simply been passing by. This weapon belongs to her, he doesn't need it, and besides, it has nothing to do with him. Lei Dao noted that it was he who had dealt with the boss, yet he had given her this artifact. Therefore, she must repay him. Han Yixiao said that in that case, she could simply give him the blade, and they would be even. Then he would supposedly lose it, and she would find it again. That way, they would be even. The girl refused. Han Yishao asked what she would do in that case. Lei Dao replied that her guild provided services for organizing games and taking photos. She would accompany him and take photos. The weapon and the money belonged to him until the amount owed for it was paid. Suddenly, Han Yixiao warned Lei Dao to be careful. There was danger behind them. The girl quickly looked back, but there was no danger behind her. When Lei Dao looked back at her companion, the young man was already far away. He was quickly moving away from her. Lei Dao rushed after him and told him to stop and not run away. The young people ran for a long time and suddenly found themselves in a snow-covered area. At one point, they were attacked by a huge monster. They had to deal with this monster together. After the battle, Han Yixiao noticed that the two of them had finished much faster together. Suddenly, the girl pushed the young man aside and told him to watch out for the monster's tail. The blow came completely out of the blue. The girl took the hit herself. Han Yixiao said that today wasn't her day and activated Heavenly Finger Block, directing his fury at the dragon. Han Yixiao ran over to Lei Dao, who was lying in the snow, and asked how she was feeling. The girl sat up and said she was fine. Han Yixiao noted that he had greater resistance to attacks than she did, so he wouldn't let her shield him anymore. The young man handed his companion the mask she had dropped. The girl thanked him and said she needed to hide her face. Han Yixiao told the girl that she was very attractive. Was she afraid that someone would chase after her, which was why she wore a mask? Lei Dao replied that he shouldn't try to comfort her. In fact, she also has a scar on her face. Han Yixiao added that that was even cooler. He truly believed she was very beautiful and didn't need the mask at all. Lei Dao replied that in that case, as long as she's with Han Yixiao, she won't wear the mask. Now in the arena, Lei Dao told the protagonist that she and his brother had been teammates for a while. He's really good and is one of the best players in the beta test. Zhang Yue guessed that this girl and his older brother are indeed friends. The protagonist asked when Lei Dao had last seen Han Yixiao. Had he said anything about his plans? Lei Dao recalled the very last time she had seen Han Yixiao. They had been lying by the campfire under the open sky. Han Yixiao told the girl that he might have to leave for a while. Lei Dao wondered why. The young man replied that there was a problem in this game. Someone had opened a gate that shouldn't have been touched. He wanted to close it. Lei Dao suggested they go together. Han Yixiao refused. He was the only one who could get in there. The girl asked, did he really think she wasn't good enough? Or was he afraid she would drag him down? Han Yixiao repeated that this was out of the question. He would be back in a flash. She wouldn't even have time to blink. The young man added that he would invite her to dinner outside the game. Han Yixiao added that he had two younger brothers and would like Lei Dao to meet them. The girl added that after that, Han Yixiao left, and she hadn't heard from him since. Zhang Yue thought that the gate his brother had mentioned must be in the same place as the endless purgatory mentioned by Wei Wei. The young man asked if his brother had said where these gates were located. The answer was no. Zhang Yue thanked the girl for the valuable information. Lei Dao said that she was looking for them too and wanted to know if any news came up. Lei Dao reminded him of what Han Yixiao had said before leaving. If the gates aren't closed, it will be everywhere. The minister congratulated the player, Zhang Yue. The young man received a huge number of awards from the king himself. He was also granted the right to have first choice of the legendary weapon inlaid with precious stones. His Majesty the King continued to watch the events in the arena live. The king said he had no time left. Zhang Yue must come to him immediately. The kingdom of Tavar, the Sky Castle. The assistant told the warrior Zhang Yue that the royal palace was right in front of him. The assistant stated that he was forbidden from entering any further, so he would remain here. The protagonist thanked him for his help. The assistant pointed to the girls and said they were the palace stewards. They bore a huge responsibility for receiving guests. The girls told the honored warriors to go inside. The girls explained that the main hall is on the first floor. Banquets, dances, and general assemblies are held here. La Jiao said it was a magnificent building. Everything was inlaid with gold and precious stones. Fei remarked that capitalism was the very embodiment of evil. The girl accompanying them said that the king had already chosen the rewards. Each member of the winning team could choose whatever they wanted from the royal treasury. The treasury was located beneath the palace. The young people went inside the building and began to descend. The warriors noted that it was very deep down here, and dark at that. As they descended, La Jiao said it was very deep and scary down here. Fei said that if she was scared, she could close her eyes and not worry. As long as he was by her side, she wouldn't fall. Fei thought that this king was a real joker. He built a warehouse and dug a huge pit. The young people descended to the very bottom. The girls opened the doors and said they had arrived at the treasure chamber. The protagonist and his companions found themselves in the royal treasury. The place was completely filled with gold and diamonds. The girls accompanying them warned that they could take only one item each. Fei and Lajiao looked around, trying to choose what would be most useful to them. Hojo said she was completely satisfied with her current weapons, so she was ready to take her share of the treasures. Zhang Yue noted that the girl needed equipment that would help her in a chase. The girls accompanying them reported that the king was awaiting the winner in the palace's main hall. The young man had to meet with the king before choosing his weapon. To avoid wasting time, the young man activated the rapid descent mode and simply jumped down. A few seconds later, our hero landed at the very bottom. To his surprise, there was water beneath his feet. The protagonist saw the king and asked, "Your Majesty, did you wish to meet with me?" The king said, "At last, Zhang Yue, the strongest warrior, has come to me." The king surmised, the young man must be confused. He's wondering how a ruler like me can look so sorrowful. And why did I summon him so urgently? Zhang Yue replied that he wasn't interested in that. What mattered to him was understanding why the king wouldn't release all the warriors if he wanted to save his daughter, especially since the group had gone to great lengths to organize this kind of competition, which took so much time. Truly a worthy warrior, one in tens of thousands. Not only talented and strong, but also intelligent. That is quite impressive. Unexpectedly, the protagonist found himself trapped. The latches clicked into place, and he could no longer rise from the throne. The king noted that this wasn't some boring scenario involving rescuing a princess from a dragon. The king shed his robe and said that the purpose of this selection was to identify the best human vessel. His Majesty activated the regeneration mode, and the king's body began to grow in size. The king said he would enter this man's body, and afterward, he would once again become young and strong. He wanted to make his name legendary on Earth once more. Zhang Yue tried to break free, but he couldn't. The king told the young man not to waste his strength resisting. The material the shackles were made of was comparable to what was found in the arena. The king added that he didn't want to damage this remarkable vessel. His Majesty activated the spell, Rebirth by Substitution. Spots glowed on his chest, through which the king's life force began to flow into the young man's body. Zhang Yue began to lose control of his body. His sanity was gradually slipping away. Meanwhile, our hero's team continued to select treasures. Fei chose the teleportation gear he had long dreamed of. Lajiao settled on a wand that best suited her hair. Huajiao looked at the accompanying girls and asked why they were closing the door. The girls looked back, smiled slyly, and asked if Huajiao had really decided to ask that. The accompanying girls announced that they intended to destroy the players and called for the royal guard to assemble. Huge knights in armor, armed with swords, appeared before the young people. Fei was surprised. "What on earth is this?" Lajiao said they were just ordinary characters. Huajiao suggested dealing with them first and then figuring out who they were. The girls accompanying them ordered the knights to attack the players. The Blade Storm skill was activated. This took the players by surprise and they were forced to retreat. Fei and his companions were blown far back by the shockwave from the storm. The royal guard said these warriors were laughable. The power of half the royal treasury was concentrated here, and these players thought they could overcome it. Huajiao thought it was too powerful. The strike in motion dealt damage that nearly wiped out her health. The difficulty felt as if she were facing 50 people. The girls surmised that Zhang Yue was now in even greater danger. Why have emperors sought longevity since ancient times? For pleasure? For power? Or simply out of fear of death? These are greedy and vain people who do not deserve the title of emperor. The king strives for longevity, for public opinion, for the will of the times, and even for the will of God. From the moment he opened his eyes, the world appeared to him as a filthy and stinking chopping block. There was no justice. There was only strength and the power of strength. Every person is a fish that needs to be filleted on this cutting board. Cannibal monsters were appearing everywhere. Mountains, rivers, and lakes were devouring people as well. In the end, people began to eat one another. Perhaps even the heavens could no longer bear to watch this, so they chose him. The young man could no longer bear it and destroyed the overseer. This marked the beginning of his journey forward. People chose him to change the world. The War of Independence began. The young man rose through the ranks in this war, eventually becoming a leader. The war was against demons who were also destroyed. The leader increased the variety of provisions, and the region began to prosper. Thus, the king built his own country, rich and powerful. His bloodline also began to be passed down. A daughter was born. Just as his great achievements were beginning, a group of quack doctors announced that his life would soon end. The king flew into a rage. He believed that the sun shone in this world only because of him. People cannot survive without their sun. The kingdom of Tavor cannot exist without its king. The king shouted that he was the one chosen for this position. "Why are they abandoning me at a time like this?" he asked. The king believed he could not die. He was ready to give up everything he had. The heavens were bound to hear him. The princess was horrified by her father's actions. She said he had gone mad. The king declared that he was now more level-headed than ever. He was acting for the sake of lofty ideals. Everyone must become his sustenance so that he could achieve the highest glory. His daughter must not grieve. She would turn into light and return to the sun. The king told the protagonist that this young man was his final step on the path to success. Zhang Yue should be proud of this. Suddenly, there was a burst of energy, and the throne was empty. The king squinted against the bright flash. When the king opened his eyes slightly, he couldn't understand what had happened. Why did the young man disappear, he wondered. Zhang Yue, standing on the upper floor, said he had just listened to a very boring story. The king was surprised. Could it have been a clone? The protagonist told His Majesty not to pretend to be a virtuous man. He was no different from those greedy and vain people he had spoken of at the very beginning. The king replied that he wasn't surprised. Ignorant people are incapable of understanding his greatness. His Majesty summoned the royal guards who were on duty in the treasury. The royal guards appeared at His Majesty's first command. Zhang Yu recognized the guards' voices. Could it be those two accompanying girls? The guards said that 3 of his companions had already fallen easily at their hands. Zhang Yu flew into a rage and said that the royal guards had brought this trouble upon themselves. His Majesty and the royal guards took their positions and prepared for a massive assault on Zhang Yue. The king declared that all that would remain of this young man was the title of a warrior. He would crush the boy like a bug, while the royal guards merged into a single entity with the king's own body. The game was over. The system reported that the character had died. The Zhao sisters took off their helmets and were surprised. Where are our rewards, and why did a simple NPC turn into a boss? They wondered. Hua suggested that a hidden mission had begun. The boss was too strong. After all, you can't just destroy someone with a single blow. Huozhou said her assumption was wrong. These 2 bosses must be designed for 100 players. What on earth is Zhang Yue going to do there all alone? She wondered. Hana wondered, how long would it take for them to respawn? La Jiao noted that, at best, they'd spend half an hour here. Clouds hung over the evening city, and lightning flashed every now and then. Fei, looking out the window, said it would rain soon. The young man thought that he hadn't even been able to help his brother. Fei put on his suit, sat down in the gaming chair, and said he was going to help his brother. Meanwhile, Zhang Yue continued to battle the aggressive king. The protagonist attacked his opponent vigorously, but the king seemed invulnerable. Our hero used his favorite and effective move, the backstab. After that, the shattering blade skill was activated. The king lost his balance and was thrown aside. The king steadied himself and asked, "Is that all the young man is capable of?" In response, Whirlwind of Blades was activated. All the water beneath his feet froze, and the young man found himself surrounded by sharp icicles. The king said he had avoided this attack only because he did not want to damage his new vessel. The young man must realize the difference in their powers and humbly accept that he is merely a vessel. The king added that none of them had faced real difficulties. Do the players think that just because they've killed a few monsters and won a few battles, they can compete with him? He is a king who has walked through a sea of blood and mountains of slain enemies. Zhang Yue realized that this king was on a completely different level of power, but he couldn't give up. If he kept fighting, he still wouldn't stand a chance of winning. The young man activated the White Shadow skill and tried to escape from the king by changing locations. The protagonist decided to stall for time and hide until reinforcements arrived. Fighting such an opponent was far too dangerous. The king asked, "Does the young man really want to play cat and mouse with me?" His Majesty noted that in this situation, he was not a cat, but a real tiger. The king activated a telepathic storm and began to control gravity. The protagonist felt immense pressure. The force of gravity had increased several times over. Zhang Yue was forced to descend again. The king said, "Finally, this guy has shown up." Zhang Yue activated the mirror split skill. Our hero and his clone simultaneously attacked the king, catching him off guard. The king acknowledged that this was a rather interesting cloning technique. Once I'm in my new body, I'll definitely try it myself, he thought. Zhang Yue went on the offensive again, taking the current situation into account. The king left himself open and the young man attacked, but the king blocked the blade with his bare hands. The king said that when fighting the young man, he was never alone. The royal guards always helped him. The gravity control skill was activated once more. Zhang Yue thought, could it be that my opponent has turned his servants into weapons? Now they can act on their own. It's like facing 3 bosses of different levels in a single battle. The royal guards, communicating among themselves, were checking to see if the vessel had been injured during the fight with him. Suddenly, someone rushed past. The royal guards said that His Majesty must be careful. The king noted that his new vessel still had a way of surprising him. Zhang Yue reappeared on the water surface. The young man revised his strategy and decided to attack the king in a new way. Our hero decided to use the Ring of the God of Illusions. It was a legendary item. Zhang Yue used the God of Illusions to transform himself into a mermaid. The king was outraged. How dare this guy change his body? Mermaid's passive ability is increased underwater movement speed and the ability to stay underwater twice as long. The king looked around and couldn't figure out where the young man had gone. The protagonist was right beneath the king. He noticed that his opponent was moving very quickly, leaving him no opportunity to attack. At one point, Zhang Yue found himself behind the king and prepared to strike. The young man pushed off and leaped high into the air, setting the stage for his next attack. Our hero decided to transform his body once again. He used the God of Illusion skill once more. This time, the young man took on the form of a pigman, increasing his strength, lowering his intelligence, and gaining the ability to regenerate. In his new form, the protagonist attacked the king and wounded his arm. Zhang Yue was also injured, but the regeneration process allowed him to recover quickly. The king said that this young man continues to surprise him. He really likes the new vessel. It dawned on the king. Before him was a new sheath, a gift from the Lord for an unparalleled sword. The king asked if this guy had any other tricks he'd like to show. Zhang Yue was surprised. The shattering blade hadn't even hurt the king. He could only hope for the final move. The lurking dragon skill was activated. The king said that was a different matter. He definitely liked that skill. His Majesty noted that, having seen this skill on the screen, it appeared to be quite powerful. Now he could find out for himself just how powerful it was. The protagonist summoned the dragon and ordered it to attack the hostile king. At some point, the king realized that a clone had been used against him again. So, he had been tricked once more. The lurking dragon emerged once more and attacked His Majesty. The king remained standing. His Majesty activated a protective barrier around himself and said that he was now taking back his words. This technique is truly powerful. Wiping the blood from his mouth, the king said that compared to this skill, the young man was far more calculating. His Majesty declared that it was time to end this game. Zhang Yue noted that his attack had worked. The king had clearly grown weaker. However, outwardly, His Majesty looked just as imposing and did not appear weakened. He held his weapon firmly in his hands. The king activated the telepathic storm gravity control. Zhang Yue used the illusion again, transforming into a mermaid. He sank to the bottom, but the king pulled him out from there as well. The king pulled his opponent out of the water and said that this boy would not escape him. The ruler declared that the young man must humbly accept his baptism and devote himself to the great campaign. Zhang Yue is certainly worthy of this. The king added that he was ready to call him Zhang Yue the player. The protagonist was surprised. The king said that the god had revealed all the secrets of this world to him. His Majesty noted that the title player was rather arrogant. The king added that the god had told him, all of them, just like this world, were created solely for the entertainment of the players. At first, the king thought that God was trying to scare him, and that this was some kind of metaphor. However, God enlightened him with his wisdom. His Majesty realized the truth of this world. Everything around him was devoid of meaning. All he had were mere fragments of memories from a fabricated life. Every movement was confined within a framework, repeating itself over and over. He was merely a pawn in the hands of the players. The king added that he refuses to accept such a fate. He is the chosen one of the heavens and was born for great deeds. The king declared that the players had invaded their world, and therefore he must banish every last one of them for the sake of the future and his descendants. Zhang Yue wondered how it was even possible for a dataset to think for itself. What heavens was he talking about? This was the source of all the oddities happening here. His Majesty asked where the players' souls go after they are destroyed. Zhang Yu said he had only one question. Did His Majesty know a man named Han Yixiao? The king replied that the name sounded familiar to him. The ruler declared that he would answer the young man and immediately send him to hell. The body seizure was activated. The next moment, the protagonist transformed into a pigman. The king was outraged. Those clones were being used again. Zhang Yu said it was a good thing he had taken the clone to a safe place beforehand. The substitution takes half an hour to restore, so we can't get caught again. God of Illusions. Lizard Man. The passive ability of lizardmen is the ability to crawl on walls. They also possess the ability to camouflage themselves. The king said that his new vessel was quite a thorn in his side. It looked like he'd have to break his arms and legs first and then work on restoring him. The king activated the telepathic storm, control of the elements. Ice began to fall on the lizard man from above. The protagonist realized that escape was impossible. The passage was blocked. The king announced that this wasn't all. Next, a rain of icy blades was activated. The Ludo lizard tried to press himself as close to the wall as possible. The young man felt an unbearable cold. His body began to freeze. He just had to make sure he didn't slip and fall. Lizard men are cold-blooded animals. Their body temperature changes depending on the environment, so they cannot regulate it on their own. The lizard man lost his grip and, under the force of the icy blades, plummeted downward. The king declared that the young man could not escape him. Wounded and bleeding, the young man fell onto the icy surface. Our hero found himself pinned to the ice wall. The king laughed and said that now he wouldn't be able to escape. His Majesty approached the hero, grabbed him by the head, and began the process of body capture. The transformation was in full swing, and at that moment, something happened above. The ice barrier was shattered by fire magic. Great tongues of flame appeared, and our hero's comrades descended into the dungeon. Huazhao immediately activated the mountain quake skill. Taking advantage of the king's confusion, the girl delivered a devastating kick below his waist. Fei, Huazhao, and her younger sister took up battle positions and prepared to defend Zhang Yue until he could free himself. The king was surprised. Had they really appeared again? The royal guards began to convince His Majesty that they had already destroyed these players with their own hands. Blade Whirlwind had been activated against them. The king said that this was precisely what made the player race so powerful. If he absorbed their bodies, he could destroy them completely and turn them into his future vessels. Zhang Yue warned his friends to be wary of the face on the king's chest. With its help, he could use an absorption ability that caused far more harm than simple damage to a character. Fei advised his brother to put his pride aside for the time being. First, they had to free him. Lajiao volunteered to help the protagonist. The king ordered his guards to get rid of these pesky players. The guards, in the form of weapons, rushed into the attack. The king's guards declared that they were ashamed before His Majesty, so they would grind the people into dust. Fei replied that they wouldn't succeed. The meteor shower skill was activated. Fei was the one who initiated it. This was followed by the gravity barrier skill. The royal guard was blocked. Fei and Lajiao decided to team up to deal maximum damage to the royal guards. The royal guard transformed back into the escort girl. She said that the royal ice had melted, and she couldn't see anything because of the fog. Huazhao approached the royal guards and activated the mountain breakthrough skill, striking continuously. The royal guard blocked Huazhao's attack and said she couldn't overpower him. The girl activated the skill, Mountain Explosion, 6 in a row. Hama Yu kept striking. The royal guard couldn't withstand such pressure and admitted that this girl was very fierce. He was forced to retreat. The king told the guard to be quiet. Now he would deal with this girl himself. The king asked how they dared to barge in here and waste his precious time. Huazhao sensed her opponent's powerful aura, but she did not back down. The Whirlwind of Blades, her skill, was activated. The king flew into a rage once more. It was unexpected, but the Dawn Guild came to the rescue. The guild leader reminded them that even in the darkest hour, light would break with the rising sun. The squad commander immediately activated the parry skill. A massive attack on the king began. His Majesty was forced to retreat. The king began to lose a lot of blood. His body was weakening. Zhang Yue was surprised. Where had the members of Dawn come from? Fei explained that Dawn had arrived. The king had no way out. As soon as he logged back in, they decided they definitely couldn't handle this boss on their own. So they contacted friends who happened to be nearby. The leader of Dawn noted that they hadn't known each other before, but now they would definitely become friends. He suggested splitting the reward for this boss 50-50. Zhang Yue agreed. Feng Ye suggested they stop talking so much about the future. First, they needed to deal with this boss, whom even Zhang Yue hadn't been able to defeat. The leader of Dawn assigned roles and told everyone which position they would take. As expected, Feng Ye took the offensive. He was the first to approach the king and began striking him. The king flew into a rage and knocked the attacker aside. Feng Ye said that wasn't bad, but it was just a clone. The player charged at the king again. His Majesty activated the gravity-shaking skill. The attackers felt a tremor in their legs. The king spun vigorously around his axis to prevent Lei Dao and Feng Ye, who were constantly trying to attack him, from getting close. The king's guards also took damage. The king and his minions were attacked by energy arrows. Shen Jian, the third brother of the Dawn Guild, continuously fired his bow and reported that the king had been successfully disarmed. At one point, vines that had emerged directly from the water entangled the king's legs. The attackers' summoned creatures were called in to assist them. Feng Ye activated the Misty Wolf skill and closed in on his opponent. Lei Dao activated the Thunderstorm Blade skill. The king felt unbearable pressure from the attackers. He realized this battle was unwinnable. Feng Ye and Lei Dao simultaneously closed in on His Majesty and delivered devastating blows in unison. Lei Dao said that something was wrong here. Feng Ye had to retreat to a safe distance. The king, though wounded, remained fully capable of fighting. He grabbed the attackers by the arms and lifted them off the ground. His Majesty swung his arm and hurled the players far to the side. They flew through the air and crashed into the dungeon walls. The third brother of Dawn, Shen Jian, drew his bow and fired a precise shot with energy arrows. The king dodged and caught the arrow. The king swung his arm and threw the arrow back at Shen Jian, saying that the young man could try to catch it if he could. The third brother of Dawn did not expect such a reaction from the king. He did not have time to dodge, and the arrow pierced his shoulder. Deng, standing behind the king, saw that her summoned creatures had been destroyed. The leader of Dawn engaged the king in hand-to-hand combat. Dawn told the girl to retreat and regroup. The king continued to strike. He said that his opponent wouldn't be able to defend himself for long with that shield. The leader of Dawn said that his shield was created to protect his comrades. Anyone who dared to harm them would face more than just the shield. Dawn, showing aggression, said he would unleash the full fury of his sword upon the king. The leader of Dawn began to transform, changing his body and turning into an assassin. Zhang Yue, Fei, and the Zhao sisters said they would help. Today, the king must suffer a crushing defeat. La Zhao tried to pull the arrow out of the body of the third brother of Dawn. She told the young man to be patient for a moment. Fei came to the aid of the injured Feng Ye. Hua Jiao helped Lei Dao to his feet. The guild leader activated the Slicing Dawn skill. As a result, the king was thrown aside and slammed into the dungeon wall. The protagonist suddenly appeared behind the king. With a swift swing of his blade, he landed his signature strike to the opponent's back. The king managed to stay on his feet, but his body was covered in blood. He began to lose strength. The king told the young man that his patience had run out. He was resorting to drastic measures. However, the players decided to end this once and for all. They surrounded the king and prepared a massive attack. Even from a distance, it was clear that a powerful explosion had occurred in the castle, accompanied by a massive burst of energy into the atmosphere. The townspeople were startled by the explosion. What had happened in the king's castle? Guards must be sent there immediately. Everything in the dungeon was shrouded in fog. The king was nowhere to be seen, and the players didn't know if the enemy had been defeated. When the fog cleared, the players saw that the king was still standing. He was being protected by the royal guards. His Majesty said he was fine. His aides had done a good job protecting their lord. The king noted that the guards were indeed loyal to him, but not all of them were still weak. Therefore, he had to act on his own. As he did so, the king pierced the guards' bodies, impaling them on his hands. The players saw that the king was still alive because his guards had taken the brunt of the blow. In any case, the king must be stopped. The king said that, although he wanted to turn Zhang Yue into a new vessel, he was duty-bound to make the offenders pay for everything. The Royal Whirlwind skill was activated. An earthquake struck the city. The ground beneath the residents' feet was covered with cracks. The minister couldn't believe his eyes. How could this have happened? All the residents saw that the royal castle had been destroyed. The floating island was engulfed in flames. When the smoke cleared, the king was still standing. The ruins of the castle lay all around him. The players were nowhere to be seen. Only their weapons and scraps of clothing lay scattered here and there. Zhang Yue, bleeding profusely, lay among the debris and what remained of the castle. The king was surprised. Could this man really still be alive? That meant he was truly destined to become a vessel. Suddenly, the protagonist received a notification that the Book of Achievements had been activated. Now he must use his absolute power and force the king to beg for mercy. The king asked what other surprises might be in store. The young man replied that he had one last surprise left. The protagonist stood up and activated Astra mode. The king said that he was even beginning to admire this young man since he had managed to maintain such a strong fighting spirit under these conditions. Zhang Yue was tired of this endless talk. He simply pounced on the king and began landing devastating blows. The king noticed that the young man's strength and speed had increased significantly, but it still wasn't enough. Zhang Yue knocked the king off his feet and pinned him against the wall. The king gathered his strength and fought back, pushing the young man away. The standoff continued. Their strength was roughly equal, so the opponents exchanged blows continuously. The king thought that, for some reason, this guy's strength kept growing. But what was that thing that had appeared behind him? In Asura mode, the young man was building up his fighting spirit to boost his stats. When his fighting spirit reached its peak, the player would be able to unleash the wrath of Asura. The king began to lose his balance while Zhang Yue continued to press his opponent. His Majesty activated a unique ability, generated an electromagnetic pulse, and sent this madman flying away from him. Zhang Yue landed on the ground and immediately rushed at the king again. The young man closed in on his opponent and continued to land devastating blows. The king still had plenty of strength left. So with a precise strike, he gained the upper hand for a moment, sending the young man flying to the side. The king said he had already broken all of his opponent's ribs and the bones in his arms. However, this guy became even more persistent. It was simply madness. The townspeople continued to watch in horror as the castle and the Sky Island continued to crumble. Debris was falling directly onto the town's buildings. The minister said that the teleportation device in the Sky Castle had been damaged. What on earth is going on there? Most likely a dragon has attacked His Majesty. The minister saw a tournament participant falling from the island onto the city. He must be rescued as quickly as possible. The king decided he could no longer hold back. In this state, he would be unable to claim the young man's body. That meant he would have to destroy him. His Majesty activated the destruction skill. He used the maximum possible impulse and unleashed all his accumulated energy. His Majesty directed the royal whirlwind at his opponent, intending to destroy him with a single blow. However, the protagonist remained standing, as if the attack hadn't bothered him at all. The king was surprised. How was this possible? Zhang Yue used Asura's wrath to deal with his king. The king's body was damaged, his strength had finally left him, and he turned back into an old sick man. The king cried out that he could not die, not now. After all, he had another destiny. The king said he was ready to give his soul to the young man and swore allegiance until the very end. His Majesty asked that Purgatory protect his servant. After these words, an unusual glow appeared above the king's body, along with a blurry, pixelated figure. Soldiers lay in the town square. The townspeople said they were most likely casualties who had tried to protect the king. Judging by the roar, a real bloodbath was taking place there. His Majesty was in danger. Something had to be done immediately. A pixelated cross appeared above the burning island. The minister suggested that it looked like the end of the world. The king raised his hands to the sky and said that the heavens had answered him. Purgatory had opened. With tears in his eyes, His Majesty declared that he truly was the chosen one of the heavens. Now he had seen proof of it. The protagonist felt very tired. He wanted to sleep. The young man wondered, was his older brother living in purgatory? Would he be able to see him there? How would she judge his life? Zhang Yue looked up and saw a pixelated cross above him with a dark spot in the center. Could this really be the entrance to purgatory? Without a moment's hesitation, the protagonist pushed off the ground and shot upward. He had to find the answer to the question. Would he see his missing brother? At some point, the young man froze in place. He didn't understand what was happening. Why couldn't he move when purgatory was right in front of him? Our hero heard someone calling his name. Who was behind him? Zhang Yue couldn't even move an eyelid. The glowing spot behind the young man asked, does Zhang Yue want to enter purgatory to find a man named Han Yixiao? That's impossible because Han Yixiao is already dead. The voice laughed and said it was a joke. In reality, it's almost the same as death, or even worse. Could Zhang Yixiao take a quick peek? Nothing bad would come of it. The protagonist didn't understand anything, but decided he needed to get out of there as quickly as possible. A winged creature appeared above the young man. It said that the young man must die. After these words, the hero's body was damaged. A hole formed in the young man's chest. The players in their helmets remained motionless in their gaming chairs. The system issued a warning. A sharp drop in the player's blood pressure has been detected. There is a threat to his life. He must be disconnected immediately. The winged creature said that before Zhang Yue died, he would be allowed to watch the opening ceremony. The opening ceremony that his brother had tried to prevent until the very end. The girls marveled at the incredible beauty and scenery of the surrounding area. However, for some reason, it suddenly grew dark. It seemed very strange. The girls looked up and saw that the sky had cracked. What could this mean? The players, seeing the pixelated cross, decided it was a sign of a special event. But what was happening there? Even in the northern regions, a pixelated cross was spotted in the sky. This phenomenon foreshadowed danger. It felt as though two worlds were merging. Could this be real? The players were frightened, but a theory emerged that this might be a sign of a legendary treasure, although it seemed more likely to be a new portal. Monsters and warriors assumed this was the player's world. Had they finally waited long enough? The warrior's eyes flashed. He said they must destroy them all. A winged creature, resembling a dark angel, informed the players that the game was now entering a whole new level. False Moon 2.0, Purgatory, has been launched. The system reported that the player was showing no signs of life. The players fighting their opponents were surprised. Why is this bot so strong? Do they really have such good gear? The leader's assistant was surprised. Could these really be players? Why are they so weak? Earth's breakthrough was activated. The players decided they had to flee since they couldn't defeat these monsters. The monster appeared before the players completely out of the blue. He asked where they were planning to run. The Ripping Claws skill was activated, and the players were destroyed. The master of the Northern Blood Moon Hall, Zhuang Hui, and his minions coldly awaited the approach of the Peak and Dynasty guild members. Zhuang Hui activated a unique skill, and the advancing players were hurled beyond the horizon. The minions said that the boss was extremely cool and incredibly strong. Zhuang Hui ordered his minions to destroy the players and collect their fallen souls. They would be able to return with the souls to the city of the Blood Moon and exchange them for anything. Strength, money, power. All of this lay ahead of them. The minions rushed at the players. They were possessed by a thirst for profit and destruction. There was a knock at the door. The young man in the virtual helmet and headphones didn't react to the knock at all. His mother entered the room and said indignantly that her son spent too much time gaming and did nothing else. The woman opened the curtains and asked what he would do if he couldn't get into college or find a job. He needed to get up, take a shower, and get dressed. It was time to get ready for school. The woman became even angrier. She told her son to get up immediately and listen to her. There was no response. The woman took the headset off his head. The young man continued to lie motionless. The mother shouted for her husband to come over quickly. The girl leaned toward the young man in the virtual reality headset and told him to stop playing. She suggested they spend some time together. The girl, sitting in a wheelchair with a virtual reality headset on her head, also showed no signs of life. On the morning news, the anchor announced that a critical technical error had been discovered in the world's most popular game, False Moon. As a result, over 1 billion players worldwide were unable to log out of the game. Hundreds of thousands of players are now in an emergency situation. Journalists gathered in front of the Destiny company office. Many questions were asked about this emergency. The company director declined to comment on any of the questions. The director merely stated that only the company can resolve this issue. All that remains is to wait. The interview ended there. Journalists believed that the company's management was provoking people from all over the world. It was all planned. The company is holding people hostage for its own selfish purposes. A heated debate was taking place in the main conference room of Destiny. No one had expected such a critical mistake. No one simply knew about it. The company's stock price had plummeted by 2/3. The company could simply collapse. The director called for silence and said he would ask questions that they must answer. Why can't players leave the game? An employee admitted that it was difficult to explain. Full immersion games work thanks to a direct connection between the player's consciousness and the network center, which allows the player's actions to be transmitted directly and the desired result to be received from the game. The day before, the network center suddenly blocked the signal transmission channel. As a result, the players' minds cannot leave the network but can only move within it. If a person's helmet is forcibly removed, it could damage the brain and lead to immediate death. The director asked what they could tell him about backup channels. The employee replied that they had also been completely blocked. A proposal was made to reboot the network center. The employee in charge said that this would be the same as removing a player's helmet. The player's consciousness is locked inside the center. If it is simply shut down, it will damage the brain and destroy all the players. The director ordered the technical department to use any means necessary to speed up the process of hacking into the network center. Negative news must be kept to a minimum. Once alone, the director contacted the company's laboratory. Mr. Liu looked at his daughter, who was in a special chamber with sensors attached to her. The day after the false moon disaster had arrived, the weather was inclement, torrential rain was falling, and lightning flashed across the sky every so often. A TV announcer reported that the crisis caused by destiny had led to the loss of a huge number of lives as well as a shortage of qualified personnel to address the problem. The damage worldwide continues to grow with each passing day. You need to pay attention to what has happened, contact all your close and distant relatives, and check on them. If anyone is found to be missing, you need to get to their home and find out what happened. The dam on the outskirts of the city. The rain continues to fall incessantly. The dispatchers responsible for the dam's operation were also in virtual helmets, meaning they were offline. A voice over the radio demanded that the sluice gate be opened immediately and the water released. However, there was no response. There was no one to respond. The player, hiding from the armed monster, kept repeating that he just wanted to quit the game. After all, he still had things to do at home. The monster swung its weapon. The player said he had to go to school. He didn't want to play anymore. Suddenly, the monster was attacked. Another player, one with a more aggressive attitude, came to the rescue. The player who destroyed the monster was Faye. He asked the frightened young man if he had seen a guy in black clothes with a pair of swords. The answer was no. Faye was puzzled. Where had his older brother gone? The young man was puzzled. What was going on? Could he really be dead? But he mustn't give up. A message was received stating that the quest to defeat King Tever had been completed. A reward will be issued. A resurrection lucky coin was issued as a reward. Zhang Yue came to his senses and saw that he was standing near a cross. What did all this mean? In any case, it meant that he had come back to life. But why had his body become so heavy? A creature appeared before the young man. It said that this time, it had truly managed to summon a zombie. The creature told the zombie to kneel before it and swear eternal loyalty, becoming its servant. Zhang Yue stood up and approached the stranger. The protagonist said he had a question. The creature was surprised. What kind of attitude was that? After all, he was supposed to kneel first and swear allegiance. Zhang Yue used his unique abilities, exerted influence over the creature, and made it clear who was in charge here. The creature fell to its knees and told the young man to calm down. It was ready to tell him everything. He didn't even have to obey it. The Dark Angel said that this was all very strange. A code had suddenly appeared in the world, very similar to Zhang Yue. But that was impossible, since he had been destroyed. However, there was no time for that. He needed to focus on the teleportation channel. But what if it really was Zhang Yue? This code appeared in the territory of the Blood Moon boss's city. That means this boss must be the one to deal with it. Blood Moon City, the boss's dungeon. The glowing spot transmitted a message from the moon deity. The boss said he understood everything. The boss told his blood slave to go there. The monster that rose from the blood liquid said it would carry out its master's orders. The frightened creature said that if the human had no further questions, it was ready to leave this location. Zhang Yue remained standing amidst the crosses. The protagonist thought, now that the worlds of monsters and humans have merged, the former can move back and forth without any trouble, destroying players. They reap their souls, robbing them of their lives. The source of all humans turned out to be the girl. Is she human or something else? Zhang Yue realized that his brother was still alive, and that was the main thing. He was being held captive by this entity. The protagonist decided he had to find this entity and force answers to all his questions out of it. Zhang Yue looked up and noticed that someone had just been at the top of the cliff. The next moment, a horseman appeared near the hero. This was definitely not a player. Zhang Yue realized that this guy was faster than all of his previous opponents. The monster held a blood spear in its hand. The monster attacked the hero with the spear, and the young man began to defend himself with his dual blades. Zhang Yue activated the skills Mirror Split and Shattering Blade. The monster said he was the blood slave. By order of the city lord, he had come to take this player's life. Zhang Yue realized that his opponent was powerful. He was several levels higher than King Tiver. On top of that, the young man's body hadn't had time to recover yet. The odds were extremely uneven. The protagonist decided it would be wiser to retreat. The blood slave declared that he would destroy this player. Zhang Yue dodged the horseman's attack, turned, and ran. The young man's arm was injured and his opponent was too fast to simply outrun. The young man decided to try using the power of the Shattering Blade to speed up his legs. The Shattering Lightning skill was activated, and the protagonist dashed far ahead. The chase continued. The horseman began to catch up to the young man again. Zhang Yue thought that his speed was now sufficient, but the strain on his legs was immense. He was losing feeling in them. He couldn't hold out this long with blood loss. Eventually, his strength would run out, and the horseman would finish him off. To buy some time, Zhang Yue decided to use the terrain to his advantage. The protagonist pushed off and threw himself down the cliff. The pursuer's attack was unsuccessful. At the bottom of the gorge was a body of water, into which the hero plunged. He activated the God of Illusion skill and transformed into a mermaid. The horseman looked down and assessed the situation. In any case, the order must be carried out. The blood slave gripped his spear tightly and activated the all-encompassing meat grinder. The entire gorge filled with absorbing energy, which the blood slave used to track the player's movements. The horseman spotted the fleeing player and said that the smell of blood was wonderful. The blood slave rushed in the right direction and declared that this man would not escape him. The horseman descended to the bottom of the gorge and set off along the riverbed in search of the young man. The young man's body lay on the bank. He raised his spear and said the hunt was over. The young man's life was coming to an end. Zhang Yue thought it was ironic. He would be destroyed immediately after his resurrection. Was the Lord mocking him? The monsters saw a shooting star high in the sky. Many decided to make a wish. Suddenly, a cross and Master Wu Yue appeared near the young man's body. The blood slave was destroyed by the woman. Only one question could be read in his eyes. Why? Wu Yue asked the protagonist why he looked so lousy every time they met. The woman reminded him that he could simply call her his mentor. As he vanished, the defeated blood slave said that he was merely following the city lord's orders. Winged guards appeared in the sky. They announced that the city lord of Blood Moon, Lord Wei He, had arrived. The boss asked how the master of the Eastern Hall dared to interfere with his plans and destroy his blood slave. Wu Yue said that she was not Lord Shu He at all. Zhang Yue sensed a powerful aura emanating from the city lord. It was even hard for him to breathe. Could this really be boss Wu Yue? Shu He asked, "Does Master Wu Yue really want me to do it again?" The woman replied that even after that, he still wouldn't understand her. The monsters flying high in the sky decided it would be best to flee from here. The monsters on the ground nearby also decided to leave this location. Shu He reminded her that he, the Lord of Blood Moon City, was the master of everything that happened in the city. Wu Yue was the master of the Eastern Blood Moon Hall. Her duties were to allocate resources and guard the dungeon. She was obligated to obey him. Wu Yue must not think that just because his father brought her back to life, she can behave so arrogantly in his presence. She noted that it was time to raise taxes on the city officials. Wu Yue reminded him that she was physically stronger than Yue He. The woman added that spending on military campaigns into the player's world must also be cut. Shu He was outraged and said that Wu Yue was behaving in the most unscrupulous manner. The woman explained that the Eastern Blood Moon Hall was responsible for distributing the city's resources, as the lords themselves had established. Why should she be unscrupulous? If Lord Shu He had no business with her, she would leave him and take this man. Shu He was furious and declared that this man would stay here. The moon deity wants him dead. Wu Yue was surprised and stared intently at the protagonist. What could he possibly have done wrong? The woman attacked the player and cut off his head. Zhu He was surprised. Wu Yue took Zhang Yue's head and said that since it was an order from the moon deity, she had no right to disobey it. However, she liked the look of the head, so she kept it for herself as an ornament. She hoped Shui He wouldn't mind. The city lord's guards said that no matter how insolent Wei Yue was, she still had to obey the city. She had a pitiful expression on her face when she had to destroy the young man. It was simply wonderful. Shu He told the guards to shut up immediately and struck them. The city lord was furious. He said that Wei Yue had obeyed the moon deity's order, but not his. Xu He added that this woman didn't take him seriously at all, but he was the city lord. Sooner or later, he would break Wu Yue and turn her into an obedient dog. The dungeon of Blood Moon City, the Lake of Blood. Wu Yue found herself here again. The woman lowered the skeleton into the blood lake and asked, could it be that his younger brother had fallen in love with the three FKMBOs, but they had ultimately just wanted to destroy him for the money? The skeleton confirmed this. Wu Yue realized that the outside world was truly amazing. She wanted to hear more stories about it from Zhang Yue. This seemed strange to Skeleton. Even when he met with his younger brother, he didn't speak so candidly, but only sought information about his older brother. Why, now that he had met her, did he feel such a strong urge to tell her everything? Wu Yue clarified. So does that mean he and his older brother, Han Yixiao, are players? The woman stepped into the blood-red lake, moved closer, and asked, in that case, why did Zhang Yue decide that she could help him? If she continued to help him, it would only do more harm than good. It would be much more helpful to drive the young man away from here. The skeleton said he was extremely grateful to his mentor, since she had saved him and spared him from dying. That's why he had to make a confession. The closer he gets to the truth, the further he finds himself from his older brother. Now the master is his last hope. He is counting on her to help. The skeleton promised his mentor that he would devote his life to her. The 9th rank, the weaklings. They are considered the least dangerous. They mostly eat other monsters of their own rank and run from those stronger than them so as not to be eaten. The 8th rank consists of the strong ones. The easiest way to advance in rank is to devour other creatures. When the weak ones have eaten enough monsters, they advance to the next level. The most outstanding monsters of this rank are taken into slavery to perform simple, hard labor. The 7th rank is home to the poisoners. Strong men reach this level after long, hard work and devouring a huge number of other monsters. With their newfound strength, they gain the ability to learn and master new skills. Their social status also rises. The majority of monsters are found in the 3 lower ranks. The 6th rank is the beast souls. Only after reaching the middle ranks are monsters able to take part in a special exam to raise their city's status. The 5th rank is home to evil spirits. Monsters of this level are incredibly strong in battle, which earns them places of honor in the city. The blood slave that had been chasing the young man was precisely a 5th rank monster. Zhang Yue asked, so does that mean he isn't even capable of defeating a 5th rank monster? Wei Yue replied that the young man shouldn't blame himself for this. On average, there is 1 evil spirit for every 10,000 ordinary monsters. The 4th rank can be called catastrophic. A monster of this level is capable of leveling mountains and trampling rivers. They can truly be called powerful even among the monster community. This is the level of catastrophe. Monsters of this rank hold high status in their city. They can choose the direction in which the city will develop. The next 3 ranks form the backbone of the entire monster world. Wei Yue realized that she belonged to the 3rd rank, the Hall Master. In every city, there are 4 masters who control the troops, resources, equipment, and other necessities of life. All masters must work together to develop the city and maintain balance. Their combat power is almost unimaginable. The 2nd rank is City Lord. This is the representative of the city's highest authority and power within its jurisdiction. The entire monster world is divided into 9 cities, each ruled by one of the 9 lords. Hundreds of millions of monsters live in each of them. Due to their different locations and varying systems of governance, each has its own culture and traditions. Wei Yue thought that Zhang Yue must understand just how great the difference in power was. The young man replied that he understood. That mysterious figure Zhang Yue spoke of had united the worlds of humans and monsters. She ordered the Lord of the Blood City to destroy Zhang Yue. Only one monster possesses such incredible power and might. The moon deity stands at the top of the food chain of all monsters. She holds the 1st rank. No one knows what her true form looks like. She is the goddess of the world and of all the monsters within it. She has complete control over everything in this world and possesses absolute unmatched power. Wei Yue realized that sometimes it takes a lot of courage to make a decision and give up. Understanding that a person is not the center of the entire world is part of growing up. The protagonist said he knew. He had to do something incredibly difficult, almost impossible. However, he had no other choice. His older brother was his family, but not only had he failed to save him, he had even dragged his younger brother into this. Wei Yue told the young man to calm down and take a deep breath. She added that he shouldn't blame himself for everything that had happened, or life would become unbearably exhausting. Wig noted that in that case, it would be hard for him to become strong. He does everything for others, but not for himself. People who truly want to become stronger will constantly listen to the most primal desires of their hearts. Will he enjoy every battle? Will he be happy with every victory? Zhang Yue thought that at first battles were just a game to him, perhaps not even for the sake of the game. He simply wanted to find out as quickly as possible what had happened to his older brother. The stronger he became, the more boring and tedious all his battles became. As long as he couldn't find his brother, a thirst for battle would awaken within him, allowing him to vent his anger in some way. But even then, these battles didn't bring him happiness. At some point in his life, the protagonist met his current friends. There was a rivalry between them. That was when he first felt the true joy that battles brought. For a time, the young man was able to forget everything. He simply wanted to enjoy the battle and win. He craved victory. Zhang Yue kept saying that he wanted to win, to destroy all the enemies standing in his way. Wu Yu said that she had apparently awakened a true monster. On her lap was no longer a man, but a wild beast. Wu Yue remembered how Zhang Yue had said he was ready to devote his life to her. The woman stretched out her leg and said that in that case, the young man should lick it first. No action followed. The woman added that then he should lift his butt and wiggle it in front of her. He should also call her his mistress. Again, nothing happened. Wei Wei was surprised. Did he really have the audacity to promise to give his life? Yet he couldn't carry out such a simple task. The young man did as he was told. The woman blushed and turned away. Zhang Yue moved aside and submerged himself in the pool of blood, leaving only his head above the surface. Wu Yui said she was convinced of his resolve. However, the gap between him and the power he sought to attain was still vast. Zhang Yue asked how great it was. The woman reminded him that in their world, monsters are divided into 9 ranks. Wu Yui told her student, if he understood everything, he should get up. Her legs were already numb. Zhang Yue stood up and apologized. The mentor said that now that the young man had sorted himself out, it would be easier for him. The boy asked what he should do next. Wu Yu was surprised. Why then, was he asking? The protagonist suggested that the mentor herself didn't know the answer to this question. Wu Yu thought that a teacher couldn't possibly not know this. After all, she was born a monster and grew stronger with every breath. She had to come up with something and answer this guy. He was a bit dim-witted and would believe her. Zhang Yu told the master that she had said it out loud. Wu Yu came up with something and told the young man that she remembered Han Yixiao's words. If you want to become stronger, you can't let a single opportunity slip by. There are plenty of opportunities in the city of the Blood Moon. The master of the South Hall of the Blood Moon possesses a secret technique for strengthening the body. Such an ability would be an excellent foundation for further development. Zhang Yue realized that given the master's level of understanding of the game, he definitely wouldn't go wrong by choosing this option. So he should start with the South Hall. Wei Yue added that she had high hopes for the young man. The woman noted that she had a very poor relationship with the other hall masters. So if they found out that Zhang Yue was her disciple, they would most likely kill him in the very next moment. Therefore, he had to figure out on his own how to get into the South Hall. The woman grabbed her student by the ear and said that instead of being surprised, he could give his teacher a foot massage before leaving. The city of the Blood Moon, Polis. There were many monsters in the city. Apparently, the protagonist was the only player. Listening to the light, our hero, having arrived in this city, put a mask on his face. Wes had told the student earlier not to forget about disguising himself, since in this world he was considered dead. Zhang Yue thought that everything was happening rather quickly, and he needed to gather his thoughts. He was now in a world of monsters, in the city of the Blood Moon, a place inhabited by countless powerful monsters and one not-so-reliable teacher. The protagonist thought he needed to use this place to grow stronger until he could reach the moon deity and rescue his brother. The young man arrived at his first destination. His mission now is to train and grow stronger. The city of the Blood Moon, the south, the Tower of Gluttony. Huge Cyclops monsters stood at the entrance to the palace. Wu Yue said that the Southern Hall is responsible for food production and the city's entire food supply. Accordingly, the hall's master loves one thing above all else: eating well. The Tower of Gluttony belongs to the head of the Southern Hall. This is where she usually studies new dishes and tastes them. So this is the best place to run into her. The guards called out to the young man and asked why he had come here. The protagonist replied that he wanted to eat. In response, the monsters laughed and even shed tears. One of the monsters shouted loudly, and the young man was blown backward by the sound wave. To dine at the gluttony restaurant, he must be at least at the level of an evil spirit. Jung-Yu thought that even the guards here were quite strong. Getting in wouldn't be easy. Just in case of trouble, Wei Yue shared a secret with the young man. The young man approached the guards again. They told him not to get too cocky. One more step, and he'd have to slink away from there. The visitor said that he was actually a cook and had come here to prepare a dish for the hall master. The guards opened the doors and told the cook he could pass. They apologized for not letting him through earlier. The guards thanked the chef for his dedication to his craft. Zhang Yue went inside and saw many monsters. The head chef was asked to proceed further. The monsters were discussing among themselves that the Tower of Gluttony offered the finest and most delicious dishes. Zhang Yue told his escort that he could smell a wonderful aroma. The monster noted that the kitchen was ahead. The escorting monster said that 4 chefs had arrived here earlier. They were almost finished cooking, so they would have to wait a little while. The protagonist glanced around the kitchen and assessed the quality of the food being prepared. The monster pressed a button and said that time was up. The chefs must stop cooking immediately. The observer monster said that these dishes would be delivered to the other side of the screen, where the master of the hall could personally taste them. After that, the final verdict would be delivered. Zhang Yue realized that the master of the South Hall was here, which meant he was truly lucky. But this is just a cooking competition. Why are these chefs so nervous about it? After a while, the observer monster said that the hall master had tasted all the dishes presented. The results would now be announced. After the results were announced, it became clear that every chef had their shortcomings. The staff thanked the chefs for their dedication. After these words, all the chefs were destroyed. The accompanying monster told the protagonist that it was now his turn to cook a dish. The young man was asked to go to the changing room first and change his clothes. Zhang Yu thought he just needed to cook a meal. Wei Yu had tricked him again. The protagonist entered the changing room of the Tower of Gluttony. Besides him, there were other people there. One of the chefs asked the young man, "So, is he his 4th rival?" The chef said that you could tell by the smell that this guy was still a complete novice. Real chefs give off smoke and flames. It's simply insulting to have such a loser compete alongside them. Another chef looked at the protagonist and said that this guy had excellent composure. He was clearly not as simple as he seemed. It was a shame that only one of them would survive. He hoped that by the end of his life, this guy would be able to achieve the best aroma of them all. Zhang Yue was surprised. Could it be that only one would survive? So the rules of the game were as follows. If all 4 could please the head chef, he would simply have to choose the best dish of them all, and the rest would be discarded. The culinary world is very cruel. The assistant said the competition was about to begin, so they needed to hurry. Feeling no fear and completely confident, our hero headed for the kitchen. A frightened chef remained in the corner of the changing room. He had the number 4 on his chest. The monster observer said he had invited the next 4 chefs onto the stage. The monster said that he was now the host of this culinary competition. The chefs would be provided with the necessary ingredients. All that remained was to improvise and prepare any dish of their choice. Exactly 1 hour would be allotted, after which the master of ceremonies would deliver the verdict. No complaints or protests would be accepted. The protagonist thought that he hadn't cooked anything in a long time. When was the last time? Zhang Yue recalled when he had cooked for his brothers. Fei had admitted that the braised pork was simply wonderful. Han Yixiao had added that there was already enough food, so the middle brother could sit down and eat with them. The host said that all the chefs here were confident in their skills. That's why a set of random ingredients had been prepared so the contestants could fully demonstrate their ability to adapt and improvise. They had 2 minutes to come up with a recipe. Zhang Yu picked up the tablecloth covering the ingredients. He thought, random ingredients, that sounds pretty good. When the young man removed the tablecloth, he saw that the remains of the previous contestant were lying before him. The contest host noted that the master of the hall treats all ingredients with the utmost respect. Therefore, wasting them due to poor culinary skills is the gravest offense, punishable by execution. However, the generous master forgave their sins and after their deaths allowed them to dedicate their bodies to the culinary arts, becoming ingredients for new dishes. The host said they were grateful to those chefs for their dedication. The protagonist realized what these monsters meant by dedication. The competition began. One of the contestants said he'd gotten a pig beast. It seemed Lady Luck was on his side. Another contestant claimed that goblin meat had a unique flavor. The protagonist decided that all was lost. He didn't know how to cook a meal out of zombie meat. Just looking at it made him nauseous, not to mention the smell. Zhang Yue decided to pull himself together and calm down. After all, this was just the first obstacle. There had to be a way to handle this. The main problem was the ingredients. What should he do if the meat wasn't exactly fresh? Zhang Yue remembered that Sichuan cuisine uses a huge amount of hot and spicy seasonings to mask the bad taste of stale ingredients. You have to fight fire with fire. In this case, there were no problems with the spices. True, the time limit was only 1 hour. Our hero decided to win everyone over with a traditional Sichuan dish, slices of boiled pork. Slicing is the best way to serve boiled meat. The slices should be no more than 2 millimeters thick. If cut too thick, the meat won't cook through properly and will be hard to taste. If cut too thin, the flavor will only get worse. After slicing comes the main part of the preparation, marinating. Such terrible meat will have to be marinated for a long time in salt, wine, onions, ginger, and other spices to mask the unpleasant aftertaste. The competitor was surprised. What kind of cooking method is this? This guy really is a mysterious monster. It's a shame he got the worst ingredients. The chef said that victory should belong only to a true professional. That is, to him. He would create a magnificent dish and emerge as the winner. The chef asked the bruiser if he could be a little more careful. After all, he was cooking, not trying to break the table. The competitor replied that if he didn't like the noise, he should stay away. The bruiser thought that goblin meat really wasn't as tasty as pork. However, it was more springy. All that was left was to beat it well, and his perfect meatballs would be ready. The host reminded them that there were 20 minutes left. The contestants needed to hurry up. Zhang Yue thought that now that the red oil base was ready, the most difficult stage lay ahead, flash frying. He had to put the meat in for just a few seconds, then take it right back out. Contestant number 4 just couldn't bring himself to cut up the ingredient he'd been given. On the table was the head of a monster that looked just like him. The monster screamed that he couldn't do it. He simply refused to participate. However, there was no choice, and the chef cut up the ingredient with a cleaver. Zhang Yue saw blood at the neighboring table. It had splattered all over the kitchen. The protagonist was surprised. What had happened there? The meat was ruined. The monster's blood had splattered on it. What should he do? The bruiser looked at his competitor lying in a pool of blood and said he was just another weakling. Another chef thought that because of the blood, his clothes were now stained. Zhang Yue told the judge that his meat was ruined. What should he do in such an emergency? The observer contacted the hallmaster, and after a while, reported that the master regretted the fate of contestant number 4. The hallmaster wanted to make it clear that the competition was continuing. Zhang Yue was surprised. What did that mean? The observer replied that the chefs had 15 minutes left, after which the results would be announced. The protagonist thought that the spoiled meat was now only good for the trash. It literally reeked of blood. It was too late to cut a new portion of meat. It needed to be marinated, otherwise the very smell of the zombie would permeate the entire dish. The rival chef told the observer that he was all set. The competitor stretched and said he could use a sauna right about now. The bruiser shaped meatballs from the ground meat and said they felt nice to the touch. In addition to the secret soup recipe passed down in his family, he was certain that victory would definitely be his. The host announced that there were 8 minutes left in the competition. The protagonist saw that his competitors had already finished. He couldn't stop now. Our hero continued to cook his dishes over the fire. He understood that hope is born from hard work. At the right moment, the host pressed the red button and announced that time was up. Now the staff would collect the prepared dishes. Chef number 1's dish, excellent dumplings, or in other words, pork dumplings. Chef number 2's dish was springy little bombs, or in other words, goblin soup with meatballs. Chef number 3's dish wasn't ready yet. The protagonist said he still had a little left to do. The competition host announced that the dishes would be served to the head chef for tasting. The contestants were asked to be patient. After a while, the host said that some of the dishes had satisfied the hallmaster. This meant that he would now personally comment on the food. The chefs were greeted by the master of the South Hall Jishisui. The woman was seated on the belly of a huge monster. The master tasted the dumplings and said that this was the first dish. The woman said that this dish was simply superb. The chef had made excellent use of the art of cutting and had managed to perfectly balance the meat and fat in a 5-to-5 ratio. Moreover, the seasonings were distributed perfectly evenly. The chef had handled the ingredients beautifully and could rightfully call himself a master chef. Contestant number 1 knelt and thanked the master of the South Hall for recognizing his talent. Next, Jasui tasted the goblin soup with meatballs. After tasting it, the master said that these meatballs lived up to their name. They take springiness to the extreme. Only because of this can the chef move on. The bruiser thanked the master of the South Hall. The chef told the master that this broth was made using his family's secret recipe. It was made from 18 precious spices. The master said that this soup was simply disgusting. The overly strong seasonings destroyed the entire flavor of the meatballs. Cooking is the sublimation of ingredients, not their alteration. The hallmaster grabbed her blade and said that the chef should remember this in his next life. Contestant number 2 was eliminated. No objections were accepted. Changye was surprised. Could the head chef really move that fast? He hadn't even been able to catch her movement. Jasui invited the next contestant to taste the dish he had prepared. The master glanced at the plate and asked indignantly, "Does number 3 really call this food?" Zhang Yue didn't lose his composure and confirmed that it was food, and very tasty at that. The protagonist added that this exquisite dish was called tomato omelet. Contestant number 1 laughed and said that he seemed to have thought too highly of this chef. Even if he didn't have any meat, he couldn't just fry a few eggs and mix them with tomatoes. It's impossible to fool a master of the South Hall. Could this guy really not even know about the 2 basic seasonings that should be added to every dish? The protagonist surmised that such a dish wasn't part of monster cuisine, which meant he still had hope. Contestant number 1 told the master of the South Hall to eliminate such a worthless cook as soon as possible. Zia Sui said that every chef who comes here to cook a dish for her has the right to have her personally evaluate their cooking skills. But as payment for this service, they stake their lives, allowing her to make the final decision. The hallmaster tasted the omelet, and her expression changed immediately. The woman was surprised. Where did that flavor come from? She became intrigued. Zia Sui said that, having chosen between these 2 contestants, she had made her decision. There was a pause. Contestant number 1 thought something was wrong with that comment. The situation was clearly not going in his favor. The 3rd contestant's dish was so good that the head chef ate several pieces. Chef number 1 told the head judge that there was clearly something wrong with his competitor's dish. He hadn't used the ingredients provided to him, which meant he had cheated. Chef number 1 added that in that case, he should be the winner. The head judge must announce the fair results of the competition. Zia Sui swung her sword and contestant number 1 was cut to pieces. The hallmaster reminded everyone that she had warned chef number 1 to keep his mouth shut. Now she would continue with the announcement of the results. The winner was indeed number 1. However, since he had already been destroyed, she was forced to declare the 2nd contestant the winner. Chef number 3 must state his name. The protagonist said his name was Lu Li. The young man had noticed that when the hallmaster was about to announce the winner, her hand was pointing at him. Apparently, the omelet really had won, and this whole trial was just a big show. The woman said her name was Jia Sui, and that she was the master of the South Hall. What did the young man want as a reward? Did he want to work in the Tower of Gluttony, open his own restaurant in the southern part of the city, or become her apprentice? Luli knelt and said he wanted to ask the master to reveal the secret of strengthening his physical shell. The master asked what level Luli was at. To use her technique, one must be at least at the lower evil spirit level. The protagonist replied that he didn't know what his level was. The hallmaster said that in that case, the young man should change his clothes and follow her. Together with the monster, she stood up and headed to another room. The huge monster grabbed the protagonist with 2 fingers, and the 3 of them teleported to another location outside the city. Zia Sui explained that this place was called the Determination Tower. The tower itself is divided into 6 levels: the weak, the strong, the poisoners, the beast souls, the beast spirits, and the catastrophic. You have to go inside the tower to find out your level. The protagonist thanked the hallmaster and headed into the tower. The young man thought it wouldn't hurt for him to find out his current level as well. The first floor of the Determination Tower is for weaklings. At the entrance, a rabbit killer was sitting on a pile of carrots. The rabbit heard footsteps and asked, "Who's there?" He had to answer. Our hero slashed his blade against the rabbit's ears and said that the rabbit had no need to know his name. The huge monster asked if he could ask the leader one question. Why did the hallmaster deceive Lu Li and send him to the rabbit cage tower? Didn't he win? Zia Sui replied that it was all because he smelled strongly of Wu Yue. It turned out that he was a spy sent to them. During the last Fengyun tournament, Wu Yue had taken a small skeleton as her disciple. The huge monster asked, "In that case, why didn't the head simply deal with him? Why lock him up in a rabbit cage?" Xia Sui delivered a powerful energy strike to the giant monster. The monster screamed and begged for mercy. The hall master said that just because she had allowed him to ask one question didn't mean he could ask two. The hall master looked at the protagonist, who was shackled in chains, and thought, did he really need to ask her that? Meanwhile, in her imagination, our hero was preparing food. The second floor of the Judgment Tower, the strongmen. Here was a rabbit with a giant hammer. The third floor of the Tower of Determination, the poisoners. On this floor was a scholar rabbit, trying to solve an unsolvable problem. The young man used his shattering blade skill on this floor as well. The fourth floor of the Tower of Determination, beast souls. At the entrance, the protagonist was met by a dancing rabbit. The dancing rabbit said he was asking the visitor to enlighten him through combat. The long stick in the rabbit's hands was for exploring the valley. The young man said he was ready to teach him and drew his blade. The rabbit immediately attacked the protagonist using the long stick. Further on, at the entrance to the next floor of the tower, the Dark Warrior Rabbit awaited the protagonist. The Dark Warrior Rabbit said that he possessed 5 swords. Each sword had its own move. If the visitor survived them all, then he could be considered the winner. Our hero felt as if he had been locked in a cage, with no way to escape the rabbit's attacks. The rabbit lunged forward and said that this was his first blade. The protagonist fought this rabbit and noted that its strength was almost identical to that of Feng Ya. Our hero decided he would definitely be able to defeat this rabbit. The hidden dragon attack skill was activated. For the rabbit, this came as an unpleasant surprise. The attack was effective, and the rabbit, flying off to the side, slammed into the wall, causing minor damage to the structure. The defeated rabbit said that the visitor could move on. A real opponent awaited him ahead. The 5th floor of the Tower of Judgment was called Evil Spirits. While fighting the rabbit on this level, the protagonist wondered, what kind of sword does he have? The monster rabbit revealed that the name of his first blade was Child. Innocent as a child, yet extremely disobedient. The visitor said he would now like to see the second blade. The rabbit did not refuse. The monster rabbit drew his second blade and delivered a devastating blow. The young man was sent flying far backward. The rabbit said that the name of the second blade was Youth, as energetic and full of life as a young man. Zhang Yu said that now he wanted to see the third blade and was absolutely ready for it. The shadow split skill was activated. Our hero realized it would be difficult to defend against the next blade, so he decided to switch from defense to offense. Zhang Yue activated the skill Shattering Blade. The rabbit said that his opponent could attack and name the next blade. In the prime of life, this blade was even more merciless. It was now practically impossible to get close to the rabbit. The protagonist suffered severe injuries. His body lost its strength and balance and began to bleed. The rabbit said that the name of this blade, like a man who had reached such an age, reflected perfection. His blade possessed incomparable strength and power. The protagonist said he was ready to hear the name of the fourth blade. At the same time, the young man activated Asura mode. The rabbit was surprised. Has the man's aura really changed? He turned out to be not as simple as he seemed. However, the rabbit remained strong. Even in Asura mode, the protagonist was defeated. The rabbit said that the name of the fourth sword was Sunset. Like a ruler in his twilight years, this blade had mastered many skills throughout its life, focusing all its mastery on a single goal, to destroy the enemy with a single strike. The visitor succeeded, forcing his opponent into this move. While the rabbit was alive, these 4 swords together had claimed over 1,000 lives. The protagonist felt that his body had indeed grown stronger in the blood-soaked pool of Wu Yue. Our hero declared that he wished to see the final blade. The rabbit said that the man truly deserved to see the final sword. This sword has no blade. Its name is the end of life. The rabbit added that after he died and became a ghost, he began to meditate, reflecting on everything for 100 years. All of the rabbit's previous blades were capable of cutting through an enemy's flesh. This blade, however, can strike at the very soul. The rabbit said he was attacking and wielded the end-of-life blade. The protagonist realized it was a spiritual attack. The scales of life are now in balance. The rabbit asked, "What is the meaning of life?" and immediately answered his own question. There is none. The rabbit noted that there is far more bitterness in life than sweetness. So why suffer for a few morsels of something sweet? After these words, the scale with the rabbit on it tipped downward. The protagonist realized that the rabbit's spiritual attack was the discussion itself. The scale had tipped in his favor while he was speaking. The young man said that bitterness and sweetness go hand in hand. Without one, there would be no other. The scales balanced out. The rabbit said he had lost. He thought that over the course of these 100 years, he would be able to grasp the meaning of existence, but it turned out he had simply been blinded. The young man said that everyone has their own opinion on this matter. It is simply impossible to reduce the answer to a single point of view. The rabbit said he understood everything, and the young man could move on. The old man was waiting for him. Zhang Yue thanked the rabbit for a good fight. The rabbit added that they would meet again soon. The sixth floor of the Tower of Determination was called Catastrophe. The young man wasn't sure if, with his current level of power, he could handle a catastrophic monster, but he decided to at least see how far he could go. The rabbit declared that balance was the foundation of the universe. Didn't that mean there should be as much happiness in life as there was sorrow? Human life is short. Many simply live day by day, trapped in an endless cycle, slaves to their own pursuit of happiness, striving to achieve it until they turn to dust. Zhang Yu said that was true. Life is short and unfair, but as long as they are alive, there is meaning in it all. The rabbit asked what the point of it all was. A single life is just a drop in the ocean, a grain of sand in an endless desert. The scale with the rabbit on it tipped downward. Zhang Yu replied that a single drop can create a huge wave, and a grain of sand, a whole sandstorm. The scales balanced out. Each of the interlocutors had their own opinion about life and death. At the end of winter, green plants pushed through the snow. The protagonist met the old rabbit. The rabbit asked the young man if he knew how to play 5 in a row. Zhang Yu activated Asura mode and struck the rabbit with his blade. However, the rabbit appeared completely unharmed after the blow. The young man was surprised. Could this be a clone? I definitely hit the target. The rabbit said that the young man was in pretty good shape. Zhang Yue was surprised. After all, the old rabbit had merely touched him with his hand. The protagonist struck again and again, trying to deal with the rabbit. The rabbit said he was moving very quickly, but it still wasn't enough. The old man directed an energy beam at the young man and told him to go and train some more. Struck by the beam, the young man lost his balance and began to stumble backward. The boy woke up and saw that he was sitting on the ground in front of the rabbit, which was at the entrance to the first floor. The rabbit held out a carrot to the young man. The rabbit saw that the man had woken up, got scared, and hid behind a pile of carrots. The protagonist was puzzled. Why had he returned to the first floor? Even if he hadn't managed to get past the 6th floor, didn't that mean the test was over? It was time for him to leave. The rabbit said that this was not the Tower of Judgment. The Hall Master had tricked the man. This was the Rabbit Cage Tower, a special prison for holding criminals sentenced to death. There was no escaping from here. The Hall of the Eastern Moon. Weiyu stretched, sitting in her chair. In front of her were stacks of books spread out on the table. The woman was troubled. What was wrong with these accounts? Why were they piling up all the time? How was Zhang Yue doing now? She thought she shouldn't spoil him too often. He needed to handle everything on his own. It would be best to take a short nap now. The False Moon Crisis. Day 5. People are asking doctors to help their son. The doctors, approaching the ambulance, said they would do everything possible. Central City Hospital. The staff is working in emergency mode. In the ward, the doctor reported that the patient's heart had just stopped. The nurse requested that the operating room be prepared immediately. The nurse reported to Dr. Zhang that the operating room was already occupied. There were 40 more people waiting. The doctor said they couldn't wait. In that case, he would use a defibrillator. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation must be performed immediately. The defibrillator was charged and applied. The shock jolted through the patient's body. After several intense attempts, the doctor said it hadn't worked. He confirmed the patient's death. The nurse said this wasn't the first death today. The young woman burst into tears. She didn't understand why they couldn't save even one person. The doctor said that he had cured many patients in his lifetime. Who would have thought that technology would prove more terrifying than any virus? The nurse asked if there was really no way to save them. The doctor stated that the only thing they could do was to sustain life in the body using a nutrient solution. The player said that the devourer was in front of them. They needed to quickly form a defensive line. The players scattered in terror in all directions. The devourer pursued them. The devourer caught up to the player, destroyed him, and said that the player's souls were truly a unique delicacy. Player A, Faye, was lying in a hospital bed. The doctor said that the rest depended entirely on these players. City of Hope Parkside. The neutral city park, a peaceful zone where fights among players are prohibited. Here, people from all regions can gather to socialize or trade. Now it was engulfed in flames. The day before, City of Hope had been attacked by one of the largest monster cities, City of the Best Moon. The players were surrounded and defeated. The number of casualties was incalculable. The players barricaded themselves inside the building, hoping the danger would pass them by. After a while, silence fell outside. That meant the monsters had left. One of the players said he was tired of all this. When would they be able to log out of the game? Was it all because of destiny? The players said that complaining now was useless. All they could do was help each other. They had to try to survive and wait for help from the real world. Now they were brothers in arms. The player added that if they work together and help each other, they'll be able to survive this whole nightmare. The wall of the building was destroyed, and a monster appeared before them. The Devourer. The monster possessed the level of an evil spirit. It was a devouring snake. The players said they needed to split up. That way they'd have a better chance of surviving. The players turned around and went in different directions. One of the players was wounded, and his leg was injured. What's more, he was treacherously attacked by a comrade. The traitor said he wanted to live. His friends would die, but he would survive. The monster headed toward the wounded player. The devourer said that no one would escape. She attacked the wounded player, spraying green liquid at him. It was a corrosive spit. The player stopped and said he didn't want to die. The devourer declared that the players were also nothing more than ruthless and cold-blooded beasts. Two more players in dark cloaks appeared in the square. The devourer said that it turns out there are more players here. They're walking right into her trap. One of the players asked if the devourer had seen a man in black clothing with twin daggers. The monster smirked and asked why he thought she would answer that question. The player suddenly leaped forward and, using fire magic, attacked the devourer. The player threw his cloak back from his head, and it became clear that it was a Fae. He activated Boundless Power. Next, Fae used Thousand Shock Strike. The devourer suffered critical damage incompatible with life. Fae stepped closer, grabbed the monster by the throat, and repeated his question. Fae began beating the monster and demanding an answer. Lajao stepped closer and told him to stop. The monster was already destroyed. Fae set the devourer on fire and told the girl that in that case they would go look for another monster. Lajao said that Fae needed to rest. If he kept this up, he wouldn't last long. The young man replied that it didn't matter. Lajao declared that people needed them, but Fae was more important to her than anyone else.